while every custom shop in the city was providing expensive parts for elite racers. A shabby little garage in a remote corner of Binju City hung up a giant loudspeaker. The maddening, looped recording echoed through the cold, empty street. "We are going out of business. All upgrades are free. Everything is absolutely free." The passing mecha girls would walk around it with looks of pure disgust. And even the landlord laughed at the owner, calling him a lunatic. Yet no one knew that in the mind of the owner, Su Chen, every mecha girl he upgraded was a key to lighting up his essential star map. As long as he could activate the hidden talents, even these simple free upgrades would become the cornerstone for his journey to the pinnacle of the racing world. Right now, as a despairing cat-eared girl tremblingly steps across the threshold, the real story is about to begin. And it all traces back to that late night when the shop owner first hung up his sign. Binju City night. Not a single soul could be seen on the midnight streets. However, the sign for the Modify Anything Auto shop was still lit. Shadows moved about inside the shop, and a cold voice rang out. "Boss Su, your lease is almost up, and you cannot delay it any longer. If you still cannot pay the rent, we will have no choice but to take back your shop according to the rules. I really do not know how you managed to keep this mod shop running without a single modification core. Please rest assured, I will definitely get the rent to you by the end of this week." Finally, he saw the rent collectors off. Su Chen returned to the cashier counter, looking at the empty street outside and sighing. This was not Earth, but the Star God world, a world where the racing industry was highly developed. However, the ones speeding on the tracks were not ordinary race cars, but a fantasy species known as mecha girls. They normally looked like human teenage girls, but could transform into supercars on the track. And he had already been in this world for 3 months. He originally thought the money he earned from hard manual labor could keep the mod shop afloat. Now it seemed he had been too naive. So what if he was the top race car modifier on Earth? No one in this world knew him. When he first crossed over to this world and learned about the fantasy species called mecha girls, he was genuinely shocked. But that shock quickly turned into excitement. As a modifier, he was also a car lover himself, who would not want their race car to turn into a youthful and beautiful girl. Holding the steering wheel by day and holding twin tails by night, would not that be a dream come true? He had assumed getting a mecha girl of his own would be easy, but after looking into it, he was scared off by the insanely high barrier to entry. A driving license was the most basic requirement. Secondly, the only ways to obtain a mecha girl were through League Academy allocations, club assignments, and purchasing them out of pocket. And buying a mecha girl required a huge sum of money. The rarer the mecha girl, the more expensive she was. Furthermore, even having the money was not enough. Some high-grade mecha girls also required you to earn their approval. These 3 requirements alone completely shut out 99.9% of people. He learned from his painful realization and decided to solve the money problem first. He originally planned to rely on his superb modification skills to quickly amass wealth, and maybe even win the favor of countless mecha girls. But as a result of having no reputation, he had not had a single mecha girl come to him for modifications in the 2 months since opening the shop. Some drivers had indeed browsed the shop, but upon discovering he did not have a certificate, they turned around and left immediately. In this world, a modifier's certificate could only be obtained through strict academic examinations. Where would he find the time to go back to school now? Without an academic background, he did not even qualify to take the exam. Right now, he was basically an unlicensed doctor with great medical skills, but no license to practice. Modify one mecha girl to activate Talent 1. In Su Chen's mind, there was a star map containing several dim stars. Most of the stars were hidden within nebulas, with only one exposed on the outside. Whenever he focused his thoughts on the first star, a line of text formed by starlight would appear. He rested his chin on one hand, his fingers tapping absent-mindedly on the table, and sighed again. Cannot it just be activated directly? Why make it so complicated? This was clearly the cheat ability that came with crossing over. However, there was no system interface, nor could he communicate with it. Any other transmigrator would have activated their cheat long ago. Yet here he was, still stuck on the very first step. Where am I supposed to get the rent? Go back to moving bricks at the construction site. Su Chen furrowed his brows in deep thought. Earning money through hard manual labor to maintain the mod shop was ultimately not a long-term solution. The top priority was to activate his talent first, which meant he desperately needed to find a mecha girl to modify. But he could not force it. Mecha girls were all battle maidens with impressive combat power. Knocking one out with a club and dragging her back for a forced modification was simply out of the question. Looks like there is only one way left. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and took a whiteboard out from the storage room. As a top-tier modifier, he should not be doing something so degrading. But he had run out of options. He could only make a desperate last-ditch effort. North Street was very cold at midnight. Neon lights reflected off the asphalt, cutting the late-night street into mottled light and shadows. Xingmeng walked alone on this empty street, her thin jacket clinging tightly to her body from the freezing wind. Under the streetlights, her shadow was stretched out long, merging with the dark silhouettes of the distant tall buildings. Stumbling past a mod shop, the cold light hit her pale face. She stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the girl reflected in the glass. Her eyes were like a frozen lake, reflecting not a single glimmer of light. Xingmeng silently gazed at herself. The scenes that took place this morning could not help but flash through her mind. Xingmeng, I am afraid I will not be able to pass the graduation race. Master, there are still a few days left until the graduation race. We still have time to prepare. Please do not give up so easily. I am giving up so easily. Is not it because your performance is complete trash? The woman in the driver's uniform slammed her fist hard onto the coffee table. Her voice trembled, completely hysterical, and the words spitting out of her mouth were far colder and sharper than knives. If your performance was even just a little bit better, I would not have failed so miserably, let alone become a laughingstock in the eyes of my classmates. Master, I will work hard to train myself. Her cautious words were still ruthlessly torn to shreds, followed immediately by a fiercer storm of rage. What is the damn use? Can you help me pass the exam? Can you help me graduate? Can you improve your performance in a short amount of time? Yes, I can. Fine, then go improve it. If you cannot improve it, do not ever come back to see me. Get out. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, and everything came to an abrupt halt. The only way for a mecha girl to improve her performance in a short amount of time was through modification, by replacing her current core with a better modification core. The money required for this could be an astronomical figure. But she and her master were still just students at the Racing League Academy. The money they normally earned was basically all spent on daily maintenance, leaving absolutely no spare cash for modifications. Xingmeng took her meager remaining savings and spent the entire day running to various major mod shops. It only took the few seconds for her to pull out her money for those modifiers, to go from enthusiastically introducing various modification cores to having faces full of coldness and disgust. She had too little money and could not even afford the lowest grade modification core. Asking for credit did not work either. The mod shops did not accept any tabs, telling her to hurry up and get out if she did not have the money. After rushing around all day, she was both exhausted and starving. The exhaustion was mental, and the hunger was due to a lack of nutrient fluid supplements. Perhaps in just a few more steps, she would have no choice but to find a place to lie down and go into sleep mode, waiting for the patrolling tow truck mecha girls to drag her away. Right in front of her was a newly built mod shop. She recalled this place used to be a supermarket. The storefront was very small and looked a bit old, and there was not a single modification core on the shelves. Then what exactly was this mod shop selling? Did the boss not do modification business? Xingmeng pressed her face against the glass window. The soft flesh of her pretty face squished into a flat, comical shape against the glass. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, she saw a handsome man who was likely the boss, hanging a whiteboard at the entrance. She waited for the boss to turn around and return to the storage room inside the shop. Only then did Xingmeng cautiously shuffle over to the entrance of the mod shop. She had already been rejected by mod shop owners too many times and was terrified of being yelled at. She did not dare show herself in the boss's line of sight, afraid of getting scolded again for being broke. When it came to modifications, she was practically on the verge of giving up, until she clearly saw the flamboyant large characters on the whiteboard at the shop's entrance. Free modifications. There was also a small loudspeaker hanging on the door. The loudspeaker let out 2 crackling sounds, then suddenly blasted out a rhythmic and devilishly catchy voice. Going out of business, going out of business. The unscrupulous boss has run off with his sister-in-law. Going out of business, going out of business. The unscrupulous boss has run off with his sister-in-law. Original modification fees of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, starting today. You do not need 998, nor do you need 98, and you definitely do not even need 9.98. Clearance sale, rock bottom clearance sale. All modifications in the entire store are free, absolutely free. Disclaimer, the world in this book is purely fictional. Any similarities are strictly coincidental. Mecha girls are fantasy creatures. Please do not apply the logic of carbon-based life forms to analyze or study any of their traits. By agreeing to the above terms, welcome to the Mecha Girl era. Your continued reading is the power that crosses parallel worlds. This time, I'm going to finish telling their story. There is no need to hold back on the ratings. Xing Meng's soft cat ears and a single stray hair atop her head stood straight up, and she stood frozen in front of the garage entrance for a full half-minute. It was not until a tall figure appeared before her, casting a long shadow, that she moved. "Hey there, Miss Mech Girl, welcome to my shop. Looking for some modifications." Standing before her was none other than the shop owner she had just seen. He wore an enthusiastic smile, though his eyes seemed ready to devour her. Fortunately, his handsome, rugged face eased much of her tension. Xing Meng told herself she could still handle this. "Ah, why, yes, meow." Xing Meng took a half step back, gripped the hem of her clothes, tucked her head in, and pointed at the whiteboard, asking cautiously, "Is it really free to get modifications done?" That goes without saying. Su Chen's smile became even more sincere. Come to think of it, this must be the first mech girl to come to his shop all by herself. Other mech girls had visited before, but they were always accompanied by their pilots, and of course, they all walked away after seeing he lacked the proper credentials. This was a rare opportunity, and he had to really sweet-talk her. "Oh no, I mean, give her a warm welcome." "This is not the place to talk. Hurry up and come in." Su Chen practically pulled the cat-eared mech girl inside. Under the bright lights of the shop, the girl's delicate features looked even more stunning. Her pale blue eyes were like two jewels, her flawless white skin seemed to glow under the light, and her long, silvery hair hung down as smooth as flowing water. At first, he thought the cat ears on her head were just an exquisite hair accessory, until both those cat ears and the tail behind her twitched. A real beastier girl. Who could resist this? Su Chen gestured for her to sit in front of the counter. He turned and rummaged through the refrigerator for a long time, finally fishing out a bottle of nutrient solution. He inserted a straw and placed it before the mech girl. This was the highest hospitality he could offer a customer. Nutrient solution is a daily requirement for mech girls, similar to an energy drink, and comes in various flavors. Among them, ginger, durian, ghost pepper, and garlic flavors are permanently sold at a 70% discount, though nobody knows why they have not been discontinued despite no one buying them. Xing Meng blushed and said thank you. Even though she felt embarrassed, her drowsy head really needed to replenish some energy. As soon as she took a small sip while holding the bottle, she immediately shuddered, her face twisting into a knot. Hey, what kind of flavor is this?" Looking down at the label, Xing Meng was completely stunned. Ginger flavor? Does anyone really like such a bizarre taste? Even though it was terrible, she did not want to let the shopkeeper down. He ultimately used her sheer willpower to swallow the bitter, spicy nutrient solution. "Before we start the modifications, I need to understand your basic situation." Su Chen pulled out a form and a pen, waving them at the cat-eared girl. Meow, Xing Meng nodded obediently. It was her first time getting modifications, so she did not quite understand the process. "Name and model." Xing Meng, the model is NEKO 99. "What about your grade?" D grade, meow. Xing Meng glanced at Su Chen with a guilty conscience. D is the lowest among mech girl grades. This grade implies that a mech girl is either defective or has poor performance. Usually, pilots would never reveal her grade for fear of being ridiculed. However, she saw no strange expression on the owner's face, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. All right, Su Chen recorded it carefully, then lifted his gaze to look at the girl who was clearly nervous and uneasy. "Tell me your request. Why did you come for modifications, and what aspects do you want to improve? That way, I will have a basic direction for the modifications." I have poor performance, which prevented my pilot from passing the graduation exam. That is why I want to modify and improve my performance. As for the main direction of improvement." Xing Meng tilted her head, pondering the characteristics of the Academy's graduation exam track. It was a fairly standard track, not too difficult, with few turns and mostly straightaways. As long as the mech girl's speed meets the requirements and the pilot is not too foolish, passing the exam is not an issue at all. "I want to increase my speed, preferably cornering speed." She reached this conclusion because the graduation exam is a circuit race, and cornering speed is very important. Such a pure idea, Su Chen could not help but sigh. In his past life, the rookie racers he dealt with mostly came to him just to speed up their cars. But this was his first time hearing such a request proposed by a race car itself. However, there was one thing that puzzled him. The League Academies in this world are a combination of universities and driving schools. They teach academic knowledge while centering on racing cars. Of course, ordinary people cannot afford these academies, given the expenses of maintaining a mech girl. And mech girls like Xing Meng are novice ones assigned to students in their third year. These mech girls have no obvious defects, but their performance cannot be too high. They are basically stuck in the C grade or D grade range. By logic, as long as the pilot skills are fine, is not graduating a simple matter. How could they blame it on the mech girl's performance? Moreover, if the performance is bad, just give the mech girl some modifications. But that is the business of the mech girl and her pilot. He should not ask too many questions. All he wanted now was to activate his cheat code. Make a fortune and reach the pinnacle of life. Live the life of holding the steering wheel by day and holding twin tails by night. I understand your request. Follow me. Su Chen got up to lead the way. Xing Meng followed Su Chen closely, peeking around as she walked, and was surprised to find that this small shop was more than it seemed. There was actually quite a long corridor inside. All the way to the end of the corridor, Su Chen took out a key and picked the lock. Under the dim light, an old door creaked open, and ink-like darkness poured out, as if it contained some terrifying thing ready to swallow people whole. Xing Meng shuddered. "WH, what kind of place is this, meow?" "It is the modification room, though it is a bit old." Su Chen's voice was casual, but half his face was hidden in the darkness, looking somewhat sinister. His hand fumbled along the wall. From another perspective, it looked like he was pulling out a weapon. Xing Meng stood at the doorway, afraid to move. Is it too late to run now? Will this boss do anything strange to her? As expected, the free stuff is the most expensive, meow. Please come in, Ahum. Su Chen finally found the switch and waved his hand to fan away the dust. The dim yellow light flickered with a creak, the darkness receded, and the room seemed shrouded in twilight, looking no better than it had before. It was eerie before, and now it was lifeless. Seeing Xing Meng frozen in place and being eager to activate his cheat, he reached out and pulled the wooden-like girl into the room. "What are you standing there for? Get in here." The door closed slowly, and the last ray of light was reclaimed by the darkness. As the lock clicked shut, the sign hanging by the wall lit up with a red glow. "Training room currently in use." Upon entering the room, a strong smell of motor oil hit him right in the face. There was not anything strange, just a scattering of parts piled up in the corner. Xing Meng recognized almost all of these parts. They were all dismantled from ordinary cars. He just could not understand the boss's point in collecting these parts. Even though ordinary cars still existed in this world compared to mecha girls, they were like antiques from the last century. A mecha girl tuning shop should not have these things. Should not he just directly apply a tuning core? Watching the boss rummage through the pile of parts, Xing Meng began to feel a sense of dread, as if she had boarded a pirate ship. Meanwhile, Su Chen was digging through the parts and pondering. The key to improving a race car's speed lay in optimizing power output, reducing weight, and improving aerodynamics and grip. Right now, his resources were limited, so he could only take the simplest and most economical approach. Soon, he pulled out a few ABS plastic boards from the pile. "All right, transform into your car form." He took the ABS plastic boards to the workbench, tilted his head slightly, and said, "Before we officially start the tuning, I need to measure the front dimensions." What? No, meow, I cannot take off my clothes, meow." Xing Meng crossed her arms over her chest. Her snow-white cat ears drooped down, almost hiding in her long silvery white hair. Her tail wrapped anxiously around her left leg, the tip trembling slightly. Her pale blue eyes darted around, not daring to meet Su Chen's gaze. "What are you talking about?" Su Chen looked bewildered. "I did not ask you to take off your clothes, I asked you to transform into your car form." "Oh, I am sorry, meow, I overthought it." Xing Meng blushed furiously. He had been so immersed in her paranoid delusions just now that she blurted it out without even hearing what the boss said. She obediently stood in the center of the room and transformed into her car form. Light and shadows shifted before Su Chen's eyes, followed by the appearance of a dazzling white, streamlined sports car. Cool, he could not help but praise. Xing Meng's car form really gave off the vibe of an AMG one from his past life. He walked a circle around Xing Meng, already formulating a basic modification plan in his head. "How is it, meow, can it be tuned?" The girl's timid voice sounded from inside the car. Su Chen glanced through the car window and found Xing Meng's humanoid form leaning forward in the cockpit, her rear raised. Her limbs, glowing faintly like electronic components, were merging with the car's chassis, and an electronic fiber strip ran from her spine to the steering wheel in the cockpit. Normally, the driver would sit in the cockpit to control the mecha girl, and looking up would offer a beautiful sight. He marveled again at how well race car drivers in this world had it. Yes, it can be tuned. He walked to the rear of the car and habitually placed his hand on the trunk lid. The girl's shy voice suddenly exploded. Ah, do not touch me there, meow, it tickles. Su Chen was speechless. He really had not expected a mecha girl's car form to have such keen sensitivity. Sorry, he pulled his hand back and quickly changed the subject. I'm going to install a custom front lip and a rear wing for you. Since materials are limited, I can only use ABS plastic boards. Plus, I will use PVC boards to cover the exposed parts of your chassis. Do you understand? You should be able to understand, right? After all, you are at. There was no response for a long while. Su Chen had no choice but to walk up to the car window, only to see the girl looking completely confused, faint wisps of white smoke rising from her head, as she muttered softly, I do not understand, meow. It is so complicated, meow. Su Chen was speechless again. Was the creature in front of him really a mecha girl? How could she know absolutely nothing about this professional knowledge? Never mind. Su Chen shook his head, hurried to finish measuring Xingmeng's dimensions, and then took the materials to the workbench for a flurry of cutting and gluing. In less than an hour, the two pieces for the front lip and the rear wing were finished. Su Chen held them up to measure, a slight smile on his lips. I have still got it. They say the tuner is the core of a racing team. A great tuner can solve 99% of the team's problems. So for a top-tier tuner like him, calling himself the living Buddha of the team would not be an exaggeration, right? The parts are ready. I will install them for you. Without waiting for Xingmeng to answer, he walked around to the front of the car, bent down, and snapped the front lip onto the front bumper, left and right. Ah, the girl in the car let out a moan, her voice sounding strange. Su Chen could not care less about that. He moved to the rear of the car again, and with a click, snapped the rear wing into place as well. Woo meow. Su Chen was speechless. Were all mecha girls this jumpy? The function of the front lip is to reduce front-end lift, while the rear wing increases downforce. Once these two are installed, the race car's grip naturally improves and its cornering speed goes up. Next was to lift the car body with a jack and fully cover the chassis with PVC boards to reduce air turbulence. Needless to say, Xingmeng let out another series of squeals and squeaks throughout the entire process. What should have been a very simple installation process ended up making Su Chen sweat profusely. Unlocked talent, God's hand. The sudden lighting up of a star in his mind made all of Su Chen's inappropriate thoughts vanish instantly. Oh ho, it unlocked. So what kind of talent is this God's hand? Can it turn stone into gold for me? The thought had barely formed in his mind when he saw Xingmeng's front lip, rear wing, and the PVC boards on her chassis covered in a faint glow. Eventually, they merged on the ground into a white Rubik's Cube, radiating an electronic light. A tuning core, Su Chen exclaimed in surprise. The modifications he made for Xingmeng turned into a tuning core right in front of his eyes. Even without any prompts, he instantly understood the function of God's hand. Any modification he made to a mecha girl would eventually merge into a tuning core. And the Rubik's Cube in front of him was an aerodynamic kit tuning core. He picked up the tuning core, and its mechanical patterns immediately bloomed with a milky white glow, while electronic text appeared on it. Unnamed aerodynamic kit tuning core. Positive effects, speed +3, cornering +3. Negative effects, stability -1, endurance -3. Special effects, cup size +1 cup, hip measurement +10. Grade white. This tuning core was created by you. Please name the tuning core. The prompt on the tuning core did not come from his cheat ability, but from the rules of this world. Picking up a tuning core would automatically connect with the star source will, and then the basic information of the tuning core would be displayed in his field of vision. This information could only be seen by the creator of the tuning core. The trigger for this information was the tuning core's electronic patterns wriggling and glowing as it entered developer mode, which also served as proof of the creator's identity. At the same time, due to the special status of tuners, they had primary control over the tuning cores they created. However, this control was generally not exercised unless their rights were infringed upon, such as in the case of a robbery. It was not Su Chen's first time seeing a tuning core either. But the tuning core he created seemed a bit different from other tuning cores. Other tuning cores either had both positive and negative effects, or only positive effects. There was no such thing as a special effect. And this special effect was quite outrageous. He glanced at Xingmeng, who had remained silent ever since the tuning was completed. He somewhat understood why she had been squealing and squeaking during the tuning just now. I would better give it a proper name. Su Chen stroked his chin and pondered. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Right, I will call it the Big Thunder #1 tuning core. This tuning core name was totally mighty, domineering, and very fitting. He was just wondering how to install the Big Thunder #1 tuning core onto Xingmang. Right then, the nebula in his mind surged, and a second dim star poked its head out from the nebula. Form a contract with a mecha girl, unlock talent 2. Are there any other masters here? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Is he truly the chosen one across 2 worlds? Otherwise, why would he get transmigration perks after encountering a giant semi-truck accident? And why so many cheats after transmigrating? Actually, he did not want to use cheats either. However, the condition to awaken the second talent is to contract a gear girl. Honestly, for him, being flat broke right now, that is quite difficult, and it is basically out of the question until he has a significant amount of capital. For now, he seems able to manufacture modification cores through his hand of God, so he should just focus on being a modifier to accumulate wealth. Star Dream also noticed that modification core. Seeing her boss circling around her vehicle form, she could not help but feel a bit puzzled. If the boss had a modification core, why did not he take it out earlier? You cannot install a modification core while in vehicle form. Star Dream, where is the slot for this modification core? Su Chen held the core and gestured around the front, the back, the exhaust pipe, and the fuel tank of Star Dream's vehicle form, only to find that it really would not fit. There was no fuel tank at all, and the exhaust pipe was different from a normal car. But if it was not the exhaust pipe or fuel tank, he could not find any other place for it. You do not know that the modification core needs to be installed in Gear Girl form, meow. Su Chen was stunned. He really did not know. Install it in Gear Girl form. That makes it even stranger. Where is he supposed to stuff a modification core the size of an adult's fist? Star Dream sighed and switched to her Gear Girl form, looking at the clueless shop owner with suspicious eyes. She wanted to question the boss's professionalism, but he had indeed provided a modification core, and it seemed like he was not even charging for it. Hear meow? She turned around and lifted her tight racing suit, revealing her fair and slender waist. The dim light pooled in her recessed waist like amber wine, making Su Chen's eyes burn and his mind go blank. Until the girl put her hands behind her back, crossing her index fingers and thumbs in the middle of her waist to form a rectangle. See that? Just stick the modification core here, and I can absorb it myself, meow. Su Chen instinctively followed Star Dream's guidance and placed the modification core there. The moment it touched her skin, the modification core instantly turned into a glimmer of light and merged into her body. Star Dream pulled her clothes back down, hiding the fair skin that had made Su Chen feel a bit dizzy. Why does this modification core feel a bit strained? Star Dream adjusted her chest, finding it had actually grown a size, then turned to check her rear, the peachy curve of which left her stunned. She used to have a rather flat figure, but now there were exquisite curves. This definitely was not an illusion. It definitely was not this big before installing the modification core. However, as a gear girl, she did not have much interest in these things. She just found it strange. Her attention was mainly focused on the changes the modification core had brought her. My hands and feet seem stronger now, meow. Star Dream flexed her limbs, blinking her big blue eyes at Su Chen. Boss, what are the attributes of this modification core? I cannot remove it myself, and I cannot see the information. The attributes are positive effects, speed +3, cornering +3, negative effects, stability -1, endurance -3. That is all. Su Chen rubbed his nose and kept the special effect a secret. Some things are better left known only to himself. There is no need to make it common knowledge. 3 points for cornering and speed. That is amazing. Star Dream's eyes widened, her cowlick and ears stood up at the same time, and her tail curled into a joyful arc. But soon, she looked at Su Chen nervously and hesitated. Does this modification core really count as free? It does, Su Chen nodded. The modification was already done. He could not change the price now, and besides, this gear girl did not have much money anyway. Do I not need to pay any other price, meow? Su Chen looked her up and down carefully, then said seriously, how about you become my gear girl? Follow me and live the good life. I will modify your hardware during the day and your software at night, guaranteed to make you unrecognizable even to yourself. The sudden proposal startled Star Dream. She took half a step back, her pretty face flushing, her eyes flickering as she lowered her head and stammered, Boss, you are a good person. But I already have a driver. I cannot betray my driver. But your driver does not seem to treat you very well, does she? Su Chen leaned against the wall on a pile of parts and shrugged. The gear girls who come to my shop all have drivers with them. Who is left all alone like you? Besides, if a gear girl's performance is lacking, it is something for the driver and the gear girl to solve together. Failing an assessment is not entirely your problem. How can they let you take all the responsibility? Hearing this, Star Dream's eyes dimmed. Her fragile body swayed slightly, and she forced a bitter smile. But in the end, she firmly shook her head. "I am sorry, boss. Loyalty is a rule carved into the bones of a gear girl. If I give in to temptation today and break my temporary contract with my driver to become your gear girl, then I might leave you in the same way later on. If one day my driver completely abandons me, and if you still think I am good by then, I would very much like to become your gear girl." After saying this, Stardream gave Su-Chen a deep bow. She stepped back toward the door, her cat ears drooping, and bowed deeply once more. "Thank you for being willing to help me. I will definitely repay you in the future." Before Su-Chen could speak, Stardream vanished from the doorway in a hurry, leaving her only bit of money on the floor by the door. "Hey, you have not signed the purchase agreement yet," Su-Chen called out. But the sound of Stardream's footsteps in the corridor was already far away. "Fine," Su-Chen slapped his thigh inside. "I knew it would not be easy to get a gear girl." The night streets just after the rain still had a lot of puddles. But for the girl anxious to get home, that meant nothing. She dashed forward without a care, letting the water splash everywhere. She did not dare to shift into her vehicle form, as that would consume more energy. Then her master would scold her again for being wasteful, calling her a useless trash and a waste of money. Stardream rushed all the way to the academy and knocked on the dorm door. It took a while for a drunken female voice to come from inside. "Who the hell is it? Cannot a person sleep in the middle of the night?" "Master, it is me. I have finished the modification, meow." She waited for about half a minute before the door opened, revealing an impatient face. "Finished the modification? You went to get a modification. Where did you get the money?" "Master, why are you drinking again?" Stardream closed the door, helped the drunken woman to the sofa, and explained in a low voice, "I met a very nice modification shop owner, and he did it for me for free. It is a modification core that can add many attributes." The coffee table was covered in empty wine bottles, and the sight of underwear, paper balls, and several used small pink umbrellas strewn about by the sofa was shocking. Stardream saw these things. She thought of something but said nothing. As a gear girl, she had no right to interfere with her driver's life. "Do not bullshit me. Who would modify someone like you, a piece of trash, free? Are you dreaming?" The woman was very drunk, pushing Stardream aside forcefully, spouting all kinds of obscenities. Perhaps because she was so drunk, some words that should not have been said poured out along with her intoxication. "It is my absolute bad luck that the Academy assigned a trash gear girl like you to me. Why did it have to be me? Ha ha ha, just you wait. I have saved up enough money. Once the graduation assessment passes, I will switch to a C-level gear girl in a heartbeat, and then you can get as far away from me as possible." Stardream stared blankly at the woman lying on the sofa, whose consciousness was gradually blurring as she fell into a deep sleep. She watched for a long time, remained silent for a long time, and then tidied up the messy room as usual. The Academy's single dorms were small, and students with poor grades like this woman were not assigned good dorms. The room was so small that it only had a sofa and a coffee table. There was a small mat in the corner with cute cat heads drawn on it. And this small mat was where she usually rested. After finishing the room and mopping the floor again, she went to the small mat, sat leaning against the cold wall, buried her head deep into her knees and curled up into a ball, as if trying to hide herself away and disappear from this world entirely. For the next 3 days, Su-Chen did not run into Xingmeng again. Xingmeng also did not visit the mod shop anymore. These 3 days were just like before. Even though he could handcraft mod cores now, drivers who brought their mech girls would immediately turn around and leave the moment they heard he did not have a modder's certificate. No matter how eloquently he pitched, it was useless. They even thought he had mental issues. The prejudice in people's hearts is truly a massive landmine. Su-Chen sprawled over the table, utterly dispirited. As a transmigrator with a cheat ability, and one who was sent here by a fully insured semi-truck no less, he was practically a supreme VIP among transmigrators. But you could probably count on one hand the number of transmigrators who ended up in such a miserable state as him, right? 3 days left until rent is due. Where am I going to find 8,000 to pay for it? The currency in this world was called Rev Credit. It roughly represented the value of the energy consumed by an engine turning one full revolution. The purchasing power of 8,000 was about twice that of his previous world, and it was also the quarterly rent for this remotely located shop. Honestly, it was quite cheap, but he just could not afford it. "Forget it, if worse comes to worst, I will just go do manual labor," Su-Chen gritted his teeth. Although manual labor did not quite fit his image, purely physical work in this world actually paid quite well. Besides, if he did not go out and work soon, he would not even be able to afford food. Su Chen took the few remaining small bills from his drawer, preparing to go forage at the snack street near the League Academy. Places with a lot of students usually had plenty of good, tasty options. After eating, he would hit the job market to find work. Nearby was the Star Crown League Academy, which was said to be the talent training base for the province's largest club, the Star Crown Club. Maybe I will run into Xingmeng on the way. Su Chen muttered to himself half-jokingly, hung a temporarily closed sign on the door of his mod shop, and walked out breezily. The Mod Anything mod shop was located outside the 3rd ring road of Binju City. Getting to the food street required an hour-long Skyrail ride. Half an hour later on the Skyrail, Su Chen was pinned against the window by the dense crowd, unable to move a muscle. Looking down from the window, the entire city was sliced into a dense grid by broad, flat streets. Residential buildings were crammed into these grids. The closer to the inner ring, the more towering the buildings became, and the architectural style leaned more towards cyberpunk. Racing signs could be seen everywhere on these highly technological streets. Some streets were specifically prepared for the city championship. Once the races began, these specially marked streets would be restricted from regular traffic. At that time, regular traffic lanes would be squeezed tight, and temporary spectator stands would even rise from underground around the racing streets. Pedestrians could simply stop and find a seat on the spot to watch the races. This was a world where mech girl racing was highly developed. Singers, movie stars, idols, they were all nothing compared to famous drivers and mech girls. There was no comparison in status. Sometimes Su Chen felt the people of this world were fanatically pursuing racing to a somewhat pathological degree. Getting off the Skyrail meant arriving at the entrance to the university town. Next to the Skyrail station was the food street, and directly opposite was the League Academy gates. Su Chen followed the crowd out of the station, but did not immediately turn toward the food street, because he saw many drivers in academy uniforms gathered around a giant electronic screen with their mech girls. Whoa, what is going on? Why is it so lively? League Academy's graduation exam results must be out. I am so jealous. A middle-aged man next to Su Chen, who was also watching the commotion, shook his head and sighed. In the future, even if I have to sell everything I own, I will send my son to the League Academy. As long as he graduates successfully, he will be above the rest. Graduation exam results are out. Su Chen recalled for a moment. Xingmeng's uniform seemed to be from the Star Crown League Academy, right? He wondered if that mech girl and her driver had passed the exam. He squeezed to the front of the crowd and searched the large screen. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner, he found Xingmeng. Student Wang Tingting, mech girl Xingmeng. Exam score 67. Status, passed, eligible for graduation. Oh ho, this little girl is quite impressive. Su Chen could not help but picture the cute little girl who would blush after saying just a few words and had a meow verbal tick. Xingmeng must be celebrating passing the exam with her driver right now, right? He quietly backed out of the crowd, locked his eyes on a restaurant and struck his palm with his fist. All right, it is decided. I will spend all the money I have on me this noon and get the biggest portion of pork trotter rice to reward myself. Heh. After all, Xingmeng was only able to pass the exam thanks to his modifications, so he felt a bit of a sense of accomplishment. It was like a soldier he had trained earning merits on the battlefield. This was a thrill unique to modders. However, Su Chen did not know. While he was happily gorging on pork trotter rice and thinking about which construction site to go work at that afternoon. Just one street away from the restaurant, inside a basic mech girl shop, Xingmeng was standing helplessly in the middle of the hall, waiting for her unknown fate along with other bewildered mech girls. You change an old phone for a new one, as long as you have the money. When a mech girl's performance was no longer sufficient, instead of slowly nurturing her attributes, applying mod cores, and collecting materials to upgrade her, it was better to directly buy one of a higher grade. They were affordably priced, looked flashy, and could provide a brand new driving experience. The graduation season every year was when these shops had the best business. About a third of the students who passed the graduation exam would come to these shops to buy a new mech girl. The highest grade mech girl you could buy at these shops was C+. Anything higher than C+ would generally only appear at auctions. As for the eliminated and abandoned mech girls who regained their freedom, there were generally 3 places for them to go. They could join the city's logistics system and become logistics mech girls. This was undoubtedly a painful thing because mech girls were born with the mental imprint that the racing track championship was the highest glory. Becoming a logistics mech girl meant giving up on their dreams and pursuits. Or they could choose to be recycled, which was like a factory reset. Their memories would be completely wiped, and their soul cores would return to the Sea of Star Gods. The last path was to carve a bloody path out on their own, earn their own money to buy mod cores, and upgrade themselves until the day they met the next driver willing to make a pact with them. This path was also very difficult because the jobs that allowed mech girls to accumulate resources quickly were mostly in the gray industry. However, this did not include selling their bodies. Mech girls were strictly prohibited from selling their bodies. Once discovered, the mech girl would be sent for mandatory recycling, and the client would be executed. So wild mech girls could generally only make money through underground races. However, these kinds of races offered zero safety guarantees. The slightest misstep could result in getting scrapped, and scrapped mech girls had no choice but to be recycled if they did not have a modder to repair them. Xingmeng did not wait long before she saw Wang Tingting come out of the selection room, accompanied by a mech girl. Her mind went blank, her body trembled slightly, and she had a premonition of what was about to happen. Xingmeng, let me introduce you. Golden Falcon, my new mech girl, grade D+. Wang Tingting was dressed glamorously, completely lacking the drunken decadence from 3 days ago. She was in a very good mood. First, she successfully passed the exam, and then she secured a mech girl she fancied at a reasonable price. Today was truly a double blessing. Oh no, it should be a triple blessing. She could finally get rid of Xingmeng, this deadweight whose poor performance made her sick. Even though Golden Falcon was not a C grade, she was just one step away from it, and the key was her high cost-effectiveness. Golden Falcon. Xingmeng stared blankly at the mech girl. From Golden Falcon's eyes, she read a trace of pity and helplessness. As a fellow mech girl, Golden Falcon did not want to take Xingmeng's place, because she understood that Xingmeng was being abandoned, and she might be abandoned in the future too. But as a mere D+ grade mech girl, she did not have the right to choose her own driver like those A grade and S grade ones. Besides, she had already experienced this sort of thing. Initial mech girls were rarely kept by students, and she had long since made peace with it. Then, Master, what about me? Xingmeng withdrew her gaze from Golden Falcon, still clinging to a sliver of hope in her heart, and stared blankly at the indifferent woman in front of her. You are free. Wang Tingting slapped a temporary contract onto Xingmeng's face. I have endured a burden like you for a whole year and a half, and I have had enough. You can go wherever the hell you want. You would better disappear from my sight right now. These words were like a knife, scraping the tears right out of Xingmeng's eye sockets. He took a deep breath, using all her strength to keep from losing her composure in public. Her lips trembled, and her teeth chattered, making soft sounds. But the tears still slowly welled up and fell pit-pat onto the ground, soaking the contract papers scattered there. Oh, right. Wang Tingting took 2 steps forward and swiped at Xingmeng's waist, pulling out the mod core. She turned a blind eye to Xingmeng's sorrow and astonishment, merely offering a cold smile. There is no use for you to have this mod core anyway. Might as well give it to Golden Falcon. All right, you can go now. Do not let me ever see you again, you. 2 cold words slowly popped out of her mouth, and they became the final straw that crushed Xingmeng. Trash. Xingmeng. As expected, no matter which world one I'm in, pork rice bowls are the salvation for a working stiff like me. Su Chen stepped out of the restaurant feeling refreshed, the lingering exhaustion in his body instantly replaced by a surge of energy. Time to go move some bricks. There are quite a few new tracks being built outside the 3rd ring. Operating a robot to move bricks at the construction site guarantees at least 1,000 yuan a day. But it is not a job just anyone can do. It requires some computer knowledge and driving skills. He could not have done it either, until he took the robot for a spin around the site and even managed to pull off a backflip. The boss was so stunned, he actually thought Su Chen could enter a professional car race. As for why Su Chen knows how to drive, well, he is a top-tier tuner after all. Although his technique is not comparable to a true top-tier racer, being able to drive is essential to figuring out a car's problems. You have to truly understand the car to tune it properly, otherwise, everything is just empty theory. Su Chen called the construction boss, and even after 3 months, the boss was still incredibly enthusiastic upon hearing he wanted to come back. After confirming the location of the site, he hopped onto the sky rail. He did not notice, however, that a certain mecha girl with cat ears, carrying only her last 2 silver coins, had also boarded the sky rail just 1 carriage away from him. After getting off the sky rail, the first thing Su Chen did was head to a nearby convenience store for drinks. It was not time to start yet, so there was no need to rush. Since he could not carry water while operating the robot, he needed to make sure he was well hydrated before starting work. And while he was busy agonizing over his choice of drink, he did not notice a single strand of unruly hair drifting slowly past the window behind the shelves. When Su Chen arrived at the boss's office with his drinks to report for duty, He was about to knock when he heard the boss's helpless voice inside. "Sorry, but we do not hire mecha girls here." Another voice immediately followed, soft and somewhat familiar, filled with pleading and flattery. But your job posting said as long as I am an adult, there are no other restrictions." "I am very capable, Meow. I am very strong. I can move more than the robots. If it really does not work, you can even give me half the pay." "Sigh, that is not the issue." The boss sighed. "Little girl, we have explicit regulations against employing mecha girls as labor. If I get caught, my rice bowl will be smashed. So it is not that I do not want to give you a job, it is that I cannot." "Why, Ice, I just really want a job, Meow." The voice dropped instantly. Su Chen finally realized why that voice sounded so familiar. Is not this Xingmeng? That soft meow verbal tick is basically her ID card. But why would Xingmeng come to a construction site looking for work? Where is her driver? Su Chen knocked on the door and pushed it open, pretending he did not know what was going on. When the bald, chubby boss saw Su Chen walk in, his expression changed sharply. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Su Chen, listen here, I am not hiring a mecha girl. I rejected her, so do not you go running to the Mecha Protection Association to report me." "Boss, do you really think I am that kind of person?" Su Chen walked over to Xingmeng with a smile. The girl looked up subconsciously, and her dejected face instantly transformed, like a cat that had just spotted a rainbow. Her ears and tail could not help but perk up. "Boss," she let out a soft exclamation, her eyelashes fluttering as her little brain clearly tried to process why her garage boss would be here. "You two know each other." The bald boss shifted his gaze between Su Chen and Xingmeng, then suddenly gave Su Chen a meaningful smile. "Not bad, kid. Is this a surprise for your uncle? 3 months ago, I said you were made for handling mecha girls, and you really went and got one. Man, these youngsters have so many tricks, sending a mecha girl to try and scare me." The boss shook his head and gave Su Chen a look that said you still have a lot to learn. But unfortunately, the test failed. "The reason I have reached my position today is because I am cautious. I never take risks I should not, and I never make mistakes I should not." You misunderstood, I am not." Before she could finish, Su Chen shot a side-eye at Xingmeng. Xingmeng was so startled by that look that she jumped back half a step, drooping her cat ears and shrinking her head, swallowing the rest of her words. Su Chen knew the boss well enough to know he was about to start bragging about his glorious rise from laborer to foreman. That would definitely be a half-hour endurance test, and he had already heard it once. He could barely stand to hear it a second time. He grabbed Xingmeng by the hand, cutting off the boss's speech wind-up. "Boss, it is almost time to start. I will take my mecha girl and go get ready. I brought her along today mainly because I was afraid she would be bored at home." "See," the bald boss gave Su Chen a thumbs up and then said to Xingmeng, "You have a good driver. Not only is he willing to work hard to earn money, but he also cares about how you feel being home alone. If you find a driver like this, just marry him. Ha 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 ha." Xingmeng's face turned red to the tips of her ears at his words. Just as she was about to argue, Su Chen had already pulled her outside. Behind the construction site warehouse was a small patch of woods, where there was a clearing that rarely saw visitors. Su Chen left Xingmeng standing in the clearing while he found a tree stump to sit on. He scanned her up and down with a scrutinizing look and uttered 3 words, "Start talking." Xingmeng pursed her lips and stared down at her toes, the tiny beads of sweat on her nose shimmering with a soft glow under the sunlight. Talk about what? Talk about why you are here and where your driver went. Did not you pass your graduation assessment? I did pass the assessment. Xingmeng's voice was tinged with bitterness. The shadows under her lashes gathered like dark clouds, and the unshed tears were like butterflies trapped in a glass jar, struggling but unable to escape. He took a soft breath, trying to swallow down those emotions, and forced a casually brave smile on her lips. I just did not really click with my previous driver, so after the competition ended, we talked it over and decided to part ways, Meow. Is that so? Su Chen sighed. Are you sure she did not just dump you? I am sure. The girl's voice lacked any conviction. Silence hung between them like an invisible wall. Su Chen shattered the wall with one sentence. Then what is the point of you making money? You do not have a driver anymore. I want to become stronger. A breeze drifted through the trees, fluffing up Xingmeng's snow-white hair, making it look like shredded clouds drifting slowly against her pale cheeks. Within those clouds, a pair of eyes reflecting the withered leaves flickered, the depths of her gaze shimmering with broken light, like a shattered starry sky. She murmured softly, I do not want to be abandoned again. As long as I am strong enough, as long as my performance is good enough, I should be able to find a driver who will never leave me behind, right? Xingmeng herself was not sure. And so the shattered light in her eyes gradually blurred. Su Chen stared at the girl in silence for a moment before suddenly saying, Do you remember what you told me? Without waiting for her to answer, he mimicked her voice. "Oh, my boss, if one day my driver abandons me, and if the boss still thinks I am good enough, I would really like to be your mecha girl." Xingmeng froze, two flames jumping into her bright eyes as if someone had tossed a torch into the darkness, though the flames were flickering and seemed like they would die out with a single touch. "But I am only a D-class. No, a D- class, a mecha girl like me." Su Chen stood up and walked in front of Xingmeng. Perhaps he could have found a better choice, but as a tuner, too many scrap cars had been reborn in his hands. When everyone else was choosing mecha girls based on performance, he swam against the current. He knew he never needed to make a choice because his strength came from within himself. Xingmeng felt a palm rest on her head, the touch so gentle it felt like it could melt everything. She instinctively squinted, resisting the urge to nuzzle into it, though her tail began to sway gently against her will. "I think you are just fine." The man said, "Be my mecha girl." Xingmeng would always remember this day. The wind in the woods was as soft as silk, and the sun was no longer so blinding. The sunlight filtering through the branches traced a soft golden rim around Su Chen's silhouette. His smile was indistinct against the backlight, but his voice was clear and powerful. At this moment, it felt like it had been imbued with the warmth of the sun itself. "Ice, I will hold you back." Xingmeng thought about how Wang Tingting was just as passionate and sincere when they first formed their temporary contract. Back then, she really thought she had met a wonderful driver. Even if they lost a race, Wang Tingting would patiently encourage her. But as they failed more and more assessments, all that warmth gradually chilled into cold, sharp knives. "You cannot say that. Mecha girls can be upgraded, right?" Su Chen rubbed his chin and said, "I remember that upgrading from D to C rank only requires meeting the stat requirements plus a star coin of the corresponding attribute. Is that very hard?" In order to smoothly integrate his work into this world, he had also briefly brushed up on some knowledge about mecha girls, even if it was just scratching the surface. "Yes, it is quite hard, Miao." Xingmeng lowered her head and pouted. "To meet the stat requirements, you need modifications. The better the mecha girl, the lower the modification costs. For someone like me, it would cost a lot of money. As for star coins, they are special resources that can only be obtained by getting a top ranking in a race. D rank like me would definitely come in dead last in any decent-sized race." The more Xingmeng spoke, the sadder she became. Her voice grew softer and softer, and she felt completely useless. It was not that she did not want to be Su Chen's mecha girl. She was just afraid that her clumsiness would disappoint this modification shop boss. She did not want to see those looks of disappointment and rejection ever again. Rather than gaining something only to lose it, she would rather not have it at all. Oh, so she is just afraid of the cost. Su Chen rolled his eyes a bit, leaned in closer, and coaxed with a smile, "I'm a mechanic myself, and I can tell you for sure that modifications do not actually cost that much. The general market price is at least 10 times higher than the cost. As a mechanic, I buy materials at base prices, so do not worry about it." "Really?" Xingmeng looked at Su Chen eagerly, her fingers repeatedly rubbing the hem of her clothes. He did not know much about modification costs. She only knew the boss gave her one for free. Maybe it was just as the boss said. A mechanic modifying his own mecha girl did not cost much money. Then maybe she could give it a try. As the saying goes, useless mud cannot be plastered on a wall, but you can make up for it if there is enough mud, Miao. Of course it is true. Su Chen puffed out his chest and spoke with righteous indignation. "Comrade Xingmeng, a driver's self-worth is realized by constantly sprinting and winning championships on the track. Do you know what a mechanic's self-worth is?" Xingmeng stared blankly at Su Chen and tilted her little head. I do not know. It is making mecha girls stronger and stronger through modifications." Su Chen patted Xingmeng on the shoulder, continuing his persuasion. "Then do you think modifying an A-rank mecha girl to SSS rank gives more of a sense of achievement, or modifying a D rank to SSS rank?" Xingmeng tilted her head and thought for a moment. She seemed to be seriously comparing the two. After a while, she looked timidly at Su Chen and said uncertainly, Maybe modifying a D to SSS would give a bit more of a sense of achievement." "Right, exactly." Su Chen took the opportunity to grab the girl's cold little hands, forcing her to meet his gaze. "So, Comrade Xingmeng, are you willing to contribute to the realization of my ideals and self-worth?" Miao, Xingmeng's pretty face turned slightly red, and she instinctively turned her head away to avoid his gaze. The man in front of her was too passionate. That fervent gaze was like a raging fire rushing at her, making it hard for her to look him in the eye. I do not really have any objections. As long as you do not mind me," Xingmeng muttered softly. She originally thought she was dispensable to Su Chen, but now Su Chen seemed to really need her. And it was exactly this feeling of being needed that let her regain a tiny bit of confidence. Of course, I would not mind. Su Chen was overjoyed. He had finally tamed this little cat girl. He smiled like a big bad wolf, rubbing Xingmeng's soft little hands. By the way, how do I form a contract with you mecha girls? Xingmeng gave him a deadpan look. 10 minutes later, Xingmeng gave Su Chen a brief explanation. There were mainly 3 types of contracts for mecha girls. The first was a temporary written contract, similar to the one she had with Wang Tingting. The second was a bond contract, 1 level higher than the temporary written contract. The third was the highest level, a soul contract. There were clear differences among the 3. The first type of contract could be terminated at any time. Neither the mecha girl nor the driver needed a reason or had to bear any responsibility. The relationship was maintained entirely by self-discipline and conscience. The second type was a bit more complicated. Both parties needed sufficient reasons and motives to terminate the contract, such as the mecha girl being scrapped or the driver no longer being able to race. Moreover, these contracts were mostly linked to club agreements and personal agreements. The third type required the mecha girl's voluntary consent to sign, and it could not be terminated once signed. It was equivalent to the mecha girl voluntarily binding herself to the driver forever. This was a contract format a mecha girl would only be willing to sign if she had absolute trust in her driver. Su Chen was not demanding. He would be quite satisfied with signing the first type of contract with Xingmeng. They could upgrade it later when their relationship improved. Haste makes waste. The two sat facing each other in front of the modification shop's cash register, the atmosphere a mix of seriousness and a hint of comedy. Well, Xingmeng, I have thought about it carefully. We can just sign the first type of contract so you will have a bit more freedom. Su Chen looked at the cat girl across from him and said seriously, if there is anything about me that you do not like, you can leave at any time, although I do not think that will happen. Why are you crying? Before he could finish his sentence, Xingmeng's face darkened and tears started welling up in her eyes again. Are we signing the first type of agreement so it is convenient to throw me away at any time, just like my previous driver did? Hearing this, Su Chen hastily waved his hands. I did not mean that at all. Then let us sign the second type. In truth, what he wanted most was to sign the third type. A cat girl who could transform into a race car. Just thinking about it was exciting. But it was just a thought. Xingmeng definitely would not agree to it. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. Since Su Chen did not have a club, he could completely skip the most complicated part, the club agreement. All he had to do was take Xingmeng to the local Mecha Girl Protection Association to witness and sign the contract. There was only one Mecha Girl Protection Association in Binju City, and it happened to be near the Star Crown League Academy. Su Chen greeted the construction site boss and left with Xingmeng. The boss did not say much. In his eyes, Su Chen had just brought the Mecha Girl over to show off to him. Young people, after all, it was understandable. If he had owned a Mecha Girl when he was young, he would have definitely announced it to the whole world, not even sparing a dog on the side of the road. The MPA, short for the Mecha Girl Protection Association. This organization was in charge of the second and third types of contracts, disputes between mecha girls and drivers, and protecting the basic rights and interests of mecha girls. And the prerequisite for discussing basic rights and interests was that the mecha girl and driver had signed a contract of the second type or higher. If it was the first type of contract, the MPA would not be able to intervene. The signing process was very simple. Su Chen signed an electronic agreement provided by the staff, and Xingmeng saved a copy of the electronic agreement in her memory. After that, Su Chen just needed to register his fingerprint right above Xingmeng's tail. This area was similar to a start button. Once the fingerprint was successfully registered, the bond contract was considered signed. From then on, no one but Su Chen would be able to drive Xingmeng. The entire contract process took less than 10 minutes and went very smoothly. From now on, you are my Su Chen's mecha girl. Nice to work with you. At the entrance of the MPA, Su Chen solemnly reached his hand out to Xingmeng. It was also Xingmeng's first time signing the second type of contract with someone. She was nervous and felt like she was in a dream. She rubbed her toes against the ground, reached out her little hand, and grabbed one of Su Chen's fingers. Her fluffy cat ears stood up happily, but her voice was as soft as ever. I am sorry. No, thank you. Please take care of me, Master. The moment that soft title, Master, fell from her lips, the second star in his mind lit up. Unlock talent, Eye of God. Huh? The Eye of God. His previous talent, the Hand of God, gave him the ability to manually craft modification cores. So does this Eye of God grant him the ability to see through things? Subconsciously, he looked toward Xing Meng. Well, no X-ray vision occurred, but a virtual light screen appeared in his field of vision. Machina information. Name Xing Meng's star emblem, Radiant Light Team Buff type. Speed 47. Cornering 54. Stability 42. Burst 35. Endurance 51. Modification core none. Stigma none. Current level D. Special talents 1 unactivated, 2 catgirl form specialization, 3 silent movement. Synchronization rate 5%. Status listless. Valuation soft and sweet, perfect for warming the bed, but racing, forget it. Since she is already a specialized catgirl type, what more could you want? You cannot have your cake and eat it too. I see, so this is the Eye of God. It can see the specific details of a machina. There were still many machinas at the entrance of the Machina Protection Association, so Su Chen casually looked at another one. Machina information. Name Jin Sun star emblem, flowing flame speed type. Speed 57. Cornering 43. Stability 52. Burst 45. Endurance 47. Modification core, Big Thunder number 1 white. Stigma none. Current level 500 plus grade. Special talents none. Synchronization rate 0%. Status energetic. Valuation very ordinary. Su Chen blinked. He seemed to see something worth noting. The Big Thunder number 1 module. How did the modification core he crafted for Xing Meng end up on this machina named Jin Sun? He was about to turn around and ask Xing Meng, but saw her head bowed, hiding behind him. She clutched a corner of his clothes, wishing she could shrink her small body into his shadow. Xing Meng, what is wrong? Su Chen paused his gaze on the man and woman next to Jin Sun, then looked at his own machina with concern. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Master, let us just go. She tried to act carefree and strong, but her voice trembled like leaves in an autumn wind. That woman is Wang Tingting, your previous driver, right? Su Chen had already guessed most of it from Xing Meng's reaction. His eyes turned cold instantly. She dumped you and even ripped out your modification core. Xing Meng kept her head down in silence, her cat ears and tail drooping listlessly. This silence was clearly an admission. This is outrageous. Cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He saw the two people in the machina walk into the association, but he did not care about that. He grabbed Xing Meng's hand and chased after them. Dragged by Su Chen, Xing Meng felt her mind turn into mush. Master, what are you doing? Doing? Su Chen did not look back. I am going to finish her. Inside the association. Xiao Ting, if I remember correctly, is not that machina the one you used to have. Xing Meng, I think. His name is Lin Heijun, one of the benefactors Wang Tingting had been relying on to save money over the years. The number of condoms used on Wang Tingting could wrap around the Star Alliance Academy a whole circle. Because he spent enough money, he had been promoted to Wang Tingting's permanent ATM. 1/3 of the money Wang Tingting used to buy Jin Sun was provided by him. Seems like it, oh, I did not even notice. Wang Tingting forced a hypocritical smile. She had noticed, she just did not want to bring it up. She felt that being Xing Meng's former driver was a dark stain on her history, so she actively changed the subject. Brother Lin, have you prepared the primary star essence you promised? Last night I did everything you asked, so no going back on your word. Lin Heijun felt an itch in his heart looking at Wang Tingting's delicate appearance. He knew Wang Tingting was not exactly a saint, but he loved her promiscuous nature. He was not going to marry her anyway, and as a girlfriend, she was perfectly qualified. For instance, she was skilled in all kinds of action games and had no limits. Do not worry, is not there an underground race in Binju City soon? The top 3 prizes include a primary star essence of your choice. Lin Heijun casually put his arm around Wang Tingting's waist and said lecherously, I remember Jin Sun's emblem is flowing flame, right? Let us get a primary flowing flame star essence for her. It will ensure she can successfully promote to C grade. HMPH, Brother Lin, you are the best. Wang Tingting beamed with joy and kissed the blonde guy on the neck. Lin Heijun was so turned on by the kiss that he was burning up, thinking that once Wang Tingting and Jin Sun finished their contract, he would definitely drag her to a nearby hotel for a passionate family meeting. Just as the two were harboring their own ulterior motives, a tall, cold-faced man suddenly blocked their path. Lin Heijun was already 1.78 meters tall, but this man was a head taller. The oppressive feeling of looking down on them surged forward, making Lin Heijun feel a sudden wave of panic. This person was Su Chen, who had charged in, with Xing Meng right behind him. She was clutching Su Chen's arm tightly, exposing half her head, looking for all the world like a terrified rabbit. Hand over the modification core, Su Chen said coldly, getting straight to the point. Modification core? What modification core? Wang Tingting was stunned, staring at Su Chen and Xing Meng for a moment before reacting quickly. Yo, Xing Meng just found a sucker and could not wait to have him back you up, you waste. You. Ah. Smack. Wang Tingting's words were silenced by a heavy slap. Lin Heijun, standing nearby, was startled and took a step back, shouting, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop it. If you hit my girlfriend again, I am calling the police." "Shut up or I will hit you too." Su Chen raised his arm again. "Do not," Lin Heijun stepped back further. "If you hit my girlfriend, you cannot hit me anymore." Su Chen. Lin Heijun's reaction left him speechless. Seriously, this guy looks decent, but he is actually a total wimp. The sound of the slap was loud enough that a crowd quickly gathered around. Wang Tingting held her face, shaking her buzzing head. After finding focus, she screamed, "You hit me! You actually dare to hit me! I am calling the police! I will notify the guard squad right now." "Calling the guard squad, are you?" Su Chen did not waste time. Walking straight to Jin Sun, and amidst the shocked gaze of the other, made a wiping motion in the air. He directly exercised the modifier's primary control authority to rip out the Big Thunder #1 modification core. "Go ahead and call them. This modification core was something I lent to Xing Meng. You not only abandoned her but also claimed the core I lent her." Su Chen held it high, sneering, "Robbing a modifier, are you? Let us see if the guard squad arrests you or me." At that moment, the modification core was spinning spontaneously at his fingertips. The star patterns fully lit up, entering developer mode. This also proved that he was the creator of this modification core. You are the modifier of this core." Wang Tingting's expression changed. Seeing the core in developer mode, her tone softened. "Is not this core something Xing Meng bought? How did it become a loan?" Still not giving up, Su Chen snapped his fingers. An electronic voice immediately chimed from the core. "Purchase agreement status, unsigned." Extracting the core from Jin Sun used the developer's primary control authority. If a sold core already had a signed purchase agreement, doing this would be a serious crime, and the modifier would face prison. But that day, Xing Meng had run off in such a hurry that there was no time to sign a purchase agreement. In short, the core was still his, and he could reclaim it at any time. Wang Tingting was completely stunned. She thought she had picked up a bargain, but it turned out to be a ticking time bomb. A modification core that gives high bonuses to one stat while slightly lowering others is a top-tier item regardless of its grade. He had even thought at the time how lucky Xing Meng was to have found such a good core on a trip. But she really needed this core for the city championship. With this core, Jin Sun's stats would be just enough to reach the C-grade threshold, and only by reaching C-grade could she stand out in the championship. It would be so hard to find another core that suited Jin Sun this well. Thinking of this, Wang Tingting's attitude softened even more, even showing a hint of pleading. "This master modifier, there might be a little misunderstanding between us. Mainly because I did not know the core was just a loan. How about this, you name your price, and I will buy the core right now." At first, she thought Su Chen was Xing Meng's new driver. But after knowing he was a modifier, she lost that idea. She figured Xing Meng just could not pay for the core and had no other choice but to bring the modifier along. It was extremely rare for a modifier to be a driver as well, and they certainly would not take a fancy to a D-grade machina like Xing Meng. After all, modifiers know best just how much trouble machinas like Xing Meng can be. "Is this modification core very important to you?" Su Chen weighed the core in his hand. Wang Tingting nodded eagerly, "Very important." Fine then, the smile on Su Chen's face vanished instantly, and his hand tightened. Snap. He opened his palm. The shards of the modification core fell to the ground, turning into specks of photons and vanishing completely. The surroundings went dead silent. Everyone watched the scene in utter shock. Until a cold voice broke the silence. "I would rather smash it than sell it to you, idiot." After the silence came an uproar. That was a modification core. One of the most important resources for a mecha girl. Even though it was only a white-grade modification core, for Wang Tingting and Xing Meng, who had just graduated from the League Academy, a white core was already excellent gear. Especially since this particular white core had near-perfect stats. If sold, it would go for at least 20 to 30,000 yuan. Those who could attend the League Academy usually came from families with some money. But for a fresh graduate to shell out tens of thousands of yuan for a modification core was still too much of a luxury. After all, the daily maintenance and upkeep costs for a mecha girl were not cheap. Trying to save up even a little meant living frugally alongside their mecha girls. Most drivers could not bear to see their mecha girls living in misery every day. But now, such a modification core had just been crushed right in front of their eyes. Xing Meng felt her heartbeat skip a beat as the core shattered. She thought Su Chen had suffered a massive loss, entirely unaware that without a license, Su Chen could not sell his modification cores anyway. "No, what are you doing?" Wang Tingting broke down, pointing at Su Chen. "Was that necessary? You would not even sell it, but you would do this for her. Is she worth it? You are not even her driver." Su Chen looked Wang Tingting dead in the eye. "I am Xing Meng's driver." His voice was not loud, but it was firm and carried a hint of pride. "And Xing Meng signed a bond contract with me." Wang Tingting stood frozen as if struck by lightning, completely unable to comprehend it. After a long while, she finally snapped back to reality and sneered, "No, seriously, dude, what are you after? She's just a D-class vehicle. She does not even qualify for the city championship. Even if you equip her with that modification core, her stats would not even scrape C-class. Why did you form a contract with her?" Wang Tingting's words were like a bucket of cold water, leaving Xing Meng entirely flustered. She shrank her shoulders and backed away step by step. Losing her footing, she was about to fall when a large, warm hand steadily caught her. "Who said Xing Meng cannot participate in the city championship?" Su Chen's cold gaze pierced Wang Tingting's swollen face. "No mecha girl is born SSS class. Even a D-class mecha girl can be outstanding with proper training. I'm going to take her to the city championship." As a chief modifier, there was no such thing as a useless car in his eyes. It was all just a matter of whether the money, skills, and materials were sufficient. As long as he had the money and materials, he could even modify a rocket. "Fine, fine, fine." Wang Tingting laughed out of sheer anger, her words slightly incoherent. "I'm looking forward to meeting you on the track then. Just do not end up watching from the stands because Xing Meng cannot advance to C-class. We will be racing." Su Chen's tone was firm, stating it as an absolute fact. Xing Meng squeezed Su Chen's fingers and slowly looked up. Through her tear-blurred vision, his tall figure looked like a towering tree sheltering her from the storm. An unprecedented emotion surged in her chest: guilt. Guilt for her cowardice, guilt for backing down. Her master had stepped in front of her without hesitation, shielding her from all the malice. Was she still going to cower? Was she still going to be afraid? She stopped trembling. For the first time, she looked Wang Tingting in the eye with the gaze of a rival. There was no subservience, no fear. In her eyes, there was only a raging fire fueled by the humiliation she had endured. "Wang Tingting, you jerk. We will see you on the track," she said, emphasizing every single syllable. With that, she scooped up the bewildered Su Chen over her shoulder. "Master, let us go." It was not until the two of them disappeared from the entrance of the Mecha Girl Protection Association that Wang Tingting finally recovered from the humiliation. She clutched her swollen cheek, cursing under her breath. Damn it, he is just a crappy modifier. What is he so arrogant about? He would better actually take that piece of junk to the city championship. Originally, she only wanted a decent result in the city championship. Now she had changed her mind. She wanted to aim for the top 3. Ordinary drivers had a lower status than modifiers, but if she could make it to the top 3 in the city championship, a modifier who could only make white cores would be nothing to her. Modifiers had to make a living too, and they needed racers and mecha girls for advertising. Otherwise, with so many modification shops around, why would any racer bring their mecha girl to yours? "Brother Lin, you have to help me. Help me place in the city championship, otherwise I will not have the face to live anymore." Wang Tingting shook the arm of the blonde-haired guy next to her, giving him a pitiful look. She was very upset with Lin Heijun's cowardice just now, but knowing she still needed him, she pretended not to notice and buried her dissatisfaction. "Help you? I will definitely help you." Lin Heijun, feeling guilty, hastily replied. "Tingting, do not worry. I will definitely help you get the Flowing Flame Star Essence. Once Golden Falcon upgrades to C-Class, I will even get you a green grade modification core. We do not care about that white trash core." "Brother Lin, you are the best." Wang Tingting nestled in Lin Heijun's arms, secretly seething with determination. "Just wait. Once she won the city championship, once she became a star driver in Binju, once she joined the Star Crown Club, then she would definitely find his shop for modifications, make it shut down, and completely vanish from Binju City." Acting on impulse felt great for a moment. But after delivering her harsh words, Xing Meng felt like the sky was falling. "Master, I am sorry. I have dragged you into this." On the Sky Train, Xing Meng gently bumped her forehead against the window over and over, hanging her head in dismay. Saying things like that without being prepared must have brought so much pressure and trouble for you, Master. If we cannot make it to the track, we will be laughed at for the rest of our lives. And I even made you waste a modification core. What are you apologizing for? Su Chen rolled his eyes. He grabbed Xing Meng by the shoulders, turning her to face him directly. "Tell me, who am I?" You are my master. Xingmeng was not quite used to staring into Su Chen's intense eyes, and she quickly looked away, blushing. No, I mean, what is my profession? Your profession? Xingmeng blinked her large eyes and said hesitantly, a driver. Oh no, my master, meow. Su Chen remained speechless. I am a modifier. He cleared his throat and said solemnly, as a modifier, do you think I would be lacking something like a modification core? It is ruined, so be it. Once we are back at the shop, I will just whip up another one for you. As for the pressure of the race, there is even less need to worry. Where there is no pressure, there is no motivation. Comrade Xingmeng, now it is time for both of us to work hard together. Let us go. Yeah, let us go. Xingmeng felt genuinely encouraged. Mimicking Su Chen, she clenched her fists and pumped them twice, then tilted her head in confusion. But master, can a modification core really just be whipped up casually? I heard that the success rate for modifiers creating modification cores is not very high. If you keep failing, would not that waste a lot of materials? And materials cost money, right? Well, about that, Su Chen froze. It seemed like he actually did not fail when whipping up modification cores. After all, his method of creating modification cores was completely different from the modifiers of this world, and not all modifiers knew how to create them in the first place. Most modifiers in this world were merely modification core merchants who had a certificate and some knowledge. The true modifiers who could actually craft modification cores held a much higher status. Previously, he just did not have a certificate, nor had he awakened this ability, otherwise he would not have ended up so broke that he could not even pay rent. You do not need to worry, I have plenty of materials too. Su Chen lied through his teeth. In truth, he barely had any materials left. If creating a modification core really was based on probability, then he was likely going to crash and burn. But he was someone who always maintained an optimistic, cross that bridge when we come to it mindset. Come what may, he just needed to coax Xingmeng into coming home first. As a pure modifier, the happiest moment was probably seeing a race car he had personally modified shine brilliantly in a race, leaving everyone in the dust. Su Chen enjoyed that moment. So when Xingmeng became his mecha girl, his mind was filled with all sorts of flashy maneuvers, determined to get Xingmeng on the track and make the jaws of all the drivers who looked down on her drop. But while the ideal was grand, reality was harsh. Currently, the most authoritative and official beginner-level race worldwide was the City Championship. This race was held in every main city district. The difficulty of the tracks was strictly controlled. Though it was impossible to guarantee every district's track was exactly the same, they ensured the difficulty variance was minimal. Just talking about taking Xingmeng to the City Championship was useless. Now he faced a problem. Only C-Class mecha girls qualified to participate in the City Championship. Xingmeng was D-Class, or strictly speaking, a D-minus mecha girl. So he needed to upgrade Xingmeng. The requirement for upgrading from D to C was having one performance stat reach the passing mark, along with a beginner star essence matching her star emblem attribute. Xingmeng's star emblem was radiant, so she needed a radiant star essence. At this moment, Xingmeng was happily hugging a can of orange-flavored high-energy nutrient fluid and drinking away, her two little feet dangling and gently swinging from her stool. Noticing Su Chen's observing gaze, her cat ears twitched, and she tilted her small head, letting out a meow. Amitabha form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Su Chen chanted silently 3 times and withdrew his gaze, feeling a bit of a headache coming on. If the passing mark was 60, none of Xingmeng's 5 stats were passing, and she was not just a little short either. The only one somewhat close to passing was her cornering performance. He gathered his chaotic thoughts and organized the sequence of things he needed to do next. As he jotted them down on paper, he muttered to himself. First, it is best to prepare multiple modification plans. One of them must push Xingmeng's cornering stat over 60. Then get on the racing network and check if there are any recent open races rewarding beginner star essences. Based on the track format of the open race, I will use the modification cores targetedly to guarantee winning the beginner star essence reward. This way, we can steadily upgrade Xingmeng to C-Class. And the most important task of all. Su Chen sighed and drew a messy steering wheel on the paper. I transmigrated to another world, and I still have to freaking take a driving test. Master, it feels a little strange, meow. There is nothing strange about it. This is how it has to be during modifications, you need to get used to it. But it still feels a bit embarrassing. All right, enough talk, be serious, I am starting now. In the modification bay, the night light filtered through the window, casting dappled shadows. Stardream had already transformed into her racing form, lifted about 1.5 meters off the ground by 2 jacks, with all 4 tires and the chassis suspended in the air. Su Chen frowned, carrying a flashlight and a wrench. pacing back and forth around Stardream's body with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Once he entered work mode, his usual laid-back attitude vanished, replaced entirely by focus and seriousness. I noticed last time that your tires were not up to par. As a racing car, you have to at least have semi-slick tires. Once the tires are replaced, your cornering performance will definitely go up a notch. Tires might seem like an insignificant component on a race car, but they actually have a huge impact on performance. Good tires not only improve cornering, but can even enhance the driver's road feel. However, Su Chen did not really have much of a road feel. After all, outside of being a mechanic, he was just an ordinary person with average driving skills, yet he knew exactly what kind of tires suited Stardream. Do I really need new tires, Meow? Stardream's voice sounded a bit nervous. That is right. While speaking, Su Chen had already skillfully finished removing the tires and used a pressure relief valve to release the air from the wheels that came with Stardream. The rims were still useful, but given the limited conditions, maintenance for the rims was skipped. He noticed that even though the tire was already on the tire changer, there was still a faint photonic connection between the wheel and Stardream's body. It seemed that a mech girl's car form had tactile sensations all over. Su Chen could not help but wonder if Stardream could still feel things even when the wheels were removed and away from her body. That would be a little scary. It turned out his hunch was right. When the tire changer's blade separated the tire bead from the rim, Stardream suddenly let out a small squeak, just like a cat that had its tail stepped on. What is wrong? Does it hurt? Su Chen paused and turned to observe Stardream's condition. From this angle, he could see the girl in the cockpit with her head bowed, her pretty face slightly flushed, and the cat ears on her head standing straight up. No, it does not hurt, Meow. It just feels cold and tingly. This is the first time I have felt something like this. Oh, as long as it does not hurt. Su Chen continued to remove the second tire, moving much more gently, while asking casually, by the way, what part of your mech girl form do the wheels correspond to? Your butt. How could it possibly be my butt, Meow? Su Chen ignored her bristling reaction. Then what is it? Your head, your ribs, your duodenum. Stop guessing, Meow. They are my feet. My little feet, Meow. Understood, so it is just like us humans taking off our shoes. Su Chen feigned sudden realization, the corner of his mouth curling up. He understood perfectly. He was just trying to liven up the atmosphere because he saw Stardream was nervous. Now it seemed to be working quite well. X1 semi-slick tires. They are considered entry-level semi-slick tires in this world. According to his experience, the strength of these tires is similar to the Michelin PSS from his previous life, positioned as high-performance street tires. He got them from a nearby scrapyard. The old man there did not know what he had, so Su Chen managed to score a bargain. If he had to buy them new, they would cost about 2,000 yuan. The process of changing tires was routine for Su Chen, and even a bit boring. But for Stardream, it was quite the opposite. Her mind was blank. She only felt Su Chen constantly fiddling with her wheels. Then suddenly the rim grew hot, and something sticky and burning hot wrapped around the entire rim. It must have been the tire bead of the new tires the master mentioned. This was her first time changing tires. She could not describe exactly how it felt, but it was actually quite comfortable. She did not know how much time had passed, and before she could savor the novel feeling, Su Chen's voice suddenly rang in her ears. All right, all done. Meow, that fast. It has been an hour already. Su Chen arched an eyebrow and tapped on the car window. Although as a professional mechanic, I am a bit faster than those rookies. How come you seem like you have not had enough? No, not at all, Meow. Stardream smiled shyly. Changing the wheels was just the first step. It is not over yet. In truth, it was already finished, but no corresponding modification core had been generated. Su Chen rubbed his chin in thought. Maybe the prerequisites were not met. Recalling the previous modifications to Stardream, he had added a front lip and a spoiler and adjusted the chassis, totaling 2 modifications. Could it be that he must modify 2 locations to satisfy the conditions for activating a modification core? Su Chen went back to the warehouse to look at the junk he had scavenged from the scrapyard. There were only scraps left of the PVC board he used for Stardream's chassis covering last time, but there was still plenty of ABS plastic board. It should be enough to make a front lip and a spoiler. The downforce provided by a front lip and spoiler would also affect grip, leading to the same result as changing the tires. But he had not originally wanted to do it this way. After all, this crude method of increasing cornering performance would result in excessive grip, which in turn would impact the car's speed, but there were no other choices right now. It was 9 o'clock at night by the time the front lip and spoiler were done. Su Chen installed the two parts onto Stardream. Compared to the discomfort of the first installation, Stardream seemed much calmer this time. The four wheels, the front lip, and the spoiler turned into flowing starlight, finally condensing next to the jacks into a hexagonal cube emitting a white-green glow. It was the newly crafted modification core. Su Chen picked up the modification core, and as the electronic patterns flowed across it, the module's information appeared before his eyes. Unnamed Cornering Performance Specialist Modification Core. Positive effects, cornering +7, stability +3. Negative effects, speed -4, burst -2, tire wear rate +40%. Special effects, bust size +1 cup, black silk stockings and high heels effect, special area sensitivity +1. Grade white to green. This modification core was crafted by you. Please name it. Stardream, who had returned to her mech girl form, was standing on her tiptoes, looking over curiously. Su Chen's gaze shifted between Stardream's flat chest and her bare little feet, falling into deep thought. This modification core, it seems, it can even change outfits. Or do all modification cores have this kind of outfit-changing effect? For a name, let us call it Black Silk Busty No. 2 Modification Core. He squinted his eyes and slapped his palm with his fist. What a perfect, high-end, and appropriate name. He was practically the ancient Greek god of naming. But what does special area sensitivity +1 mean? Su Chen kept a straight face, his serious gaze falling on Stardream. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. As a mechanic and driver, he should have a thorough understanding of his own mech girl's situation. So doing a little research, it should be fine, right? Master, my body feels weird after installing this module. Xingmeng stood under the lights of the hall, her beautiful legs wrapped in black silk slightly pressed together, wearing a pair of high heels. Looking absolutely stunning, and her originally flat chest finally had a somewhat gratifying curve. Your body feels weird. Where does it feel weird? Tell me. Su Chen looked Xingmeng up and down, finally understanding what it meant to be pleasing to the eye. These fluffy ears, this fluffy tail, just looking at them made him want to pet them. I just feel a tingling sensation on the soles of my feet. Xingmeng carefully took a step, the heels of her shoes clicking crisply against the wooden floor, but her pretty face flushed as she shuddered all over. Meow. Seeing Xingmeng's embarrassed look, Su Chen solved the case. Oh, so the special part with sensitivity +1 is the soles of her feet. How should he put it? It was unexpected, yet made sense. He actually thought it would be some more private parts, like cat ears, cat tail, or something like that. But it was not a big problem. This did not affect his appreciation of beauty. Besides that, do you have any other feelings? Yes, meow. Xingmeng closed her eyes and felt it very seriously, clenching her fists and throwing a meow-meow punch into the air. I just feel more powerful than before, and my chest feels heavy, meow. Su Chen thought to himself, is not that obvious? From an A cup to a B cup. That is a qualitative leap. It seemed that the mecha girl herself had some feeling of the improvement after installing the modification core, but this feeling was not very clear. Your feet are the flaw of the modification core. Su Chen pointed to a chair seriously. Go sit there, take off your shoes, and let me check them for you. Oh, Xingmeng did not suspect him at all, honestly sitting down and taking off her shoes, revealing a pair of small feet wrapped in black stockings. Su Chen squatted down and examined them carefully. He only felt that this world's creature called a mecha girl was truly bizarre. Logically, these high heels should be wheels, but they could be taken off in the form of high heels. It was completely unscientific, but now was not the time to care whether it was scientific or not. For Xingmeng's health, he needed to check her feet carefully. His fingers slowly descended. However, before he could carefully experience the soft touch, Xingmeng suddenly let out a startled cry, her calf suddenly tightening, and she lifted her foot to unleash a full-force flying kick. In front of his eyes, a black shadow carrying a fragrant breeze flashed. Bang! Su Chen's face instantly deformed. A mouthful of old blood sprayed a foot high. Su Chen's body spun 3.5 times in the air, landed and rolled all the way to the corner of the hall, knocking over a storage rack before coming to a stop. Oh, master! Xingmeng was startled by her own kick and hurriedly ran over to check on Su Chen's condition. What she just did was completely subconscious. After installing the modification core, her feet became extremely sensitive, so the moment Su Chen's hand touched her, her whole body went numb, and she directly had a knee-jerk reaction like an electric shock. A mecha girl's strength is many times that of an ordinary human. This near full-force kick naturally sent Su Chen flying. Master, I am sorry, I did not mean to. Xingmeng knelt beside Su Chen, helped him up, her small hands tightly holding onto his large, gradually cooling hands, crying with snot and tears. "Master, please do not die. What will I do if you die, boo-hoo?" Do not cry." Su Chen, with a pale face, lay on Xingmeng's soft thighs. With a trembling hand, he took out his phone and slowly raised it. Quickly help me call an ambulance." The next morning, Su Chen stood at the hospital entrance, still a bit dazed, facing the crowds and cars coming and going on the street. He swore he would never be a pervert again, and so fast, he touched his already recovered jaw in disbelief. "Master, what is so fast?" Xingmeng, carrying fruit and milk, tilted her head curiously. From the time the master woke up until they left the hospital, his expression and state had been weird. "My fractured jaw was healed that quickly," Su Chen was astonished. "Is the medical technology in this world that terrifying?" He only remembered fainting, and when he woke up, he was as good as new. "Yeah," Xingmeng nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "This is just a minor injury, but it really hurts. Master, I am sorry. I will definitely hold it in the future and not kick you." Su Chen was speechless. Xingmeng really did not mean it. Mecha girls have a mental seal that prevents them from harming their drivers. So he could not blame Xingmeng. He could only blame his own wandering hands. Being deceived by Xingmeng's cute appearance, underestimating her terrifying strength. If the force when he was kicked had been reduced 100 times, he expressed that he could totally take a few more. "It is fine." Su Chen silently stepped half a pace away from Xingmeng and cleared his throat softly. "By the way, where did you get the money to pay the medical bills?" "Mecha girl owners can apply for 1 free trauma treatment per year." Xingmeng waved the bag in her hand. "After becoming a driver, you can apply 3 times a year, and they even give you fruit and milk." "Are the benefits for drivers really that good?" Su Chen could not help but sigh. As expected of a world where racing is supreme, the drivers are almost coddled like babies. "Master, what are we doing next, Meow? Should we continue modifying?" Su Chen fell silent upon hearing this. He no longer had materials or money to modify Xingmeng. What he needed to do now was turn Xingmeng's modifications into profit. But before that, he still needed a ticket to enter the new century. "Let us go," he waved his hand. "Accompany me to take the driver's license test." Driver's licenses in this world are divided into 2 forms. One of them is the same as in his previous life, used for driving maglev cars, ordinary cars, and trams, but the time to get the license is shortened to at least 1 day. The second is the professional driver's license for mecha girl drivers. You need to have the first type of driver's license first, and then drive a mecha girl to complete a basic track test. The time to get this license is also shortened to 1 day. The test track is a total of 10 kilometers long, and the entire track is extremely narrow, allowing only 1 race car to pass. The test requires reaching the finish line within the specified time, and you must not hit the surrounding guardrails during this period. Any collision, even just a scrape, is considered a failure. The driving school in Binju City looked like a waiting hall. Su Chen took Xingmeng to get a number, and then found a chair to sit on in the spacious and bright hall. To the front, back, left, and right were connected seats similar to those in a waiting hall. It was graduation season and also freshman season, so there were quite a few people here, mostly young faces wearing school uniforms with excited expressions. Generally, those who take the mecha girl driver's license test are freshmen from the league academies. Someone like him was already considered an uncle. Su Chen noticed a huge electronic screen on the right wall of the waiting hall. On it was an electronic map of Binju, with landmarks flashing on the map, clearly indicating the races that were currently taking place or about to be held in Binju City. He walked over to the electronic map so he could see it more clearly. Mount Kyuming uphill section exchange match, difficulty, 1 star. Location, Binju Mount Kyuming. Time, July 9th at 8:00 p.m. Reward, regular prize money for the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place, plus personal guidance from Master Chuhai, the record holder of Mount Kyuming. Longton exchange match, difficulty, half star. Location, terminus of Skyrail Line 1 Longton. Time, July 8th at 8:00 a.m. Reward, regular prize money for the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place. They were all small races. This was also the daily routine of most League Academy students and even professional racers. In their spare time, as long as the mecha girls' condition allowed, they would constantly participate in small races to make money. Once they made enough money, they would modify and upgrade their mecha girls, and then participate in more difficult races to make more money, improving in this cycle. As the track information swept by one, A landmark located in the center of Binju City suddenly lit up, brighter and more luxurious than the other landmarks. Bincheng City Center Underground Tunnel Open Tournament, live broadcast, difficulty, 2.5 stars. Location, west entrance of the city center tunnel. Time, July 7th at 9:00 p.m. Reward, open tournament level regular prize money, plus a choice of 1 primary star core. July 7th, that is tonight. Su Chen's heart stirred and he clenched his fists. If he wanted to participate in the city championship, he needed a C-class. And Xing Meng had already reached the standard for advancing to C-class. Now she was only short of 1 primary star core. Was not this exactly what he needed? There are no second chances. The driver's test, he must pass it on the first try. Hey kid, have you actually learned how to operate a machine girl? You are not registered in the system, which means you have never been to driving school. The middle-aged instructor glanced at Su Chen and then at Xing Meng, silently labeling him as another wealthy second-generation brat looking for a thrill. B-steered machine girls are not cheap. Even with mediocre performance, their appearance alone adds 20% to the price. I have not been to a driving school, but cannot I learn on my own? Su Chen smiled and said, as long as I can pass the test, that is all that matters. The exams in this world are quite strict, but there is no requirement for formal instruction. As long as you pass, it does not matter where you learned it. However, those who pass the exam without proper training are incredibly rare. Fine, the instructor did not say much and handed a form to Su Chen for him to sign. The exam fee is 100 yuan and is non-refundable if you fail. You can only take the basic license test once every 2 weeks and the professional machine girl license test once every 3 months. Su Chen signed the form and paid the fee. Then the instructor stood up and gestured for Su Chen to follow. I am your examiner today. Sit in the passenger seat and follow me. Xing Meng followed them to the training field. She was extremely curious to see her own driver taking a driving test. I have never seen Master drive before. I wonder how good Master's driving skills are. Wang Tingting's driving skills are average at best, and it is always uncomfortable to be on the track with her. But Su Chen is different. He is kind to me, so even if he is only half as good as Wang Tingting, I can totally accept it. Kid, choose one, maglev, fuel-powered, or electric. The instructor took Su Chen to 3 training vehicles and opened a bottle of water to take a sip. Fuel cars are the most difficult to handle and are already half obsolete, so I do not recommend choosing one. Su Chen examined the 3 cars closely. The last 2 looked no different from the cars of his past life. As for the first one, the maglev, he did not know what technology it used, but the wheels looked like tracks and the whole body hovered half a palm above the ground. It looked quite high-tech. But no matter how high-tech it is, how could maglevs and batteries ever compare to the mechanical charm of an internal combustion engine? Besides, the interior of Xing Meng's body clearly showed a fuel-powered structure. I choose the fuel car. Tusk, the instructor's eye twitched. Another one who refuses to face reality, he thought. Driving a fuel car is cool, but the difficulty is high. Are you sure? Positive, I choose the fuel car. Fine, the instructor sat in the passenger seat with a blank expression, holding the scoreboard, already prepared to give Su Chen a 0. Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and gripped the steering wheel, a sense of familiarity rising within him. Although he was not a race car driver in his previous life, as a tuner, he had to understand racing and racing technology. His level could definitely be considered an expert among ordinary people, and not just because of experience, but because of his technical skill. Instructor, I heard that drivers are graded, from unranked, D grade, all the way to S grade, is that right? So what? The instructor rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, there are even SS and SSS grades above that. But what does that have to do with you? You should be lucky if you can even scrape a passing score for unranked today. Su Chen did not retort. After a quick inspection of the car, he looked straight ahead. Instructor, are you ready? Ready, do not waste time. Finish the test quickly so I can go have lunch. The next second, vroom. The fierce roar of the engine nearly startled the instructor right out of his seat. The clutch entered the half-engagement state. The young man beside him looked cold and focused, hands gripping the wheel like a knight holding the reins of a warhorse. Number, it should not be called a warhorse. The docile training car was now nothing more than a beast ready to pounce. The instructor instinctively clung to his seat and gripped the seatbelt. Su Chen stomped the clutch to the floor with his left foot and slammed the gas pedal with his right, pushing the engine to 4,000 RPM. The turbo began to let out a piercing wail. Hey buddy, what the hell are you doing? The instructor's shout sounded weak and powerless against the roaring engine. Su Chen did not reply, only staring at the trembling tachometer needle. Through the dashboard, he seemed to see the perfect moment where fuel and air were about to blend perfectly. His fingers tapped out a rhythm, his lips parted, and he counted down silently. 3, 2, 1. The moment one escaped his lips, he released the clutch to the engagement point while slamming his right foot onto the gas pedal. The training car's front wheels bit into the ground, and with a screech, rubber burned against the pavement. The powerful force threw the panicked instructor back into his seat. Within 0.8 seconds, the engine speed skyrocketed from 4,000 to the red line. Boom! The training car shot forward like a cannonball fired from its chamber. Su Chen precisely shifted into second gear. The turbocharger roared, and the thrust surged like a tidal wave. The starting line was left behind in an instant. His bright eyes focused only on the straight track ahead. Within his body, dopamine and adrenaline wove a fierce symphony, singing of the freedom and rebellion belonging to the world of racing. Su Chen was having the time of his life, while the instructor was so scared he felt like peeing his pants. By the side of the track, Xing Meng watched the car racing away, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I never expected Master to know the launch control technique. It is so amazing. I wonder how good it would feel to be launched like that by Master. She suddenly felt a bit jealous of the training car. Master's very first launch start was given to a training car. Damn it. 10 minutes later, after the training car completed all the maneuvers, Su Chen pulled into a parking spot with a sharp drift. He rolled down the window, glanced at the parking line, and shook his head with a sigh. After all, I am not a professional driver. This drift parking is still too sloppy. A pro could get the car perfectly parallel to the line. My angle is way too crooked. But crooked or not, it was inside the lines, so it should count as passing. He turned his head to look at the pale-faced instructor. How was that, instructor? I should pass, right? Yes, the instructor nodded tremblingly, then suddenly opened the door and began to vomit violently. He had been an instructor for over a decade, and this was his first time encountering such a terrifying beginner. No, this could not possibly be a beginner. Even machine girl drivers who had just graduated from league academies did not possess this level of skill. How could a normal driver even have access to launch control techniques before joining a club? Does he really think anyone can just self-teach their way to this level? The same technique is different when applied to a mechanical car versus a machine girl. Mechanical cars have no soul and are just inanimate objects that can be pushed to the limit, but machine girls can actually feel pain. Without professional training, who would dare use launch control on their own machine girl? Setting aside the fact that they would be dragged in for questioning by the Machine Protection Association, who would dare take the risk of wrecking their machine girl? In the instructor's eyes, Su Chen had already been categorized as a reckless heir of some club big shot. Only someone of that status would have the resources to train their skills while never having learned basic driving at a school. Su Chen handed the instructor a bottle of water and patted his back. Instructor, can you hold on? There are still a few tests left, as well as the Professional Machine Girl License Assessment, you. No need, this is enough. The instructor waved his hand violently, his eyes red. Do not torture me any further, I am just a humble instructor. I will give you your grade right now, take your license and disappear from my sight. Instructor, that does not seem right, Su Chen said with a shy smile. There's nothing not right about it. The instructor finished grading on the device and finally caught his breath, looking at Su Chen with a complex expression. The highest rating a regular driving school can give is C. I know your skill level could easily qualify for B or even A. You could have gone through club channels. There was no need to come here and show off. Su Chen laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. He did not have a club, what else could he do? But C is not bad. Xing Meng is C-rated for now as well. He and Xing Meng would be twins growing together. The paperwork was handled quickly. The instructor shoved the C-grade license at Su Chen and slammed the office door shut with a loud bang. He did not want to spend another second looking at Su Chen. Su Chen did not mind. The sunlight outside was bright and beautiful. He locked eyes with Xing Meng, a smile playing on his lips. Binhai Underground Tunnel Open Championship. Here we come. I owe you guys a gift. I do not have the energy for extra chapters right now, but I will make up for it when I have time. Thank you, let me adjust my status for now. Old Zhang, there is a race tonight, so I am here to bother you again. Lin Heijun pushed open the office door and could not help but freeze for a moment. Coach Zhang, who usually had a ruddy complexion, looked utterly haggard today, giving off a pale and fragile sense of brokenness. What is wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? The coach raised his eyes, glanced at the blond young man who just walked in and let out a sigh. Do not mention it. Today I ran into some rich kid from a club. He finished the training track in under 8 minutes and was even proficient in techniques like catapult starts. In the end, he took a Class C driver's license from me. What do you think he is after? Someone from a club came to you for a driver's license. Lin Heijun was stunned. What is wrong with him? I also feel like there is something seriously wrong with him. The coach picked up his teacup and gulped down a mouthful of water. He had already drunk 3 bottles of mineral water, but he still felt a sour smell of vomit in his nose and mouth. What is his name? Let me see if it rings a bell, Lin Heijun asked. I think his name is Su Chen. Su Chen? Never heard of him. Lin Heijun shook his head. He is probably a rookie from some small club. Young guys like that are all the same. They have not run a single race, but with a little talent, they think they are amazing and show off everywhere. Indeed, the coach nodded in fair agreement and scoffed, just like you used to be. Are you entering the city underground tunnel race tonight? Here are the keys. Remember to put all the traffic cones back in their original places when you are done training. He took out a bunch of keys and handed them to Lin Heijun. The blonde guy was the son of a friend of his, and this was not his first time here. He would occasionally bring his mecha girl to the driving school's training track to practice his skills, and he usually brought her here to warm up before a race. His talent was decent, but unfortunately, he spent too much time chasing women. Otherwise, he would have reached the threshold to join a club a long time ago. Do not worry, when have I ever not put them back for you? Lin Heijun took the keys and went out, but his mind was still on what they had just talked about. Usually, after getting a driver's license, a driver would take their mecha girl to the nearest race to test the waters. The only race in Bincheng today was the one tonight. Could it be that this guy is also participating in tonight's city underground tunnel race? Getting a Class C directly from the exam meant he was quite an expert. He originally thought tonight would be his solo show, but suddenly he was looking forward to it a little bit. The corners of Lin Heijun's mouth curled up slightly. Su Chen Ha, interesting. Night. Vroom. A ferocious engine roar pierced through the entire street as an all-silver sports car sped by. The wheels rolled over a puddle, splashing muddy water all over the face of a swaying drunkard on the street corner. Hey, is that how you drive? The drunkard raised his wine bottle and cursed loudly, but froze when he clearly saw the wolf head logo on the rear of that mecha girl vehicle. This logo, it does not seem to belong to a Bincheng racing team. Heading in this direction so late at night, he seemed to suddenly remember something and pulled a ticket out of his pocket. Right, the Bincheng underground tunnel race. Damn it, I drank too much and almost forgot about this. He checked the time, immediately scanned a shared maglev bike and hurried toward the race venue. The Bincheng underground tunnel race, although not an open tournament, was very generous with its prizes, so every time it was held, drivers with great potential would participate. And these drivers and mecha girls were also highly likely to appear in the city championship. Watching the race in advance to gather intelligence on these drivers and mecha girls would be beneficial for correctly betting on the top 3 during the city championship. That was not only a substantial amount of money, but also a great conversation topic to brag about in front of friends after meals. Timers, route maps, speakers, and giant electronic screens. The air was filled with the mixed scent of gasoline, rubber, and fried food. At the starting line of the Bincheng underground tunnel race, neon lights cast mottled shadows on the damp ground. During the day, this was a godforsaken underground tunnel entrance, but at night, it became the utopia where star-chasing youths drove hovercars and sang praises of their dreams. The stars that this group of young boys and girls with colorful hair and punk-style clothes chased were not singers or movie stars, but racers. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening audience friends, I am your old friend Brother Jai. A temporary stage was set up near the tunnel entrance. The host, Brother Jai, wearing a sequined suit and exaggerated heart-shaped sunglasses, was holding a microphone and freely flaunting his raspy, duck-like voice. Welcome to the venue of the Bincheng City Underground Tunnel Race. There are still 10 minutes left until the race begins. Most of the racers have arrived and started their preparations. Considering we have some new spectators, I, Brother Jai, will briefly introduce the race. The Bincheng Underground Tunnel has a total length of 7.8 kilometers, and our racers and their mecha girls have to run a full 20 laps. The race uses a lottery system to determine the starting order. Malicious collisions are strictly prohibited during the race, and illegal modifications are banned. After speaking, Brother Jai gave a gesture to the backstage. All right, I am done with my nonsense. Next, we will turn the camera to the contestants. Everyone can start cheering for your favorite racers. Ha, Brother Jai is still as passionate as ever. Lin Heijun leaned against the body of his mecha girl, Po Feng, still watching Brother Jai perform his talk show on the big screen. "Master, come in and get ready." Po Feng's urging sounded in his ear. "Oh, it is just a small race, no need to be so serious." Lin Heijun waved his hand casually. To him, the Bincheng underground tunnel race was indeed a small race. He had run it no less than 10 times and was very familiar with the track conditions. He would not say he was guaranteed first place, but finishing in the top 3 was a sure thing. And as long as he placed in the top 3, he could get a primary star crystal, which would count as completing Wang Tingting's task. Even small races should be taken seriously, Po Feng pouted inside the cockpit. Since the driver did not come in, she had to check the vehicle condition by herself first and report it directly later. Vroom vroom. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came from afar, like the warning growl of a lion king patrolling his territory. Lin Heijun and the other racers all looked toward the rear in unison. They saw a blinding headlight pierce through the night, and then a silver-white mecha girl came into view. That mecha girl performed a silky smooth drift, and amidst the screeching sound of tires rubbing against the ground, swung into the starting line parallel to Po Feng next to her. Through the front windshield, one could vaguely see the driver inside controlling the steering wheel with one hand, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. This is... Lin Heijun's pupils shrank when he saw the wolf head logo on the body of the silver-white mecha girl. Northern Wolf. He recognized this team's logo. But what was the Northern Wolf team from the neighboring K-City doing here in Bincheng? The car door opened, and a man dressed in a black leather jacket got out. He took off his helmet, revealing a face with sharp, distinct features. He looked Lin Heijun up and down before shifting his gaze elsewhere. There was no arrogance in his eyes, but it was clear he did not take Lin Heijun or Po Feng seriously at all. Damn it, what kind of look is that? Lin Heijun clenched his fists, grinding his back teeth together, yet beads of sweat could not help but seep out on his forehead. Professional racer from the Northern Wolf team coming to run this kind of small race truly brought a suffocating feeling, like being coiled by a python. Not to mention the level of technique required to precisely swing the car body into the starting line. Just that silky drift alone would take him 2 years to learn. However, just as all the racers were immersed in the oppressive feeling brought by Northern Wolf, another engine sound rang out at the end of the road, not as explosive as the mecha girl just now. Instead, it was steady and restrained, hiding a murderous intent, like a cheetah waiting for the opportunity to hunt. There were no blinding headlights, no frantic braking sounds. Blue and white mecha girl that looked even somewhat ordinary quietly appeared at the edge of their vision. Lin Heijun froze for a moment when he saw that car. He felt like he had seen it somewhere before. In the moment he spaced out, this mecha girl also swung into the starting line with a perfect drift, almost brushing against the guardrail. When this mecha girl came to a stop, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. The man in the black leather jacket from Northern Wolf showed a look of surprise, while Lin Heijun finally came to his senses. Was not this mecha girl's Star Dream the one Wang Tingting used to drive? Although there were obvious signs of modification, the main body of the car had not changed too much. The car door opened, and a tall man stepped down. His face was calm, and there was even a faint sense of lifelessness about him. Su Chen did not even look at the crowd. He just bent down, reached out, and poked Star Dream's tire. "How is it, Star Dream? Report on the tire wear." "The race is about to begin. All drivers, please prepare for the start." Brother Chicken's raspy, duck-like voice echoed over the loudspeaker. Su Chen put on his helmet and gripped the steering wheel with both hands. "Master, water temperature is normal. Oil pressure is normal. The neural network is connected to the cockpit. Cables made of unknown materials spread out from Xingmeng's spine. These cables connected to the steering wheel, brakes, clutch, and other control panels in the cockpit. As she spoke, they began to glow with a faint fluorescent light. Tire wear is at 3%. That is truly absurd." Su Chen leaned back against the seat inside, his whole body relaxing. 3% was the data Xingmeng gave him. It is about 15 kilometers from the repair shop to the track, which means by the later stages of the race, Xingmeng's tire wear will reach 30%. This is the core negative effect of a modification that increases tire wear by 40%. It has an immediate impact. Tires like these would definitely be disqualified from a professional race. But for now, we have to bite the bullet. "Master, if we lose this race, will you blame me?" Xingmeng's timid voice came from the front. Through the rearview mirror, Su Chen could see the girl's pretty face, filled with nervousness and timidity. They had just formed their contract and had not gone through any synergy training, yet they were immediately facing a somewhat high-profile race. Even the two opponents beside them put immense pressure on Xingmeng. On the left was Lin Heijun and his machine, Po Feng. Lin Heijun is Wang Tingting's current boyfriend. The guy in the jacket and the unknown machine girl on the right are said to be from the Northern Wolf racing team in the next city. Since they are professional racers from a team, they are definitely tough opponents. Hey Xingmeng, what do you like to eat? Su Chen did not answer, asking an irrelevant question instead. Hummy, Xingmeng's ears perked up and she tilted her head to think for 2 seconds. Do not laugh at me, but I like eating big watermelon with stinky tofu, meow. Alright then. Su Chen nodded with a smile, although he was surprised by her tastes. If we lose this race and do not get the materials, we will go eat a big meal of watermelon and stinky tofu to cheer ourselves up. Meow, can we really do that? This time Xingmeng's tail stood up as well. Of course. But will not there be a penalty for losing? Xingmeng asked again, finding it hard to believe. Master, I can accept any punishment, but please do not break our contract. Do not worry, I will not. Important things must be said 3 times, meow. I will not, I will not, I will not. Hearing Su Chen's repeated assurances, Xingmeng felt a bit more at ease. Master, I will do my best too. She waved her fist and took a deep breath. She must get the Star Core materials in this race. Only by getting those materials can she be promoted to the C-Class City Championship. I will prove it to you all. Xingmeng glanced at Po Feng beside her and whispered, I am not the good-for-nothing failure you say I am. I can also race on the track and unleash my power. Next door in Po Feng's cockpit, Lin Heijun had been acting strangely from the start. The world is such a huge coincidence. He really did not expect to run into Xingmeng and that mechanic here. Fine, I will just crush your hopes early then. Lin Heijun glanced at Xingmeng from the corner of his eye and could vaguely see the man in the cockpit sitting upright. A 2.5-star difficulty race is not something a novice who just started driving can handle. You will soon realize how naive you are. The corners of his mouth curled up, but when he looked at the machine girl from the Northern Wolf team on his left, the smile on his face suddenly vanished. Excluding that C-Class pilot who might not even show up. This racer from Northern Wolf will be his biggest threat tonight. At 8 o'clock sharp, with the sound of the starting gun, the race officially began. All drivers set off from the starting line in groups of 3 machines, according to the lottery order. 805. The broadcast sounded again. Driver 17, Yu Ming with Zhu Ying, and Driver 24, Lin Heijun with Po Feng, prepare for departure. Yu Ming, Lin Heijun had a vague impression of him. There was indeed someone like that in the Northern Wolf team, though it seemed he was in the T-Squad, not a main driver. But even so, for someone like that to appear in such a small race, they were definitely a powerhouse player. What a show-off. Driver 41, Su Chen with Xingmeng, prepare for departure. What? Lin Heijun was stunned, nearly jumping out of his seat. Su Chen, he is Su Chen. Gazing at the figure in Xingmeng's cockpit next door, Lin Heijun was completely dumbfounded. The person who took the C-Class license from Coach Zhang this morning and was suspected to be some club's spoiled rich kid was actually Su Chen, Xingmeng's current pilot. Is not he just a mechanic? He has time to practice racing skills while being a mechanic. And his driving skills are actually quite decent. Lin Heijun felt a mix of emotions. Even though the world is a giant coincidence, he did not think this was someone else named Su Chen. The C-Class license must have been taken by this very person. But he quickly adjusted his mood and comforted himself. So what? The race is not just about skill, it is about the machine's performance. In less than a day, I do not believe he could have modified Xingmeng to be that powerful. Thinking of how Wang Tingting described Xingmeng's performance as terrible. He became confident again. 3-second countdown to launch. Vroom. The roar of the engines sounded from all 3 machines simultaneously, the tremors shaking the entire bodies. Su Chen looked straight ahead, his pupils narrowing, his boiling blood turning calm at this very moment. 3. He pressed the clutch with his left foot, controlled the RPM with his right foot on the accelerator, and gripped the steering wheel firmly at the 9 and 3 o'clock positions. 2. Xingmeng's engine roar suddenly increased, and Su Chen's muscles tensed up. 1. The moment the starting gun went off, Su Chen slammed the accelerator to the floor while releasing the clutch. The hot melt tires spun wildly, kicking up thick white smoke from the ground. Boom, in the next second, Xingmeng shot out like a cannonball. The G-force pressed Su Chen hard into his seat, making it hard for him to breathe. In half a second, the neon lights at the starting line had already blurred into flowing streaks of color. The violent acceleration to 100 in 3 seconds left him nearly dizzy, yet the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. It is back, everything is back. The feeling of racing with top drivers on Earth, the freedom and madness that he, even as a mechanic, deeply craved. Master, this is the fastest start I have ever had. Xingmeng's voice, full of surprise and excitement, came from the front. Just as she thought, this kind of catapult start really feels great. A disdainful smirk formed on Su Chen's face under his helmet. Who is Wang Tingting anyway? Does she even know what a catapult start is? It is not just Wang Tingting who does not know. Lin Heijun does not know much about it either. Su Chen glanced at Po Feng in the rearview mirror. Just with that one catapult start, he had already left Lin Heijun more than 10 meters behind. Inside Po Feng's cockpit, Lin Heijun gripped the steering wheel tight, beads of sweat forming on his temples. He is this proficient at a catapult start. Is he really just a C-class pilot? He gritted his teeth, staring fixedly at Xingmeng's taillights. You can tell how good someone is the moment they make a move. The start was so fast it made him feel desperate. He even suspected that Su Chen had switched to a different machine. Can a D-class machine really start with this kind of speed? What made Lin Heijun even more uneasy was this. In the rearview mirror, that racer and machine girl from the Northern Wolf team had not even moved from their starting position, keeping their machine in a ready-to-run state. Did the machine malfunction? Or is there some other reason? No, it cannot be a mecha girl malfunction. Lin Heijun's heart sank. He clearly remembered that the mecha girl was in an active state when the race started. Then there is only one answer left. The opponent did it on purpose, intentionally staying at the starting line to give them a head start. That driver from the Northern Wolves thought he could beat all of them even while giving them a head start. What kind of confidence is this? Is this the prowess of a club's professional driver? It seems securing first place tonight is going to be a bit tricky. While lost in thought, Lin Heijun realized that Po Feng had unknowingly caught up to Xingmeng ahead. The distance between the two mecha girls was gradually shortening. The advantage Su Chen and Xingmeng gained at the start with their catapult launch was being gradually wiped out by Po Feng's absolute speed advantage. Half a minute later, Xingmeng and Po Feng were driving side by side. Lin Heijun glanced at Xingmeng, who was gradually being overtaken by Po Feng, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The performance gap between mecha girls cannot be easily bridged by just a little driving skill. Po Feng, leave her in the dust. Do not give that mecha girl any thought of overtaking. Yes, sir, Po Feng, who was carefully observing the road conditions ahead, immediately responded. Rest assured, Po Feng will definitely not be overtaken by her again. Master, a 300-meter straightaway, followed by a sharp 90-degree right turn. In the cockpit, right after Xingmeng finished reporting the pace notes, she saw Po Feng zoom past with a whoosh. She pouted unwillingly, her pair of cat ears drooping down. Master, that mecha girl has overtaken us. I am sorry, even though Master relied on your skills to gain an advantage, but in the end. She knew her own performance was dragging them down, and could not help but blame herself. If her speed performance had been just a little bit better, how could Po Feng have overtaken them so easily? It is okay, I saw it. Su Chen looked calmly at Po Feng's fading taillights ahead. His eye of God was constantly observing Po Feng's information. After equipping the Big Thunder No. 2 modification core, although Xingmeng's cornering attribute reached 61, her speed was only 43. Po Feng's speed attribute was a full 58. A massive 15-point gap in speed attributes resulted in an absolute disadvantage on the straight sections. Even if his catapult launch was more proficient than Lin Heijun's, it was useless. Being overtaken on a straightaway was only a matter of time. But a race consists of more than just straight sections, and the real difficulties are not found on the straightaways. Running fast on a straightaway is nice. However, being fast in the corners is what makes you truly fast. Seeing that the little cat girl was feeling down, Su Chen smiled and gently comforted her. No need to rush, Xingmeng. Let the bullets fly for a while. Bullets? Xingmeng tilted her head, then suddenly looked serious and said earnestly, Master, we do not have any bullets and using firearms during a race is illegal. But if you insist on using a gun, Master, I can find a way to take the blame for you. Su Chen was speechless. All right then. He almost forgot that Xingmeng had never watched Let the Bullets Fly. Audience friends, so far all drivers have started the race. Brother Chicken stopped abruptly mid-sentence and started howling at the top of his lungs. No, no, no. Oh my God. There is still one contestant waiting at the starting line. Swish. At this moment, all the cameras simultaneously focused on the starting line, projecting the silver-white mecha girl with a wolf head logo onto the big screen. A black wolf head. If I remember correctly, this is the logo of the Northern Wolves racing team from the neighboring K-City. Brother Chicken gripped his microphone tightly and wiped non-existent cold sweat from his forehead with a grave expression. Friends, We are doomed. Something big is going to happen. I already have a premonition that tonight's race will be a river of blood. Brother Chicken, is it really that serious? The cameraman next to him shivered. What do you know? Brother Chicken moved the microphone away and lowered his voice. This is exaggeration, an exaggerated metaphor. This is passion. How can we rile up the audience's emotions without exaggerating? And when they heard the words Northern Wolves, the audience in front of the electronic screens had already exploded in an uproar. Wait, why did a member of the Northern Wolves come to Binchang? What do you mean? Are these Northern Wolves very strong? More than just strong. The Northern Wolves are the #1 racing team in neighboring K-City. The captain of their T-team, Wolf King Li Yinny, won first place in last year's K-City Urban Championship. Holy crap, that awesome. Then we are in for a good show tonight. At the starting line, the Silver-White Mecha Girl's engine was already running, but it was still in a warming-up state. She remained silently in the dim light of the tunnel lamps, like a hibernating beast. Master, we have already given them a 30-second head start. Are we still not setting off? In the cockpit, facing the Mecha Girl's urging, Yu Ming simply raised his wrist and casually checked the time. Zhu Ying, do not be in a hurry. The boss sent us to Bincheng for training. Since it is training, it would be boring if it lacked a challenge. He unscrewed his mineral water bottle and took a sip. Let us wait another 10 seconds. We will start in 10 seconds. Originally, he wanted to give them a 1-minute head start. But the driver he saw tonight sparked some interest in him. This driver was not Lin Heijun. He did not even know who Lin Heijun was. What interested him was the Mecha Girl with a dazzling white body and a black spoiler in front lip. If he remembered correctly, this Mecha Girl was named Xing Meng, and the driver was Su Chen, a combination he had absolutely no impression of. But the catapult launch technique displayed by this unknown driver, the starting line, caught his eye. Someone with such skills absolutely should not be an obscure amateur driver in Bincheng. However, this catapult launch technique could also be a lucky fluke. For instance, randomly stomping on the gas pedal could have coincidentally hit the sweet spot for grip and RPM. Regardless, he would find out once he caught up to them later. Master, 10 seconds have passed. Zhu Ying's resentful voice sounded again. As a Mecha Girl, she longed to shine brightly on the racetrack. And what was the difference between this behavior of warming up at the starting line and just rubbing around on the outside without going in? All right, I know. Yu Ming sighed, and his fingers resting on the steering wheel suddenly tightened. At this instant, the casualness and perfunctoriness on his face vanished completely, replaced by seriousness and focus. Tick. The moment the second hand on his watch jumped, Yu Ming's left foot instantly released the clutch, while his right foot simultaneously stepped on the gas pedal to 3/4. Too light would lack power, too fierce would cause a slip. The speed of releasing the clutch and the force of pressing the gas pedal reached a delicate balance. Boom! The wind pressure blew up the dust and fallen leaves around the wheels, and the engine's roar erupted into propulsive force at this moment. This sudden explosion of sound startled Brother Chicken and the audience in front of the cameras. By the time they reacted, all they could see were Zhu Ying's taillights and a trail of white smoke. Hiss, what terrifying explosive acceleration! As the resident host of Bincheng's underground tunnel races, Brother Chicken could be considered highly experienced. He swore that this Mecha Girl's starting speed could definitely rank in the top 5 of his entire career. How are other contestants supposed to survive when a driver of this caliber comes to participate in our beginner-level race? Brother Chicken was also speechless. The original intention of hosting the Bincheng Underground Tunnel Race was to provide Mecha Girl upgrade materials for needy and talented rookie drivers. But a contestant like this was basically just here to crush newbies, wasting resources for nothing. Brother Chicken, did not he give them a 40-second head start? So what? Brother Chicken glanced at the cameraman and snorted coldly. If I were him, I would give a 5-minute head start. But the race rules did not explicitly forbid such drivers from coming. It could only be said that the drivers participating tonight were quite unlucky. Focus the camera on that downhill hairpin turn, Brother Chicken instructed the cameraman. That is the difficult corner of our Bincheng tunnel race. Judging by the time, some drivers are almost there. The Bincheng underground tunnel was not wide. The track could accommodate at most 3 Mecha Girls driving side by side. As the race progressed, drivers had begun to arrive at the challenging section of the first lap, which was also the most difficult stretch of the Bincheng underground tunnel. After a series of gentle curves, there was a 500-meter straight acceleration track. It was worth noting that this track was also a downward slope. And at the bottom of the slope followed a sharp curve with a tricky angle. Undoubtedly, this section of the track severely tested a driver's control over speed and grip. Without excellent cornering abilities and robust Mecha Girl performance, one could only slow down and drive carefully here. Master, we are approaching the continuous curves. Po Feng's reminder brought Lin Heijian's attention back from the rearview mirror. Along the way, he had been glancing at the rearview mirror whenever he had a chance. He and Po Feng had long left Xingmeng far behind. There was no sign of Xingmeng in the rearview mirror at all. He did not care about Su Chen and Xingmeng either, as they were already defeated opponents. What he cared about was that driver from the Northern Wolves racing team. Lin Heijian was wondering when that driver would catch up. After continuously passing through 4 gentle curves, he faintly heard the howling of an engine gradually approaching. The sound was like a buzzing bee, exceptionally clear in the quiet tunnel. They caught up so fast, as expected of the Northern Wolves. Lin Heijian instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror again. But this glance made his mind go blank. The darkness at the end of the tunnel was suddenly ripped open. A white shadow rushed out of the curve as if riding the wind. The airwaves stirred up by the drifting tail made the side guardrails tremble, and 2 bright headlights dazzled his eyes with pain. It was a Mecha Girl. The light in the tunnel was dim, and he could not clearly see what color the Mecha Girl was. But he was certain that this Mecha Girl was not the one belonging to the Northern Wolves driver. The headlights of the Northern Wolves Mecha Girl were round, whereas the headlights of this Mecha Girl were narrow and diamond-shaped, flanked by downward vertical dot matrix lights, like a pair of spread wings. But Lin Heijian swallowed hard in disbelief, his hands gripping the steering wheel slightly seeping with sweat. Because, apart from the Northern Wolves, there was only one Mecha Girl behind him in Po Feng. That was an existence he found utterly impossible to believe. Xingmeng. Vroom. It was Su Chen and Xingmeng who caught up to Po Feng. Entering the continuous curves, the cornering stats of the Xingmeng 61 finally revealed their fangs. Su Chen was not sure about other mechanical girls, but when it came to cornering performance, Xingmeng could easily crush Po Feng. Master, I think I am a bit faster than before. We are about to catch them, meow. Xingmeng's voice was full of joy and excitement. Even though Lin Heijian was not Wang Tingting, Lin Heijian was still close enough to Wang Tingting to share a pair of pants. Just being able to keep up with Lin Heijian and Po Feng was already a source of great happiness for her. Because we are drafting behind Po Feng, do you know what drafting is? I do not know, meow. So I never mind. Su Chen stared fixedly at the Po Feng ahead. True to its name, Po Feng was tearing through the air ahead, leaving a pocket of almost zero air resistance right behind it. Now he and Xingmeng were right in that zone. As long as they stuck tightly to the zone behind Po Feng, overtaking was just a matter of waiting for the right moment. And that moment has arrived. Thanks to the advantage of the draft, Xingmeng would not be shaken off by Po Feng in the short term. Head was a long downhill straightaway, and at the end of the descent, a bizarre corner with a curve like a devil's horn came into the view of both Su Chen and Lin Heijian. The difficult corner is here. Everyone focused their attention. Both mechanical girls reported their pace notes almost simultaneously, their voices urgent. Po Feng, Master, 200 meters downhill followed by a sharp right turn. Xingmeng, Master, 200 meters ahead, then a gentle slope into a sharp right turn, meow. Swish. The deceleration sign flashed by in his peripheral vision. Lin Heijian took a deep breath. The white phantom in his rearview mirror was like a maggot on a bone, and also a shadow hanging over his heart. In the past, he would have already started braking by the time he reached this sign. But with Xingmeng lurking behind, perhaps due to a driver's pride or simply refusing to show weakness to Su Chen, he did not brake this time. The howling wind sounded like it was going to smash the windows open. The tunnel wall lights were stretched into blurry lines. In the moment of breaking his comfort zone, this once familiar corner now felt like a terrifying monster rushing toward him. Damn it, how could I lose to a newbie who just got their driver's license? Lin Heijian gripped the steering wheel tightly, gritting his teeth, veins popping out on his forehead. The downhill corner in his field of vision drew closer and closer, and his heartbeat raced along with it. Finally, before his heart could jump out of his chest, he slammed on the brakes. Screech! Scorching white smoke billowed between the tires. Su Chen watched the glowing taillights of Po Feng with an expressionless face. This was Lin Heijian's limit, the limit of Po Feng, but it was not the limit of Xingmeng and certainly not his. The 61-point cornering performance gave Xingmeng and him much more room for reaction and operation. 2 seconds after Po Feng and Lin Heijian began to brake, Su Chen finally determined the apex based on experience and intuition, and then slammed on the brakes. Screech! The carbon ceramic brake pads glowed red-hot instantly. Thick white smoke permeated the corner. Su Chen's body leaned forward involuntarily due to the G-force, then was instantly jerked back by the seatbelt. At the apex of the corner, Po Feng and Lin Heijun, having braked earlier, hugged the outer lane. Xing Meng hugged the inner lane. Su Chen downshifted with his right hand and turned the steering wheel sharply with his left. Inertial drift, under centrifugal force, Xing Meng's rear began to slide outward, almost grazing Po Feng's door but never actually hitting it. At this moment, Xing Meng had already overtaken more than half the length of Po Feng. Checkmate. Su Chen's mouth curved slightly upward. The most difficult part was over. Next was the corner exit. He tapped the brakes lightly with his left foot to adjust Xing Meng's body posture. His right foot hovered over the accelerator, ready to feed power at any time. Meanwhile, Po Feng, which was over half a car length behind, started to understeer slightly. The tires scraped against the ground with a sharp screech, and the car body slid sideways, showing signs of losing control. Lin Heijun made a mistake. Su Chen glanced at the rearview mirror. Obviously, Lin Heijun was not used to such high-speed cornering, and his mastery of drifting was not as good as his. When Lin Heijun realized he had been overtaken and tried to fine-tune the steering wheel to block him and Xing Meng, the only thing waiting for him and Po Feng was loss of control. Lin Heijun clearly knew this too, so his attempt to block ceased abruptly, and he could only futilely make way. Race car going through a turn is like a wild, crazed beast. The driver can only merge themselves with the beast. Any attempt to correct the beast by tightening the reins could lead to being thrown off by it. The road ahead was clear. Su Chen calmly floored the accelerator pedal. The tachometer needle jumped crazily. The turbocharger whistled as it unleashed all the power it had stored throughout the entire corner. Xing Meng, Su Chen shouted. The instant G-force pushed him firmly back into his seat. The wail of the engine and its wanton roar merged into one. Full throttle out of the turn, blast them away. Meow, meow, meow. Vroom. As Xing Meng's body swung out of the turn, it seemed to pause for a second, then shot out like a projectile the next. Corner exit launch. This move dealt another heavy blow to Lin Heijun. The two mechanical girls rushed out of the corner one after the other. Clatter, clatter. Even though they had already rushed quite far ahead, the guardrails along the corner kept shaking. Hey, did you guys see those two mechanical girls just now? What is up with that white mechanical girl? That cornering speed is insane. Group of spectators by the safety fence were still in shock. Unfortunately, the cameras were focused on the leading racers, and the intense duel had not been broadcast on the big screen. I do not recognize the white mechanical girl, but the gray one. If I am not mistaken, that should be Lin Heijun's Po Feng, right? Lin Heijun is somewhat famous around here. Every time there is a race, Lin Heijun brings Po Feng and almost always manages to pick up some official prize money. Those who can make Lin Heijun and Po Feng stumble are usually well-known figures, but no one had any impression of this white mechanical girl. Just as everyone was guessing among themselves. Another engine roar echoed through the air. They turned to look and saw a silver-white mechanical girl swinging into the track like a whirlwind. The nose of the car faced the apex for a beautiful and silky drift. After a brief vibration, the body quickly straightened at the exit, becoming almost parallel to the track. The next second, with a bang, 4 blue flames erupted from the girl's exhaust, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from their sight with a corner exit launch. My God, is that a ghost? Does anyone know what that mechanical girl's cornering speed was just now? My camera has a speedometer, let me see. Hiss, 178 km/h. Oh my goodness, is she not afraid of flying off the track? Xing Meng, what was our cornering speed just now? Let me check. Master, it is 158 km/h. So amazing, meow. When Xing Meng saw this figure, even she was stunned, stuttering. Master, is not my speed sensor broken? Is this a cornering speed I am capable of? In the past, when she was with Wang Tingting, her max cornering speed would be 100 to 120 km/h at best. With Su Chen, could adding just one modification core increase it that much? Xing Meng was not stupid. The modification core definitely played a part, but the main factor was Su Chen. Su Chen's technique was better than Wang Tingting's, and better by more than just a little bit. This cornering speed is all right. Actually, based on your performance, we could push it higher. We can still push it. Xing Meng's eyes widened, her voice trembling at Su Chen's words. Yes, but considering tire wear, it is better to be safe. Running in the top 3 is enough. Su Chen shrugged, sighing helplessly. Xing Meng stared blankly at the track, not daring to speak. What do you mean running in the top 3 is enough? For her, making it into the top 3 was like a dream, Meow. But judging by Master's tone, he still seems quite dissatisfied. Master is so cool, Meow. She wants to learn from Master, too. Vroom. The slow, approaching roar of an engine came from behind again. Su Chen knew it was Lin Heijun and Po Feng trying to catch up once they entered the straightaway. But they would never be as relaxed as they were at the start of the first lap. Passing the difficult corner led to a long straightaway that went straight to the finish line. The driver and the mechanical girl would come out of the tunnel and return to the starting line to begin the second lap. And when he drove Xing Meng across the finish line, the distance between Po Feng and Xing Meng was still 15 meters. This was just the gap for the first lap. If he and Xing Meng maintained their form in the subsequent laps, and Lin Heijun and Po Feng had no good solution to break it, then the gap between them would only continue to grow. Lin Heijun and Po Feng, they no longer had a chance. Did not expect to see such an interesting driver in such a small competition. At the finish line, a tall figure was leaning in the shadows of the dim lights. She was leaning against the railing, her slender fingers holding a crushed beer can. You could faintly see the words nutrient solution beer flavor written on it. The light from the street lamp cast a soft edge on her cold profile, yet it could not melt the iciness in those red pupils. Those long, narrow phoenix eyes drooped slightly, her gaze falling lazily on the track, as if she was not really watching the race at all. At first, there were a few guys with dyed hair near the girl, watching the race while trying to find an opportunity to hit on her. After all, the girl was very beautiful, and her figure was hot, like a rose blooming on an ice field. But when they saw the black collar on her neck engraved with warning, they changed their minds. Without a doubt, this was a mechanical girl with a unique air. And the warning in the collar indicated that this was a malfunctioning mechanical girl. Even with a unique air, a malfunctioning mechanical girl was no different from a piece of junk. Hitting on a mechanical girl is meaningless. Hitting on a malfunctioning mechanical girl is an even bigger waste of time. In the night, a cold, feminine voice suddenly rang out behind the girl. "Queen, it is time to go back. Headquarters did not authorize you to wander around." The girl turned to look at the middle-aged woman in a suit, the night wind blowing her long black hair into elegant curves. In the shadows, her red lips lifted with faint disdain. "Did anyone tell you that you dress like a hotel waiter? It is no use scolding me." The middle-aged woman ignored these sarcasms, seemingly long used to them. "Watch the race with me. Who do you think will get top 3 in this race?" The girl turned her head and continued staring at the track, the water droplets on the nutrient canister sliding down her slender fingers onto the railing, then dripping onto her fair thighs, soaking into the black silk stockings against her delicate skin. The middle-aged woman sighed, took out her phone to look at the detailed data on the screen, and said matter-of-factly, "Except for Yu Ming, the sandbagging guy from the Northern Wolves, the skills of the other drivers are garbage, with no reference value. So according to the performance of the mechanical girls, the top 3 are Yu Ming's, Zhu Ying from the Northern Wolves, second is Lin Heijun's Po Feng, and third is the independent driver Su Zilong's Feng Su." "You guys believe too much in data." The girl's voice showed no emotion. "Because data reflects everything." "Is that so?" "Yes." "What if the top 3 turn out to be someone else?" "Who?" The middle-aged woman raised an eyebrow. The girl pointed at the second to last pair of names on the data board, Su Chen, Xing Meng. "They will get into the top 3. The middle-aged woman immediately pulled up Xing Meng's information, took a look, and smiled disdainfully. A D-class car with such poor performance, it had struggled to make the top 10. "Then how about we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" "A month of freedom." The girl turned, her indifferent gaze landing on the middle-aged woman, as if her freedom was just some common commodity in a store. "If they make the top 3, you lot must not restrict my freedom for a month. If they do not make the top 3, I will go back obediently and cooperate with your modifications. How about it?" The middle-aged woman pondered for a moment, and finally adjusted her glasses and nodded slowly. "Deal, Queen." Click. This was the second time Po Feng's wheels rolled over the finish line. Gravel blasted against the undercarriage, crackling like a sudden downpour. Lin Heijun stared at the flashing taillights ahead, his eyes full of dismay. Getting further and further away. Even though he had given it his all, the distance between him and Xing Meng was still widening. On the first lap, it was a little over 10 meters. By the second lap, they had already been left nearly 50 meters behind. Su Chen and Xing Meng's handling of the corners was exceptionally outstanding, completely at the level of a club professional racer. Their opponent's only flaw was on the straightaways, which was the only place he and Po Feng could make up a bit of the gap. But a race could not possibly be just straightaways, especially since the Bincheng Underground Tunnel race was a 2.5-star difficulty track. This level of difficulty only guaranteed that there would not be any overly perverse corners, nothing more. Master, what should we do? If this continues, we definitely will not be able to catch up to them. Po Feng's anxious voice rang in Lin Hejin's ears. Clearly, she did not want to lose. They had to at least get into the top 3, right? Our advantage is speed. Lin Hejin gripped the steering wheel tightly, pondering for a moment before saying, if we cannot make up for the cornering gap on the straightaways, we will just have to increase our cornering speed. Po Feng, can we control the car body right now? Po Feng gritted her teeth. She was not sure either. Increasing cornering speed had always been a training item for Lin Hejin and her. Actually, compared to before, their cornering speed was already much faster. But they were still unaccustomed to downhill hairpin turns like those in the underground tunnel race. Rashly increasing their cornering speed in a situation without enough experience could easily lead to danger. After all, downhill speed was the hardest to control. But racing required courage, trying and taking risks. She was no coward. Master, I want to try. Lin Hejin paused, hearing the firmness and resolve in his mech girl's voice. Losing this race would mean nothing more than missing out on beginner Star Essence materials. But for Po Feng, it would definitely be a major blow. Because Po Feng was a Class C car after all, and a Class C car losing to a Class D car was way too embarrassing. Moreover, from another perspective, Class C losing to a Class D also meant he, as the driver, would lose face. He refused to admit he was inferior to Su Chen. All right, then let us try. Lin Hejin took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. Next, he had to ensure he gave his all on every straightaway and gentle curve, without making any more mistakes. Meanwhile, outside the track, Brother Jai, these two mech girls are fighting neck and neck. Let me see. Brother Jai followed the camera and glanced over. His professional ethics as a host immediately made him smell a viral moment. He made a prompt decision. Quick, focus all cameras on these two mech girls. Viewers, the current top 5 leading competitors are Su Zilong and Feng Su, Zheng Gang and Pang Yuan, Du Zaiting and Guangnu, Li Yaochen and Zufeng, and Macbeth and Lixing. In addition to them, there are 2 other competitors biting closely behind. They are our old friend Lin Hejin and Po Feng and, a fresh face. Staff seamlessly passed Su Chen and Xing Meng's information over. Brother Jai took a look, his eyes widening instantly, his voice a bit distorted. Oh my god, this is incredibly interesting. A newbie entering a race for the first time with a Class D- mech girl is actually fighting neck and neck with our old friend. What kind of magic do they possess? Let us turn our attention to the big screen. Brother Jai's words immediately caused an uproar in the spectator stands around the track. Many viewers knew Lin Hejin and Po Feng. Leaving aside Lin Hejin's solid skills, he was a regular at the Bincheng Underground race and very familiar with the track. Take Po Feng for example. As a Class C mech girl, she should easily outrun a Class D mech girl no matter what. Could they be purposely going easy? But soon they stopped thinking that. Bincheng Underground race, 3rd lap, downhill hairpin turn. Watching Po Feng's constantly jumping speedometer dial, sweat began to drip from Lin Hejin's temples. He did not know when his back had been soaked in cold sweat. Previously on the downhill, he would start decelerating about 100 meters from the bottom of the slope, using the deceleration sign as a reference point. But now he decided to cut that in half. This time he would decelerate at 50 meters. Su Chen driving Xing Meng probably decelerated at around 50 meters too, right? He muttered to himself. Before, when he and Po Feng had braked early, they did not have Xing Meng as a reference, so he could not quite remember the exact details. If we can maintain the same cornering speed as them, we can outrun them. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, Po Feng had already blasted past the deceleration sign. Let us risk it. The downhill curve 50 meters away was close at hand. The darkness at the bottom of the curve was like the gaping maw of an abyss waiting to devour them. And Xing Meng, that dazzlingly white mech girl, had already taken the lead in challenging that patch of darkness under her driver's control. All Lin Hejin and Po Feng had to do was follow their example. Su Chen glanced in the rearview mirror. This time, Po Feng was much closer to Xing Meng. They are getting anxious. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Xing Meng's current speed, 159 km/h. Then as the pursuer, Po Feng's speed would only be faster and closer to danger. About 20 meters from the bottom of the slope. He stepped on the brakes, and Xing Meng instantly cut into the curve. It was not 50 meters. Danger. When he realized this, Lin Heijun had no way out. Po Feng cut into the curve at a speed of 165 kilometers per hour. At this moment, the aerodynamic kit was still generating downforce with all its might, but the onboard telemetry showed it was approaching its limit. Lin Heijun quickly downshifted and slammed on the brakes. His operation was flawless, his reactions even faster than ever before. But the braking distance had already exceeded the safe range. The fierce wind battered the windows. The guardrail on the edge of the curve rushed toward them. "Oh, turn for me." Lin Heijun roared, struggling to turn the steering wheel. Screech! Po Feng's front wheels instantly lost their grip, the tires screeching piercingly against the track surface. "Master, the suspension system is overloaded. Anti-roll system warning." Po Feng's voice was urgent and panicked. We might roll over." Lin Heijun tried to correct it immediately, but the reflex action from almost crashing into the guardrail made his countersteering excessive. Oversteer, every rookie driver's nightmare. The moment Po Feng's rear swung out, the car's center of gravity shifted. The left two wheels lifted off the ground, and the edges of the right tires frantically scraped against the track. The white smoke produced by the friction between the rubber and the asphalt instantly enveloped Lin Heijun's vision. The world spun around him. He no longer knew where he was on the track. In his ears were only Po Feng's wails, the screams of the spectators, and the continuous sounds of crashing. On the electronic big screen, Brother Jai and the audience watched in dumbfounded shock as Po Feng crashed into the curb. In the next second, bang! The car was tossed up as if by a giant's hand, flipping a full 3 times in the air before smashing into the ground with a loud crash, chassis facing up. The car lay horizontally, blocking half the lane with its 4 wheels still whirring madly. Yu Ming and Zhu Ying, chasing at high speed from behind, were so scared they immediately changed lanes, almost twisting into an S-shape on the track and barely managing to dodge it. Brother Jai. The cameraman blankly poked the equally dumbfounded Brother Jai. It looks like a rollover." Brother Jai snapped out of it, his vision blackening for a moment, and said urgently, "Damn it, I'm not blind. What are you standing there for? Has the rescue team been dispatched? Hurry up and get the rescue team over there to carry Lin Heijun and Po Feng away. If a chain reaction collision happens later, we are doomed." Laymen watch the show, while experts watch the technique. Brother Jai looked with a complex expression, Xing Meng leaving everyone in the dust on the big screen. He was not a racer, but he was half an expert. He knew that it was because of Su Chen and Xing Meng that the veteran duo of Lin Heijun and Po Feng had rolled over. This Su Chen, was he really a newbie? "Master, did an accident just happen behind us?" It was not a guess, it is a fact. Su Chen said expressionlessly, "Our opponents Lin Hai and Po Feng have crashed." Xing Meng was stunned by the news, her 2 furry cat ears suddenly perking up as she replied with a trembling voice, Is it because of us?" "I suppose so. They were desperate to overtake us and lost control of their cornering speed." Through the rearview mirror, Su Chen saw Xing Meng's large eyes wide with disbelief. "Master, we actually caused Lin Hai and Po Feng to crash, meow." "Master, you are amazing." Su Chen quite enjoyed the praise from his own machine girl. However, there really was not much to be proud of in overtaking Lin Hai and Po Feng. His driving skills were just slightly better than Lin Hai's, that is all. Compared to the top-tier racers in his past life, he would only be considered third-rate at best, much better than the average person, more professional than a casual driver, and just a hair ahead of a professional racer. In terms of driving, he had truly witnessed godlike beings, and as it happened, that driver shared the same surname, Su. But heaven is jealous of talent. That monstrous level of ability invited jealousy from many sides, and in the end, he was framed and died on the track. "Master, do you think we can make it into the top 3 in this race?" Xing Meng's voice was filled with a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. Originally, she had not given much thought to the final results. She only hoped that no matter the outcome, she would not be looked down upon by Su Chen, because she did not really know where she stood among the other participants. Until this moment, with Lin Hai and Po Feng completely eliminated. A spark of hope was now burning brightly in her heart. Do not worry," Su Chen said with a firm tone, even though they were still a little distance away from the top 3 at the moment. "We will definitely place, I promise." And just then, a loud roar. The scream of an engine exploded behind them, like the howl of a demon. There was a flicker of light in the rearview mirror, and Su Chen looked up to see a pair of blue diamond-shaped headlights staring coldly at him through the glass. "It is the machine girl with the wolf head emblem." Su Chen paused. She appeared just now, and he had almost forgotten that such a vehicle even existed. "Master S, she is so fast," Xing Meng exclaimed upon seeing Zhu Ying closing in. Zhu Ying's speed was indeed remarkable. In the blink of an eye, she was right behind them. After catching up, Zhu Ying did not accelerate further, but instead flashed her headlights twice. A provocation, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He pulled his right hand down, immediately downshifting. Xing Meng's engine RPM soared and torque erupted. But what if you are a club professional driver with a fancy machine girl? Let us see if you actually have the skill, or if you are just a hack relying on your machine's specs. In a straight-line sprint, Xing Meng was clearly no match for Zhu Ying. When Zhu Ying's nose drew level with Xing Meng's door, he could already see the machine girl's performance stats. Speed 65, cornering 67, burst 74. These three primary stats completely crushed Xing Meng's. She was effectively a B-class vehicle. Su Chen's face darkened. You have got to be kidding me, man. Bringing a B-class machine to race in a small event like this. That is going too far. Little did he know that inside Zhu Ying's cockpit, Yu Ming's usually cold face was filled with pure fanaticism. Heh, so you are the kid who made that hack Linai crash, right? Let me see just what kind of expert you really are. Up ahead, Zhu Ying sighed, appearing completely unfazed. After all, having been with Yu Ming for so long, she knew exactly what her master looked like when he got excited. But did he really have to be that serious against a rookie driver? Yu Ming was not in a hurry to overtake either. Overtaking in a straight line would not reveal Su Chen's true skill level. He just drove Zhu Ying, tailing Su Chen and Xing Meng closely like a wolf. He was waiting for that corner where he could gauge exactly how good Su Chen and Xing Meng really were. Time ticked away, and the signs for the downhill section flashed past the tunnel walls. The battle at the downhill hairpin turn on the fourth lap was about to begin. And this time, the protagonists were Xing Meng and Zhu Ying. Ladies and gentlemen, here they come, they are really coming. Chicken Brothers' passionate roar echoed over the broadcast. At this moment, the spectator railings along the downhill corner were packed with people, several times more than before. Roar! Amidst the screaming engines, Xing Meng and Zhu Ying charged down the slope almost neck and neck. The entire track seemed to tremble beneath the two machine girls as they raced. As they neared the bottom of the downhill corner, the skirmish finally broke out. Yu Ming, who had not made any aggressive moves until now, suddenly accelerated and ruthlessly cut into the inner lane. Screech! The sound of tires frictioning against the track was ear-piercing. My God, are they trying to kill themselves? Su Chen gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the wheel. While surprised by Yu Ming's reckless acceleration, he did not show weakness and launched a counterattack. He abandoned the ideal racing line, forcibly wedging his way into the narrow gap of the inner lane. In this instant, the two machine girls were almost completely pressed together, cornering in perfect parallel. Roar! The engines roared at their absolute limit. The suspension groaned, and the carbon ceramic brakes between the wheels glowed crimson red like fire. On the turn, he and Xing Meng did not fall behind. But Zhu Ying's stability was 53, a full 8 points higher than Xing Meng's 45. This meant Zhu Ying was easier to control and could straighten out faster upon exiting the corner. And it was that 8-point gap that allowed Yu Ming to pilot Zhu Ying out of the corner first, stomping the gas pedal all the way down. In the moment of the overtake, time seemed to stand still. Zhu Ying's side window was parallel to Xing Meng's, just centimeters apart. Su Chen could clearly see the blue flame erupting from Zhu Ying's turbocharger, the chassis vibrating under the limit of aerodynamics. He could not make out the driver's face. He only saw the track lights reflecting off the helmet, streaking past like lightning. The two locked eyes through the windows, and Yu Ming suddenly gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Awesome, ha ha ha, brother, you are really good. Oh, master, you are so noisy. I cannot hear a word you are saying through the glass. Zhu Ying complained, frowning. Whatever, Yu Ming retracted his hand and focused back on the track. I have had a blast tonight, ha 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 ha. I never thought I would run into such a skilled driver in a small race like this. I even feel like his driving technique is better than mine. Zhu Ying pouted, but she did not disagree. Because she knew it too. That guy called Su Chen really was something else. At the corner exit, Zhu Ying's front splitter had already cleared Xing Meng's front bumper. Yu Ming's positioning was precise, successfully forcing Xing Meng into the outer lane. Amidst the roaring engine noise, Su Chen took a deep breath, leaning back against the seat, the electric surge of adrenaline slowly subsiding. As expected of a professional, interesting. The corner of his mouth curled up. He was not agitated or upset by being overtaken by Yu Ming and Zhu Ying. The racing world is strictly hierarchical. It tests both a driver's technique and the machine's performance. If you cannot beat them, you cannot beat them, you just accept it. It is precisely because of falling behind that one gains the drive to catch up. Hisu is not someone who cannot handle a loss. Besides, he glanced at the finish line marker flashing past. Yu Ming and Zhu Ying winning the championship would not affect him getting the materials Xingmeng needed. Because when he and Xingmeng crossed the finish line of the fourth lap, their cumulative time had already surpassed the contestants ahead, putting them in third place overall. Xingmeng, how are you feeling? Su Chen suddenly realized Xingmeng had not spoken for a while. Xingmeng, Xingmeng, he called out twice. After a long moment, the girl's soft, timid voice came from the front. Master, I am sorry. Xingmeng, Su Chen sighed, cutting her off. Does she really have to apologize and be so scared over such a small matter? He could not even imagine how terribly she had been gaslit and manipulated by Wang Tingting before. He reached out his hand, wanting to pat her little head. But the limitations of his sitting posture meant his hand ended up on her behind. But that did not stop him from trying to offer her support. Remember my words. The track was never a place to compare who is more perfect, but a place to witness who can find a breakthrough in the midst of imperfection. And right now, we are on the road to that breakthrough. The cockpit was silent for a long time. Master, I understand now. Xingmeng's voice trembled slightly, her heart wrapped in warmth. She had not expected to receive gentle encouragement from Su Chen, instead of the scolding she anticipated. But she bit her lip, her cheeks blushing red. But could you please stop squeezing so hard, meow? Su Chen retracted his hand, belatedly realizing, and let out a laugh. Oh, that is just how tuners are. Sometimes our hands just get a little out of control, ha ha ha. Xingmeng Hangul Kopiopenus Hangul Kopiopenus. Binju City Night 9:51 p.m. Vroom. Another mecha girl crossed the finish line. As time went on, fewer and fewer contestants had yet to reach the finish. At this moment on the electronic screen, the top 3 contestants were Yu Ming and Shadow Chaser, total time 46 minutes 17 seconds, average speed 200 kilometers per hour. Su Zilong and Sharp Speed, total time 54 minutes 33 seconds, average speed 171 kilometers per hour. Zheng Gang and Judge, total time 56 minutes 21 seconds, average speed 165 kilometers per hour. Usually when these results came out, Su Zilong and Zheng Gang would have breathed a sigh of relief. They were regulars at the Bincheng underground races, relying on race winnings to save up modification fees for their mecha girls. Today's results had already broken their previous records. But right now, they were still staring intently at the large electronic screen. Zheng Gang in particular was holding his mecha girl's hand, sweating profusely from nervousness. This was entirely because tonight's Bincheng underground race was extraordinary. First, there was the Smurf from the Northern Wolf Racing Team, who started last but was the first to cross the finish line. Then an unheard-of rookie eliminated their rivals Lin Heijun and Bladebreaker halfway through the race. Now they were waiting for this rookie's results. The audience was waiting, and at the very front of the stands, the aloof young woman leaning against the railing was waiting too. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finish line, and we can already hear the roar of an engine. With Brother Chicken's loud shout, all the camera angles began to focus on the finish line. Screech, accompanied by the sharp shriek of tires rubbing against the ground. In the darkness at the end of the tunnel, 2 snow-white headlights flashed into view. Here they come. The young woman by the railing's eyes lit up, and she stood up straight, looking in the direction of the engine sound. There were still 5 contestants who had not reached the finish line yet, and she was silently praying. Is it them? If it is, then who will make the top 3 is still unknown. The mecha girl rapidly approached, and soon her entire vehicle form clearly appeared in the view of all the spectators. Dazzling white body, a beautiful streamlined shape, and those highly recognizable Matrix headlights. Whoa, it is that one, the one that took down Lin Heijun. Someone pointed at the speeding sports car and shouted. What was her name again? I think it is Xingmeng. There are no more corners ahead. Inside Xingmeng's cockpit, Su Chen looked at the track with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. In the second half of the race, Xingmeng's cornering speed had actually dropped. That was because the tire wear was too severe and the grip was insufficient. To be safe, he had to choose to reduce speed while cornering. Before reducing speed, he was confident about entering the top 3, but after reducing speed, he was no longer so sure. Although he had brought Xingmeng this far, as a driver, he had to consider the mecha girl's safety above all else. Xingmeng, your tire wear has exceeded 30%. Should we lower the speed a bit? Through the rearview mirror, Su Chen saw Xingmeng's tense, pretty face. Tires are like shoes. If the shoes wear through, it is the feet that suffer. If the wheel hubs were to rub against the ground at high speeds, it was unimaginable how much it would hurt. Master, I can do this. Xingmeng leaned forward, her expression serious and her teeth clenched tight. He had also seen the average speed rankings on the electronic screen. The top 3 scores were not stable. Are you sure? I am. The sound of the girl gritting her teeth was firmer than ever before. The neural connection spreading from her spine to the cockpit was emitting a dazzling radiance. All right, Su Chen took a deep breath, then let us sprint with everything we have. Yes, Master. Success or failure depends on this one move. She did not want to let down Su Chen's modifications, nor did she want to let down his efforts. She wanted to become a more powerful C-class mecha girl and participate in the city championship. She wanted to fairly and squarely trample Wang, tinting under her feet, and tell her that she was not trash. Charge meow. The accelerator was floored, and the speedometer needle climbed until it maxed out. The synchronization rate quietly rose, and the speed, which had already reached its limit, burst upward just a little bit more. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The moment they crossed the finish line, the timer stopped. Su Chen stepped on the brake with his right foot, pushed the clutch with his left, and then yanked the steering wheel hard. Screech! Xingmeng's rear end suddenly swung out, drawing a beautiful arc. The tires let out an ear-piercing shriek against the asphalt track, leaving behind 2 black skid marks. Her car body slid sideways at a near 90-degree angle, gliding into the recovery platform amidst smoke and tumbling rubber debris before coming to a steady stop. The roar of the engine came to an abrupt halt. Heat waves slowly rose amidst the white smoke generated by the tires. Su Chen picked up a mineral water bottle next to him, calmly twisted it open, and took a sip. He did not check the results right away. Instead, he unbuckled his seatbelt, stood up, and patted Xingmeng's little head. You did great, Xingmeng. For our first race, our teamwork was absolutely perfect. Xingmeng deactivated her racing mode and switched back to human form. Having just finished the race, she was sweating profusely, her pretty face flushed, and she was panting slightly. She looked like she had just been fished out of the water, her racing suit clinging tightly to her skin. Every step she took left a smoking rubber footprint behind. Even though the staff had promptly sprayed cooling mist on her tires, the temperature of her wheel hubs was still very high. She looked at the palm Su Chen extended, her cat ears perking up, and she timidly gave him a high five. But Master, we still do not know our results yet. It does not matter what the results are at all. Su Chen shrugged, looking completely nonchalant. The important thing is that we gave it our all today and we made this trip worthwhile. Especially his hand, which had definitely made the trip worthwhile. He even decided not to wash his hands tonight. Before he could finish speaking, the 2 of them heard Brother Chicken's raspy, duck-like voice coming from the audience stands. Audience friends, the most special contestant of this race has reached the finish line. His result determines the final ranking of this race, and I believe everyone cannot wait anymore. Please look at the big screen. The audience looked at the big screen, and Su Chen and Xingmeng looked at it at the same time. Because he and Xingmeng were in the last wave to start, their names were listed 3rd from the bottom on the big screen. 2nd from the bottom were Lin Heijun and Bladebreaker, who had long been eliminated. Last place was Yu Ming, who had already shot up to 1st place after his results were revealed. Tadada, accompanied by passionate drumbeats, their names began to flash. Su Chen remained expressionless but clenched his fists tightly, while Xingmeng covered her face with both hands, holding her breath, wanting to look but not daring to. Su Chen and Xingmeng, total time 55 minutes 7 seconds, average speed 170 kilometers per hour. The moment the result was displayed, it immediately moved up the ranks, eventually bumping the 3rd place Zheng Gang and Judge down and taking the 3rd place spot. Enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience stands. The Bincheng underground tunnel races had been dominated by those seasoned veterans for too long, and everyone was sick of seeing them. Today, they finally got to see an unheard-of driver and mecha girl smash through the obstacles, brave the pressure, and charge into the top 3. There was no need to even think about the 4 remaining contestants who had not reached the finish line yet. They had started earlier than Su Chen and Xingmeng, but finished later, so there was no suspense left regarding the top 3. Boom, boom, boom. The spotlights at the finish line, under the control of the lighting technician, fell upon the top 3 contestants. Thunderous applause echoed throughout the audience stands. Ma Master, I think we are 3rd. Standing in the spotlight, Xingmeng felt as if she were in a dream, her voice trembling with a hint of disbelief. That is right, we are 3rd. Su Chen patted Xingmeng's head, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly. We did it. But it is a pity. I said before that if we did not make the top 3, I would treat you to stinky tofu and big watermelons. Now look, the stinky tofu and watermelons are gone. Master, does this mean we have a basic star core? Yes. I can upgrade to a C-class mecha girl. Right. Xingmeng took a deep breath, dazzling sparks dancing in her azure eyes. We can participate in the city championship. Exactly, Su Chen nodded emphatically. The smile on Xingmeng's face gradually widened, and her eyes lit up. Suddenly, she picked Su Chen up and tossed him into the air. Whoosh! Meow, I get to upgrade to a C-class mecha girl. She steadily caught the pale-faced Su Chen and tossed him up again. Whoosh! I get to participate in the city championship. Long live the master. Su Chen's tragic screams echoed over the finish line. Xingmeng, you brat, stop throwing me. I'm afraid of heights. Put me down right now. I accept my loss. The young woman by the railing had returned to her aloof demeanor, but it could be seen from the slight upward curve of her lips that she was in a good mood. For 1 month, you are not to interfere with my freedom. I will go wherever I want to go. Queen, I am afraid that does not comply with the group's rules. The middle-aged woman looked troubled. She truly had not expected Su Chen and Xingmeng to make the top 3. He could not be blamed for it. After all, the information she had was that Su Chen was just a rookie who had not participated in a single race. Who would have thought that a rookie's driving skills could rival those of professional racers? Rules, the young woman's face instantly darkened, causing the surrounding air temperature to drop sharply. Keep your promises. I signed an agreement with you, but I also have the right to refuse to cooperate. If you insist on talking to me about rules, I will not accept any form of modification from you. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman gritted her teeth secretly. After hesitating for a long time, her shoulders slumped, and she finally nodded. I understand. I will make the proper records when I get back. You cannot send anyone to follow me, the young woman said indifferently. Otherwise, I still will not cooperate with any form of modification. Understood, the middle-aged woman sighed. At this point, she had no choice but to accept it. However, she also remembered the man and woman under the spotlight, Su Chen and Xingmeng. The young woman was also looking at Su Chen and Xingmeng in the spotlight, her gaze especially focused on Su Chen, her eyes full of curiosity and inquiry. I heard this man is also a modifier. Interesting. The emergency center near the Binhu underground tunnel. Lin Heijun had regained consciousness from his coma, but his neck was still in a thick plaster cast, keeping his head immobile. Po Feng sat beside him and adjusted the angle of the TV in front of the hospital bed to face Lin Heijun directly. We lost completely. Lin Heijun sighed as he looked at the screen. The TV was playing the live replay of the race that had just ended. Master, I am sorry. Po Feng lowered her head, twisting her fingers and biting her lip. If my cornering performance had been just a little better, this rollover should not have happened. She was filled with self-reproach. She had not sustained many injuries in the accident, but her condition had dropped significantly. Lin Heijun, however, had suffered much worse, having sustained a grade 3 concussion and needing that plaster cast on his neck. If he wanted to recover before the city championship, he would have to waste a professional treatment opportunity, one provided by a team of medical mecha girls capable of helping drivers recover from physical trauma rapidly. This is not your fault. First of all, Su Chen's technique is excellent, and secondly, it is clear his mecha girl has been modified. Lin Heijun comforted her softly. Judging by Xingmeng's performance in the turns, her cornering capabilities are likely superior to yours. On top of that, my own decision-making was a bit too hasty, which led to our loss. Master, I remember you entered this race to get a primary star core for Ms. Wang, right? Po Feng said timidly. If we did not get the primary star core, Ms. Wang will definitely be angry. You do not need to worry about Wang Tingting. Lin Heijun waved his hand dismissively. I have a good friend who has a spare primary star core. It happens to be a burning flame badge type, so I can just spend a little money to buy it off him. What you and I need to do is speed up our training, especially in improving cornering speed. Otherwise, we might not be a match for Su Chen and Xingmeng at the city championship. Looking at Su Chen and Xingmeng holding their bronze medals on the TV screen, Lin Heijun clenched his fists. I can lose to anyone, but I do not want to lose to them again. His fighting spirit and hostility did not stem from the conflict between Wang Tingting and Su Chen. It stemmed from himself, rolling his vehicle because he overestimated his cornering speed. This was likely going to become the talk of the town among Binhu City's drivers. There was only one way to wash away the shame, and that was to defeat Su Chen and Xingmeng fairly and squarely in an open competition like the city championship. Po Feng. Here, the girl beside the hospital bed stood at attention the moment she heard his voice. Special training starts tomorrow afternoon. Number, we start at dawn today. Master, but your injuries. A mere concussion is not brain death. Lin Heijun let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Discharge immediately. Let us get to work. Is this a primary radiant star core? Su Chen lay on his bedroom bed, holding a sphere that shimmered with golden light in his hand. He had been back at the modification shop for quite some time. Third place in the Binhu Underground race came with a 20,000 yuan prize and one primary star core, the very sphere he was holding. The sound of splashing water came from the shower room just through the door, along with the girl's soft voice humming a cheerful tune. Xingmeng was taking a shower. According to the little girl, she felt sticky after racing all night, and taking a shower in human form would save her from the high costs of professional maintenance shops, though the only downside was that it would not accelerate her recovery. He had nothing better to do, so he started researching the upgrade materials for his mecha girl. The orb in his hand had a soft, bouncy texture, almost like a balloon filled with water, yet it felt light as a feather. The moment he loosened his grip, it would drift slowly downward. How exactly do you use a primary star core for a mecha girl again? Su Chen searched on his phone for a while, but the explanations online were all over the place. First of all, the prerequisite for a mecha girl to promote from D to C is for one stat to reach the passing line, which requires instrumental testing. However, according to his research, passing meant reaching 60 points. As for the star core, some said you just feed it to the mecha girl, others said you stuff it into her chest, and even more absurd, some claimed you have to hold the primary star core in your mouth while giving the mecha girl a French kiss. How ridiculous. How lewd. Must expose it, must interrogate them severely. Su Chen expressed his strong condemnation and clicked on the second and third plans to read them carefully. Master, I am done with my bath. Xingmeng pushed open the bedroom door and bounded in. Su Chen instinctively looked up and felt his breathing skip a beat. The soft indoor light fell upon Xingmeng. She stood there timidly, wearing an oversized t-shirt that clung wetly to her shapely, delicate figure. Her long white hair was draped loosely, still damp, with water droplets trickling down her strands and disappearing after swirling over her slender collarbone. Her snow-white cat ears were soft and drooping from the bath, making them look fluffy and inviting to the touch. Master, your clothes are a bit too big, Meow. Do you have anything smaller? Xingmeng muttered, wiping her hair haphazardly with a towel while tiptoeing toward the bed. Master, are you listening to me? She leaned in closer, her cat tail swinging happily behind her, her big blue eyes staring unblinkingly at Su Chen. Master, why? Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something dirty on my face? She had only just washed herself clean, after all. Xingmeng tilted her head and tucked a strand of wet hair behind her ear, revealing her petite earlobe and slender neck. The t-shirt shifted up with her movement, accidentally revealing a small patch of her snow-white lower back. Su Chen felt his mouth go dry and hurriedly looked away. Perhaps the race had brought them closer, and since Xingmeng was more familiar with him, had she started acting more unrestrained. Pull your clothes up properly. Su Chen pointed at Xingmeng's semi-exposed chest. He had even seen water droplets sliding down the curve inside. Oh, meow, Xingmeng was startled, hurriedly scrambling to cover her chest. Her cat ears shot up, and she blinked her big eyes with solemnity. I trust you absolutely, Master. You are definitely not the type of person to have impure thoughts about me. But since it is your request, I will be very mindful of my attire in front of you from now on, meow. Damn it. Having been labeled a saint against his will, how was he supposed to show off his true colors as a man in the future? Su Chen felt frustrated and said helplessly, Do you act like this when you are with Wang Tingting? No way, Xingmeng shook her head so hard that her ahouj flickered. I have a bond contract with you, Master Meow. Do you know what a bond contract implies? In human terms, it means we share the same pair of pants, Meow. What about a soul contract? Su Chen asked out of the blue. Meow, a soul contract is even more powerful. Xingmeng's tail swung happily. In human terms, it means, well, it means. You are in me, and I am in you. We are deeply intertwined, our souls merge, and we become one as human and machine. Su Chen, can someone really say these things without having impure thoughts? All right, let us change the subject. Seeing that the metaphorical train was about to run him over, Su Chen quickly took out the primary star core. Xingmeng, let me test you. How does a mecha girl use a primary star core to upgrade herself? As a driver, what kind of help should I provide? It is not that I do not know, he said brazenly. I just want to see if your theoretical foundations as a mecha girl are solid. Facing Su Chen's question, Xingmeng was silent for a moment, lowering her head a little at a loss. What is wrong, you do not know? Su Chen was taken aback. He still thought this should belong to the basic common sense of a mecha girl. As a mecha girl, Xingmeng should be very familiar with it. Because I have not learned it. Xingmeng pouted, her cat ears drooping. Before, Wang Tingting felt it was impossible for me to upgrade to Class C, and did not plan to upgrade me to Class C, so she did not let me attend many core knowledge classes related to mecha girls. Then what did she make you do? Work as a tow truck to make money. Xingmeng twisted the corner of her clothes with her fingers, saying aggrievedly, when holding an open tournament, sometimes there are not enough logistics mecha girls. At this time, they will recruit ordinary mecha girls and drivers to do logistics towing work, and the organizers will pay some wages. This is one of the jobs we mecha girls can do openly and honestly, meow. This Wang Tingting is really a piece of trash. Su Chen's face darkened, skipping classes to go make money instead. Making money is one thing, but this money was not even spent on Xingmeng. Wang Tingting probably already had the idea of replacing Xingmeng right after graduation, while Xingmeng, when working as a logistics tow truck to make money, probably even comforted herself that this might be her future modification fee. It is okay, master. It is all in the past, meow. Seeing Su Chen unhappy, Xingmeng actually comforted him instead, her cat ears twitching slightly. It is exactly because Wang Tingting treated me badly that I was able to meet such a handsome and amazing master. When she smiled, her eyes curved like crescents, and the cat tail behind her swayed from side to side. She looked like a sweet little cake, and just looking at her made Su Chen's mood a lot better. Oh, you are pretty good at flattering, huh? Su Chen could not help but laugh. Xingmeng stuck out her small tongue and said playfully, then does master like hearing it. It is all right, Su Chen feigned reserve. Since Wang Tingting did not teach you well, then I will be the one to teach and train you. I will go online later to look up some information and study. It really was time to study seriously. In the beginning, his contract with Xingmeng was indeed mostly for the purpose of activating his talent. But after spending a few days together and going through a race together, he truly regarded Xingmeng as his future partner, whether it was his racing career or his career as a modifier. Boss, I know. A cold and clear voice suddenly sounded behind them. Both Su Chen and Xingmeng were startled. The two followed the sound and looked over. A tall figure stood frozen like a painting at the bedroom door. She was wearing a black dress that perfectly outlined her graceful figure, contrasting with her snow-white skin. Her pitch-black straight hair fell like a waterfall, shimmering with a faint bluish glow under the light. On her palm-sized pretty face was a pair of crimson eyes that seemed to contain flames. Her elegant nose was prominent, and her red lips were slightly pursed like blooming vermilion cherries, yet they did not have the bright red of cherries, but rather exuded a noble, piercing coldness. The girl was indifferently observing the environment of the bedroom. That elegant and calm appearance made it hard to associate her with an intruder. Instead, she looked like a female leopard patrolling her territory. When did this person get here? Su Chen was dumbfounded for a moment. Is she a cat? Not a single sound. Moreover, this was his bedroom, his private space. Who are you? He frowned. A customer. The girl glanced at Su Chen, her eyes devoid of any ripples, and found a chair to sit down on her own. No, even if you are a customer, you cannot just barge into someone else's bedroom like this. The door was not closed. The girl pointed at the bedroom door. Even so, the modification shop's door was not closed either, the girl added. Su Chen's vision went dark. Is an open door a reason to intrude at will? From various signs on the girl, he also realized that she was a mecha girl. A mecha girl coming to his shop alone without a driver accompanying her. Other than Xingmeng, she was the only one. A definite rare guest. You go wait outside first, Su Chen said helplessly. I am currently researching upgrading issues with my mecha girl. I will come out to receive you after we finish here. I know, ask me. The girl lifted her chin slightly. Su Chen exchanged a glance with the girl, paused, and sighed as if compromising. Then you tell me. The mecha girl expands her core, and then you just bring the basic star essence close to it. Did not the internet say there was some French deep kiss method? Su Chen did not give up. The girl tilted her head, a hint of sarcasm flashing in her eyes. The internet teaches you to use an electric drill to treat hemorrhoids. Would you learn that? Su Chen, well, would not learn that at all. Expanding the core was something Xingmeng knew how to do. This should be a basic ability mecha girls had since birth. It was a cluster of crystals resembling a flower bud, held in Xingmeng's hands, emitting a soft, pale golden glow. Su Chen brought the basic radiant star essence close to the crystal, and the radiant star essence seemed to be drawn in, turning into a streak of light and merging into the core. After waiting a few seconds, a new paper-thin crystal cluster grew around the originally solitary crystal, looking just like a newly grown petal. Then, without Xingmeng needing to do anything, the core automatically retracted into her chest. Meanwhile, Xingmeng closed her eyes, and a soft glow lit up her body, seemingly in the process of upgrading. "Is this it?" Su Chen turned his head to ask the girl. The girl nodded lightly. "Is a French deep kiss really not needed?" The girl did not speak, just looking at Su Chen with a gaze meant for a small fry, the disgust in her crimson eyes almost materializing. Under that rather oppressive gaze, Su Chen automatically swallowed the words he had yet to speak. Since Xingmeng was still in the upgrading state, he focused his attention on this customer. The Eye of God was activated accordingly. He would not have known if he had not looked, but looking gave him a jump. The girl's luxurious attribute panel almost blinded his titanium dog eyes. Mecha Girl information. Name Queen Star Emblem, Thunder Burst type. Speed 76. Cornering 90. Stability 81. Burst 61. Endurance 82. Modification Core, Vortex Emperor Type the 3rd, Purple Grade. Stigmata, Wild Hunt 3-piece set, Blue Grade, Speed plus 10%, Stability plus 10%, Rollover Correction plus 5. Heart of Eternity 1-piece set, Purple Grade, Endurance plus 9. Current level SS. Special talent ineffective. Synchronization rate 0%. Status malfunctioning, unable to drive. Valuation. A top-tier mecha girl with outstanding talent, but has been ruined by a brainless modifier. Without a doubt, this was the first SS-level mecha girl Su Chen had seen so far. Her panel attributes could be considered quite luxurious, but they seemed a little off. Leaving aside the baffling special statuses like malfunctioning and unable to drive. A mecha girl should awaken her talent skill upon reaching S-level, yet here it said ineffective. There was also the focus of the attributes. The best attribute of a burst-type mecha girl was actually cornering. Compared to the attributes of the Golden Falcon he saw before as a speed-type mecha girl, her attributes obviously focused on speed, followed by burst. But a burst-type mecha girl's primary attribute should be burst, followed by speed, and finally cornering, stability, and so on. Even if I am a mecha girl, it is impolite for you to stare at me like that. The mecha girl named Queen suddenly spoke, coldly chilling to the bone. Hearing this, Su Chen could not help but roll his eyes. Talking about impoliteness now. Is it polite for you to trespass into someone else's room without permission? Although visitors are guests, this guest was too arrogant. The moment his eyes met Queen's, they suddenly sharpened, and at the same time he raised a finger and pointed at Queen's head. Then a few blunt words popped out of his mouth. "You are sick. You are dead. Queen." Su Chen thought that by saying this, the SS-rank mecha girl in front of him would be furious. Then he would seize the opportunity to point out the issue directly and reap a wave of admiration and awe. To his surprise, the girl just looked at him with calm eyes. After staring at each other for a long time, Queen slowly nodded. "You are right." After a pause, she added, "I do have a problem, so can you fix it?" Such a straightforward conversation left Su Chen stunned for a long while. After a moment, he nodded, then shook his head. "Whether I can fix it or not depends on me studying it first." In fact, he had already spotted the problem from Queen's status panel. And the final note was also very obvious, ruined by an idiotic modifier. To put it simply, a mecha girl designed for explosive acceleration had her cornering performance modified to 90. Is not that like forcing a math genius to study English? That is completely absurd. The core of racing modification is to utilize all the advantages of the vehicle. While maximizing those advantages, you try your best to cover for the weaknesses. Some cars are just good at cornering. You cannot ruin that performance just to improve straight-line speed. It would be better to just build a new car from scratch. However, these things could not be said directly. The standard procedure still had to be followed. Inspections cost money too, he said, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. "Do you have any money?" The girl did not speak. She just pulled a thick stack of cash from her pocket and gently pressed it onto the table. Su Chen's eyes widened. A stack that thick was at least 20,000. The smile on his face instantly became sincere. The customer is God, so a bit of arrogance is completely understandable. "Next, I need you to cooperate by shifting into your racing form. That is fine, right?" Queen tilted her head, her red eyes filled with confusion. It was her first time hearing that an inspection required shifting into racing form. Are not inspections usually done by scanning tools covering the entire body, and then creating a modification plan based on the system's evaluation? But she remembered that this place did not have the fully mechanized modification conditions found at headquarters. Since that was the case, She started unbuttoning her dress. "Hey, what are you doing?" Su Chen saw Queen's action and quickly stopped her. "Taking off my clothes," Queen replied emotionlessly, her tone as flat as if she were stating the weather. "You do not need to take off your clothes to shift into racing form." "This is not just clothing," Queen said, her hands not stopping, her eyes not blinking. "If I shift directly, it will break." "Fine, fine." Su Chen rubbed his forehead helplessly and quickly exited the room. "I will step out first. Call me when you have transformed." "You humans have so many rules," Queen tesked. Just as Su Chen was about to close the door, he got annoyed and opened it again, saying speechlessly, "This is basic moral decency between men and women. Do not you understand that? I have never been naked in front of a human." Queen tilted her chin slightly, her red eyes filled with mockery. "Are you avoiding me like this because you are afraid of developing urges toward me?" She paused deliberately, her tone even more disdainful. The self-control of carbon-based life forms is truly worrying. "Since that is the case, I will be sure to keep my distance in the future." Su Chen, this conversation was going nowhere. He slammed the door shut and turned to head to the bathroom to wash his face with cold water. When he returned to the bedroom door, Queen had already finished transforming. "Can I come in now?" "Yes." Su Chen pushed the door open, and before his eyes was a sports car with a truly exaggerated design. The car's silhouette felt familiar, somewhat like the Apollo EVO supercar from his previous life, but the lines were even sharper. The front design was more aggressive than the original, with edges so distinct they looked like a drawn blade, every line exuding restrained power. Most striking were the headlights, not the iconic X-shape of the Apollo EVO, but sharp triangles reminiscent of the Apollo IE. Right now, a pair of red eyes glowed with an eerie blood-red light, casting two intense beams in the dimly lit room. Just by sitting there quietly, an indescribable sense of oppression and lethality radiated from it. It was as if this were not a sports car, but a predator waiting for the right moment. "Cool," Su Chen could not help but give a thumbs up. "Master, this big sister's car body is so beautiful." Xing Meng's voice of wonder also sounded from the side. It turned out the little girl had finished her upgrade. Su Chen carefully examined his own Mecha Girl's status panel, and discovered that Xing Meng had become a C-rank Mecha Girl. After upgrading to C-rank, every attribute had increased a bit from the original, and now they were: Speed 44, Cornering 62, Stability 46, Burst 34, Endurance 52. When he looked at the modification core column, Su Chen was surprised to find that it was gone. "Xing Meng, where is your Black Silk Big Thunder No. 2 modification core?" Xing Meng's cat ears and ouch twitched, and she shook her head blankly. I do not know, meow." Su Chen was dumbfounded. Xing Meng was currently in a state without a modification core inserted, but her attributes had not decreased. Could this be one of the golden fingers he gained upon arriving in this world? That would be amazing. He could already see himself becoming a world-class racer, surrounded by mecha girls, reaching the pinnacle of life. When a mecha girl promotes, the modification core she is equipped with is automatically merged and solidified. Queen's cold voice echoed, like a bucket of cold water dousing Su Chen's dreams. "So that is how it is." Su Chen sighed and then slapped his thigh. "I miscalculated. I should have crafted a better modification core for Xing Meng before letting her promote." Meaningless, the black sports car's window rolled down, revealing Queen's fair, pretty face. From D rank to C rank, only white quality cores can be solidified. Even if you gave her a better one, it would not have solidified. She added a merciless blow. "Besides, those kinds of white cores offer very limited improvement for a mecha girl, maybe not even as good as a piece of Starlight Stigmata." Starlight Stigmata, Su Chen remembered, did not Queen have those? Something called the Wild Hunt 3-piece set and the Eternal Heart 1-piece set. He also noticed that after upgrading to C rank, Xing Meng had unlocked a Stigmata slot. Before, the Stigmata spot on the attribute panel had been gray, but now it was bright again, though it had no equipment. "Are not you going to inspect me?" Queen leaned lazily on the car window with one partially bare arm, her delicate skin glowing faintly under the light. A few strands of long hair slid down her shoulders, obscuring her visible collarbone. She rested her chin lightly on her arm, squeezing her exquisite cheeks into an unexpectedly soft curve, though her red eyes were full of impatience. "It is already very late." She paused expressionlessly, saying, "Or are you the kind of pervert who keeps women overnight to try and do something indecent?" Tusk. "This is getting more ridiculous." Su Chen's vision went dark. "I am not that kind of person. I will inspect you right now." He used a jack to lift Queen up, hoping to see a look of panic on her face. However, he failed. Queen still maintained her calm demeanor, even taking an interest in commenting on the jack. A car repair tool from the old era? Interesting. Su Chen had no choice but to crawl under the chassis and take a look for the sake of it. Queen's car body had no problems at all. The modifications were solid, and the parts looked as new as if they had just left the factory. But she is a mecha girl, not a machine. She is a miraculous living organism. Since she is a living being, one must consider the influence of the mind and spirit on the body. "What rank were you when you were first born?" he asked while checking. "B rank," Queen replied succinctly. 3 cores were solidified from B to SS. Perhaps those 3 solidifyings created the distorted attributes Queen has today. Su Chen felt that this must be the problem. "Do you remember when you started being unable to start?" "I do not remember," Queen frowned. "A part of my memory seems to be missing. When I became aware of who I was already a broken mecha girl. My headquarters is trying hard to repair me because the chairman's daughter needs to modify me into a mecha girl suitable for her to drive, but it has never succeeded. Since I am already SS rank, they have invested too much wealth and energy into me, so they have not thought of giving up on me yet." As the conversation progressed, Su Chen noticed that their synchronization rate was gradually increasing. He could gradually see more information in her status panel. Synchronization rate 20. Valuation: a king who should have ruled the track with absolute speed, now lost and trapped in inappropriate cornering. After realizing her wings were broken piece by piece, she gave up struggling and let her soul sink into the darkness. Standing before you is just a beautiful empty shell with a gorgeous exterior, but her inner self has long withered into ash. After reading Queen's information, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, basically understanding the situation. Simply put, as a creature with a soul and emotions, it is quite reasonable that under certain special conditions, she would unfortunately suffer from traumatic stress-induced autism. Is not it? I have a rough idea of your situation. Su Chen lowered the jack, pondered for a moment, and said to Queen, "Your modification direction is wrong. For example, your current Turbo Emperor Type 3 core is an excellent purple core, but its main enhancement direction is cornering and stability. What you should specialize in is speed and burst." Queen blinked, a fleeting light seemingly flashing in her red eyes. "Can it be changed?" "No, it cannot," Su Chen shook his head. "What level do you think my mod shop is? I cannot get materials that high-end. Besides, even if I changed the mod core for you, it would be meaningless. From B to SS, you have already experienced 3 mod core solidifications. Unless we can undo the previous 3 mod core solidifications." He paused. "Simply put, it means knocking you back from SS class to B class and starting from scratch. Replace the mod core with one that boosts speed and burst every time you advance." Queen lowered her eyelashes, her thin lips slightly pursed. After a long while, she turned her head. Then, "Any suggestions?" Her tone was indifferent, but it could not hide that trace of disappointment. As for suggestions, Su Chen stared at her thoughtfully. "Change to a module that increases burst and speed. The Turbo Emperor Type 3 really does not suit you. I can tell that whoever installed the mod core for you wanted to turn you into a flawless all-around warrior. But that is impossible." He turned around, grabbed a rag to wipe his hands, and continued. "The higher the speed and burst, the harder it is to control the chassis. If you want handling, you have to give up speed. If you want top speed, the driver needs to use their skills to compensate for the instability during cornering." "Who is your driver?" He did not even look back. "Tell her not to always pursue cornering stability. As a racer, how can she not have a spirit of adventure? Do you know what speed and passion are? Without speed, where is the passion?" The room fell into silence. Su Chen focused on wiping the tools on the workbench. Xingmeng looked back and forth between Queen and Su Chen curiously, the cat ears on her head turning around like little radars, and her tail wagging restlessly. "If only she and their thoughts could be the same as yours." After a while, Queen muttered softly. "What did you say?" Su Chen turned his head around, holding a wrench, only to see that Queen had already reverted to her human form. The dim yellow light in the room seemed to smear the afterglow of a sunset over her. Her shoulder blades were like folded wings, graceful and exquisite, the line of her spine smoothly extending to her slender waist, then contouring down into a perfect peach-like curve. That snow-white skin almost glowed in the darkness, like fine pearls. Queen's refinement and perfection were entirely out of place in the shabby workshop, like an added stroke of stunning color in a black and white painting. Su Chen could be considered to have seen countless women in his past life. But right now, he still could not help holding his breath. "Seen enough?" Queen did not look back, her cold voice carrying just the right amount of sarcasm. "Your heartbeat is speeding up. You really are a pervert who has inappropriate thoughts about mecha girls." Su Chen subconsciously looked away. But then he thought this was his turf, and Queen was the one not covering up, so why should he hide? I will look. I just have to look. Stare intently and look. I was looking at your starlight stigmata. Su Chen stared at Queen's slender waist and made a righteous-sounding excuse. There were mysterious silver lines shaped like shark gills there, which must be the starlight stigmata. Oh, Queen said lightly, slowly putting on her skirt, black stockings, and high heels. Humans are always good at finding excuses for their actions. She buttoned up and turned around, her pale chin slightly raised, her red eyes looking straight at Su Chen, like an elegant swan scrutinizing the tourists on the shore. I will consider your suggestion. She walked towards the door. When she reached the door, she paused slightly, pulled out a stack of Yuan bills and placed them on the junk table by the door. Before Su Chen could react, she pushed the door and walked out, leaving only a breezy remark echoing in the corridor. Spend some money to renovate the shop. It looks like a dog kennel. The door closed. The workshop fell into tranquility. Only a faint, lingering fragrance remained. Tusk, what kind of attitude is that? Su Chen looked at his wasteland-style shop. The ceiling was peeling and the aging incandescent light bulb flickered frequently as it swayed. But none of this stopped him from scoffing at Queen's comment. A mountain need not be high, its spirit comes from the immortals. This may be a humble room, but my virtue makes it shine. What does she know? Meow, master, what do your words mean? Xingmeng leaned over, her cat ears perking up in curiosity. The body wash on her, mixed with a unique creamy candy scent, instantly dispelled the faint fragrance left by Queen. It means that good steel must be used on the blade's edge. Su Chen counted the 3 stacks of cash Queen left behind, a full 40,000 yuan. Added to the race prize, it came to 70,000. The quarterly rent for the mod shop was 8,000. This money was enough to pay for 2 years of rent. However, he did not plan to do that. He would only keep 8,000 for the rent and use the rest entirely to upgrade Xingmeng. Here, Xingmeng, this is for you. Su Chen counted out 50 Yuan bills and stuffed them into Xingmeng's hands. You worked hard in the Binju underground race. This is your pocket money. Take it and go buy whatever you want. Xingmeng stared blankly at the money in her hands, her cat tail even stopping its wagging. Master, you do not need to give me money. Just take it since I am giving it to you. Go buy whatever flavor of nutrient fluid you like. Su Chen had money now, and with a grand wave of his hand, he showed off his generosity. But as Xingmeng bit her red lip, her voice as quiet as a mosquito's hum, can a mecha girl like me really have pocket money too? Why cannot you? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. We have a bond contract. What is wrong with me giving you some pocket money? Besides, you are a C-class mecha girl now. Among rookies, you can pretty much walk sideways. Xingmeng was amused by Su Chen's words and puffed out her cheeks. Master, I am not a big crab. She rolled her eyes playfully, her cat ears twitched, and she accepted the 5,000 yuan, rubbing her small hands together like a little money grubber. He struck it rich, her tail wagged rapidly. Master, do you want to go shopping together later? Sure, Su Chen nodded. This world had shopping malls exclusively open for mecha girls and drivers. Only drivers with a mecha girl driver's license and mecha girls were eligible to enter. He just happened to need a batch of materials to craft mod cores. Perhaps he could find them in this shopping mall. Now that Xingmeng already had a slot for a Starlight Stigmata, he had not yet looked into the information and prices of Starlight Stigmatas. If the price was right, he would pick another Starlight Stigmata for Xingmeng. With the city championship approaching, he had to maximize Xingmeng's performance as much as possible. This competition was an open tournament, an authoritative race hosted by the officials. Those who could participate in the city championship were either the top dogs among street racers or professional racers from clubs. Running the Binju City Underground race was a bit of a struggle for him and Xingmeng, so the city championship would be an even more severe challenge for both of them. Headquarters of Night Echo. The crystal chandelier cast a cold light, and the Italian leather sofa exuded an air of luxury. The entire lobby was like a meticulously polished diamond, perfect and lavish, yet devoid of any warmth. Queen, where did you run off to? We have been looking for you for ages. None of your business. Queen rolled her eyes at the middle-aged woman. She now had 1 month of absolute freedom. She could go wherever she pleased without having to report to the woman in the suit. I was just worried about you. The middle-aged woman did not get angry. Instead, she smiled. As long as Queen was back, she would not mind even if she got scolded. But she knew Queen was not that vulgar. This delicate-looking mecha girl's specialty was sarcasm. Queen walked to the sofa and sat down, her soft body sinking into the cushion, looking as lazy as a napping cat. She glanced at the woman and said indifferently, "Jessica, what is your next modification plan for me? Let me see it." Jessica's eyes lit up at these words. "All right, I will go get it right away." A while later, she returned with a document and handed it to Queen. Queen flipped through it briefly, her brows furrowing deeply. Night Echo Headquarters was developing a Vortex Emperor the 4th Modification Core, another core aimed at cornering and stability, intended to replace her Vortex Emperor the 3rd. At the same time, they wanted to replace her Starlight Stigmata, removing her current combination of the 3-piece Wild Hunt set plus an Eternal Heart fragment, and switching to a 2-piece Round Table Knight set plus a 2-piece Angel Heart set. The latter 2+2 combination was geared more toward all-around improvement. It was not as focused on acceleration and burst power as the 3-piece Wild Hunt set. Theoretically, both the Vortex Emperor the 4th and the 2+2 set were better than her current configuration, but Queen just felt uneasy. There was a faint voice in her heart telling her that these upgrades, which looked great on paper, were not what she wanted. What she wanted was speed, extreme burst, not some jack-of-all-trades setup. "How is it, Queen?" Jessica asked expectantly. "This is a custom modification plan tailored for you by headquarters. It will definitely fully repair you." "Not great," Queen shook her head. "The modification core should focus on speed and burst. Help me submit an application." Jessica's expression changed slightly. "Queen, I'm afraid that will not work." "Why?" Queen's red eyes narrowed, and the air turned a few degrees colder. "Plan from headquarters is to improve your overall performance. Otherwise, you are not qualified to be the young Miss Is Mecha Girl. She is an S-rank pilot, and her requirements for her Mecha Girl are high in every aspect. If you cannot meet those requirements, you will not be able to appear on the track." Not being allowed on the track was a harsh punishment for a Mecha Girl. Queen could not even remember how she ended up at Night Echo. But Night Echo was the largest and most famous club in Glory Province. Most Mecha Girls would not say no. What Mecha Girl would not want to follow a capable pilot in the future? And Night Echo Headquarters was filled with pilots who had both skill and technique. "You will fix me, right?" Queen struggled out of her confusion and looked straight at the middle-aged woman. "That goes without saying." Jessica nodded. "Every modification plan currently set by headquarters is designed to repair you and allow you to restart. The experts analyzed that the reason you cannot start is that your current core cannot handle your current performance, so we must continue to improve your stability and endurance." Queen was silent for a moment. She really felt her stability and endurance were already enough. Her failure to start was definitely not a matter of stability or endurance. But there was no use saying that. Those modification experts only cared about data. "Fine," she replied faintly, "I understand." "You agree to the new modification plan?" Jessica asked in surprise. Queen looked at the middle-aged woman, her eyes filled with impatience. Night Echo never respected any of her opinions, yet they insisted on going through the motions of asking for her consent. It was as if she were actually fond of these plans, but what if she did not agree? She could not start, and she would eventually be imprisoned here like a bird in a cage. "I agree," her voice was devoid of emotion, "but I want to arrange this month myself." "No problem at all," Jessica said, relieved. As long as she agreed, that was what mattered. Once she persuaded this temperamental girl, her bonus would be secured. "I want tickets to the city championship." Queen held up one finger. "Small request, I will get them for you, the best VIP seats," Jessica promised readily. "Change my bedroom wallpaper to pink. Also, buy me a game console and a life-sized panda plushie." "Done, I will have someone handle it immediately." Jessica noted the requests on her phone. "Anything else?" "That is all." Queen closed her eyes and sank further into the sofa. She had originally intended to have Jessica investigate Su Chen and Xing Meng's information, but she immediately thought that doing so might cause trouble for them. She had only been a bit curious about Su Chen initially, as it was rare for a modifier to also be a pilot. But the various suggestions Su Chen made earlier made her realize that he seemed to understand her better than the modification team at Night Echo Headquarters. She wanted to see how far Su Chen and Xing Meng could go. Could a seagull in a storm really live better than a canary in a cage? Having become Su Chen's Mecha Girl, Xing Meng naturally had to move into the repair shop. Su Chen had specifically cleared out a room for her. He had expected Xing Meng to have a lot of luggage as a girl. As it turned out, she only had a small kitty piggy bank and a cat head pattern mat. Exasperated, Su Chen simply told her to sleep in his bed. And he would of course sleep with her. The sofa is outside and it is freezing at night. Sleeping on the floor was out of the question. He was not that much of a gentleman, nor would he mistreat himself. Besides, the bed was huge. They would stay on opposite ends, and he was not planning on doing anything. It was just a temporary arrangement anyway. The next morning, Su Chen led Xing Meng to the shopping plaza. Welcome to Star God Happy Mall. Star God Happy Mall, a large shopping center dedicated to pilots and mecha girls. You could find almost every resource a pilot and their mecha girl needed here, provided you had the money. And some rare resources were only available for trade. It was a dome-shaped building with a high-tech vibe, reminiscent of the Sydney Opera House. It was unclear what material was used for the construction. Despite appearing to be glass walls on all sides, it did not reflect the harsh, blinding sunlight like ordinary glass. The light inside was soft. The temperature was just right. The logistics mecha girls greeting guests at the door had very fair legs. Su Chen stared intently at a mecha girl's legs. It was not because he was a lecher. He was just curious if wearing boots in such hot weather would not make her feet sweaty. Mecha girls should not have foot odor anyway. He had never smelled anything like that on Xing Meng. After showing his pilot license, Su Chen led Xing Meng into the mall. Immediately, they were greeted by a promotional stand for a new mecha girl nutrient solution. Pearl milk tea flavor, cherry blossom wine flavor, cappuccino flavor. The sheer variety of flavors dazzled them. Guest, would you like to try the new flavors? Brand new flavors might suit your mecha girl better and even improve your sync rate. A logistics mecha girl in a maid outfit walked up to them with a sweet, professional smile. She was holding a bottle of nutrient solution in her hand. It was plum bitter melon flavor. To be honest, Su Chen's vision practically went dark when he saw these flavors. Plum sour as hell. Bitter gourd, undeniably bitter. Sour and bitter, are you kidding me? I mean, if you cannot develop new flavors, you do not have to. Would any mecha girl actually want to drink ginger, garlic, durian, or chili pepper flavors? The same goes for this plum and bitter gourd flavor. He shook his head and was about to pull Xing Meng away by the hand. But he noticed his own mecha girl staring longingly at the can of nutrient fluid, her soft pink tongue licking her lips almost imperceptibly. She apparently really wanted to taste it. This thought popped into Su Chen's mind. Nutrient fluid, as the most basic energy resource for mecha girls, was not expensive. The more common fruit flavors cost around 500 Junyuan, while some rare flavors could reach 800 to 1,000 Junyuan. The ones that did not sell would be discounted. And plum and bitter gourd obviously belonged to the ordinary flavors. Since it was a new product, it also had a 20% discount, making the price 400 Junyuan. Do you want to try it? Su Chen asked Xing Meng. Xing Meng quickly retracted her gaze, shaking her little head like a rattled drum. No need, meow. My energy is still full right now. I do not need to replenish any nutrient fluid. Xing Meng recalled the first time she and Wang Tingting came to Huelgu. It was the exact same display stand, with the exact same new products. She had merely glanced in that direction before Wang Tingting dragged her away. What are you looking at? You actually want to taste it. Are you worthy? Is 400 Junyuan not money? Just drink the discounted ginger and chili flavor. It is just for energy anyway, the taste does not matter. Wang Tingting's mean look was still vivid in her mind. So her first reaction was to shake her head. But you look like you really want to drink it. Su Chen said to the logistics mecha girl, give me a bottle, and one of the cappuccino flavor too. They both seem to be new products. All right, sir, you are so good to your mecha girl. The logistics mecha girl's smile grew even sweeter. She could tell that Xing Meng's energy was fully charged. But even so, the driver was still willing to spend money, even if it was just for the mecha girl to taste the flavor. This could only mean two things. Either this driver was not short on money, or he doted on his mecha girl very much. Before Xing Meng could react, she already had 2 bottles of nutrient fluid in her hands. One was in red and green packaging, printed with plums and bitter gourds. The other was in brown packaging, labeled cappuccino. This, master, do not waste your money. It is not easy for you to earn it. Please return them. Her ears drooped as she muttered softly, wanting to put the nutrient fluids back, but Su Chen grabbed her arm to stop her. Am I the master or are you the master? He pressed his hand on Xing Meng's furry little head and feigned a fierce tone. Are you telling me what to do? And no, I would not dare, meow. Xing Meng shrank her neck, her ears flattening back like an airplane. Then drink it. Xing Meng obediently tasted both nutrient fluids. He took tiny sips, her cheeks puffing out slightly like a gluttonous little hamster. How is it? Does it taste good? It is delicious, meow. Xing Meng licked her lips, her large eyes curving into crescent moons as her tail swayed gently behind her. So which one do you like better? I prefer. Xingmeng tilted her head in thought, her cat ears twitching slightly, plum and bitter gourd meow. This answer took Su Chen by surprise. Could there be something special about this plum and bitter gourd flavor? Why? Because Xingmeng paused, her large eyes looking earnestly at Su Chen. It is like meeting master. He did not seem to be very good at saying such things. As soon as she finished speaking, a faint pink blush spread across her cheeks, and the tips of her ears also tinted red. What, you mean I am bitter and sour? Su Chen rolled his eyes. He only knew that plum and bitter gourd must be sour and astringent. But he did not know that it left a sweet aftertaste, which to Xingmeng was the taste of happiness. Xingmeng giggled but did not explain. She gently tugged at the hem of Su Chen's clothes, skipping along beside him while humming a cheerful tune with no clear meaning. The Star God Huelgu Mall was quite large, spanning 6 entire floors, comparable to the Wada plazas from his past life. Car suits, modification cores, nutrient fluids, racing tickets, and various types of equipment were the mainstream products here. Although there were temptations everywhere, Su Chen had not forgotten the 2 goals of this trip: Starlight Stigmata and modification materials. Master, Xingmeng's footsteps suddenly stopped in front of a store selling car suits and racing suits. She pulled on Su Chen's sleeve, blinking her large eyes, and asked, "Master, I want to go in and have a look, is that okay?" Su Chen glanced at the storefront. It was roughly the same as a clothing store from his past life. Sure enough, even as a fantasy creature like a mecha girl, she was still a girl, and there was not a girl who did not love being pretty. He immediately nodded. Go on, we will meet up later at." Su Chen looked around and pointed to the statue in the center of the Huelgu Plaza. "We will meet up over there later." "Okay, meow." Su Chen watched Xingmeng walk into the store, while he headed towards the shop selling Starlight Stigmata. Inside the clothing store, there were many mecha girls picking out car suits accompanied by their drivers. Car suit was equivalent to a mecha girl's clothing, a type of equipment that could be repeatedly regenerated. If there was no car suit, the mecha girl's regeneration suit would be her birthday suit from when she was born, and if she had a modification core, it would also be affected by the core. For example, if a modification core added a black front lip to the mecha girl, when applied to her humanoid form, it might appear as extra black fabric on the front of her skirt at the chest area. Xingmeng glanced at the display cabinet for car suits, then without any hesitation, turned and went to the display cabinet for racing suits. A racing suit was the professional uniform worn by drivers during races, containing a lot of Star God technology, such as heat insulation, warmth retention, one-click dressing, one-click undressing, and so on. The prices of some multifunctional racing suits from major brands were even higher than the mecha girls' car suits. Xingmeng stood in front of the racing suit display cabinet, her small hands brushing over the racing suits one by one. The dazzling array of racing suits in front of her made her eyes blur, but she was very clear about her goal. During last night's race, Su Chen was wearing a very old bicycle riding suit. That was not a proper racing suit at all. She was going to buy Master a good one. It has to have a lot of functions, and it needs to be slim and look good on him. She muttered softly, her ears twitching slightly. It cannot be too expensive. I cannot afford it if it is too expensive. But it cannot be too cheap either, meow. She ran to a corner, smashed open her kitten piggy bank, and counted the Xunyuan inside. Part of it was a little stash she saved up while following Wang Tingting, but the bulk of it was the pocket money Su Chen gave her last night, totaling 5,200 Xunyuan. The extra 200 Xunyuan was almost entirely the money Wang Tingting gave her to buy nutrient fluid. Compared to the discounted weird-flavored nutrient fluids, there was an even cheaper watered-down version, and this 200 Xunyuan was saved up bit by bit from that. 5,200 Xunyuan should be enough to buy a medium-quality racing suit, meow. Xingmeng shuttled back and forth in front of the display cabinets, carefully checking the tags and functional descriptions of each racing suit. She nodded or shook her head lightly from time to time, her tail swaying gently to the rhythm of her thoughts. This one has good heat insulation, but it does not have the one-click dress and undress function, meow. This one looks really cool, but the price is way too expensive, meow. This one is pitch black, it does not quite match Master's temperament. Finally, a silver-white racing suit with blue patterns caught her attention. Xingmeng's eyes lit up. She took it down and examined it closely. This one is very suitable for Master, she muttered to herself while stroking the fabric. Medium heat insulation, has the one-click dress and undress function, a basic protective layer, and it looks very handsome, meow. It is even the same color as Xingmeng's original car suit. She looked at the price tag, 50.99 Xunyuan. This was almost all of her savings. Being used to a life of frugality made Xingmeng hesitate for a moment, but she quickly nodded firmly. It does not matter, Meow. Master treats me so well normally. This is the first time Xingmeng can buy something for Master, so I must buy the most suitable one. The Mecha Girl's eyes were comparable to precision measuring instruments. Xingmeng found the most suitable size for Su Chen without breaking a sweat, then hugged the racing suit and ran pitter-patter to the cashier. I want this racing suit, Meow. Checking out, Meow. The cashier logistics Mecha Girl smiled and nodded. You really have a good eye. We do not have many of these left. It is a top seller here. That will be 50.99 Yuan in total. Xingmeng handed over the money, and as the logistics Mecha Girl packed up the racing suit, she could not help but ask, "Is this for your driver?" Yes, Meow. Xingmeng took the shopping bag and nodded gleefully, her furry cat ears twitching slightly. Master is very good to me normally, so I should be even better to Master. This is my first gift to Master. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Chen entered a shop that exclusively sold Starlight Stigmata. He thought he had a little bit of money now, but he was still startled when he saw the prices of the Starlight Stigmata. Starlight Stigmata, just like modification cores, were divided into 7 grades: white, green, blue, purple, gold, platinum, and diamond. Among them, the cheapest was the white Starlight Stigmata, with prices generally ranging between 20,000 and 50,000. Complete set of Starlight Stigmata was even more expensive, doubling the combined price of 2 white Starlight Stigmata. Who the hell could afford this? Time to slip away. Customer, are you here to buy Starlight Stigmata for your Mecha Girl? Just as Su Chen was about to leave the shop, a logistics Mecha Girl had already come over with a face full of enthusiasm. Look Su Chen's attire up and down, the corners of her mouth curling up. I can tell at a glance that this is your first time buying Starlight Stigmata. You might not know much about them yet, or what kind of Starlight Stigmata would suit your Mecha Girl. I can tell at a glance that this is your first time buying Starlight Stigmata. You might not know much about them yet, or what kind of Starlight Stigmata would suit your Mecha Girl. We happen to have a promotional event in the store today. How about I explain things to you, and you can see if you would like to participate in our promotion. Oh, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Explain promotional event. Oh ho, is she trying to brainwash yours truly? Back in the day, yours truly had fought hundreds of battles in tourist groups. He would let this world's brainwashing culture see what it means to be impervious to everything. He did not leave. Instead, he found a chair and sat down, looking at the logistics Mecha Girl out of the corner of his eye. What are you standing there for? Pour me a glass of water. The logistics machine girl poured a glass of cola for Su Chen. Su Chen took a sip and glanced around. The shop was very large, and there were many logistics machine girls, almost all in a one-on-one service model. And the machine girl in front of him had clearly set her sights on him. Sir, do you know how the Starlight Stigma is formed? Su Chen shook his head. The logistics machine girl pondered for a moment and said, many years ago, the star god world was invaded by extraterrestrial life forms multiple times. To help us stay prepared for danger in times of peace, the star gods created multiple nebula secret realms. Within these realms, various historical crisis events are recreated. Drivers and machine girls take on specific roles, and if they can successfully clear the secret realm, they receive a gift from the star gods. This gift is the Starlight Stigma. Sounds like a special material dungeon, Su Chen said in surprise. Dungeon, what is that? The logistics machine girl tilted her head. It is nothing, Su Chen waved his hand. So what about those extraterrestrial life forms? Are they still invading the star god world? Not anymore, they were all completely wiped out by the star gods. That was good news, and Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Although this world was clearly not low power, it was fine as long as there were no wars of one kind or another. I'm quite interested in the star gods, Su Chen said, but I have only just become a machine girl driver, and my knowledge of these things is only skin deep. Could you? Certainly, the logistics machine girl nodded. The star gods are not one person but 4, or to be precise, 1 driver and 3 machine girls. If I had to specify, the term star god refers to one of the machine girls, who is named after the stars. Her grace still blankets the entire star god world today, and all systematic driving techniques in this world were left behind by the star god's driver. To put it bluntly, without those 4 star gods, there would be no star god world as it is today, and all machine girls are born from the sea of star gods. Su Chen understood instantly. These 4 were equivalent to creator gods, or at the very least, figures who had fundamentally reshaped the world. So are those 4 still in the star god world? No, the logistics machine girl's expression suddenly turned pious. She pressed her hands together in a prayer-like gesture and said softly, "Do you know why no enemies have dared to invade the star god world since then? It is because the star gods are traveling through the endless universe. They sacrificed themselves and may never be able to return home, but they eradicated the enemies of the star god world and have been protecting it from behind. That is truly great. Su Chen did not like extreme heroism, but the four-person star god group, having sacrificed themselves for a greater cause, was an exception. The idea that there is no peaceful life, only someone carrying the burden for you, was becoming more and more resonant. So, sir, the logistics machine girl's eyes lit up as she leaned into Su Chen and said excitedly, "Buying a Starlight Stigma is supporting the cause of the star gods. Our shop is having a promotion today. I know you do not have much money, but it does not cost much to draw a blind box. If you happen to win the grand prize, you will have made a huge profit." Su Chen recoiled. The logistics machine girl was leaning in too close. Men and women should keep their distance, and besides, she was not as cute as Xingmang. Do not listen to her boasting. A flippant voice sounded nearby. The real way to support the star god's cause is to actively participate in the Nebula secret realms and collect Omega raw ore from within. The Starlight Stigma is just an incidental reward. Roar, who is that? Who is ruining my business? As soon as those words fell, Su Chen saw the previously gentle logistics machine girl instantly burst out of her outfit. He transformed from a 1.6-meter cutie into a 1.9-meter tall virago with bulging muscles and a hideous expression. Her fierce gaze slashed toward the source of the voice like a blade, but the moment she saw the person, the rage on her face turned into mockery and contempt. "Oh, who do I see? Is not it Mr. Yu Ming, the king of bad luck, here to draw blind boxes again? Do not be a sour grape. After all, not every driver is as unlucky as you, spending over 300,000 yuan on blind boxes without drawing a single Starlight Stigma." Yu Ming, who was standing in front of the gacha machine, had his face darken instantly, while the machine girl Zhu Ying beside him covered her mouth and chuckled. "Shut up," Yu Ming pointed at the logistics machine girl, neck stiffening. "No matter what, I have spent 300,000 yuan here today. Even if I win nothing, I am the customer. Do you understand what that means?" "Oh, I really do not." The logistics machine girl shrank back into her 1.6-meter tall self, her uniform automatically repairing itself. She filed her nails and said leisurely, "So what if it is 300,000? In our shop, customers who have not spent money are kings, and those who have are the lowest of the low." That was actually a sincere statement, because no one would ever think of playing that rigged gacha machine a second time. Yu Ming was just obsessed. "I want to file a complaint against you. The complaint number is 825,111. I can dial it for you." The logistics android remained unmoved. Yu Ming's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and finally gave up on head-to-head confrontation with the machine girl. The logistics machine girl clearly knew this sale was dead. She abandoned Su Chen and walked away, her attitude completely different from before. Yu Ming walked over with Zhu Ying, and the handsome man in a black jacket smiled slightly. "Nice to see you again, Mr. Black Horse." Su Chen stared at Yu Ming for a while, a look of confusion appearing on his face. "You, who are you?" Yu Ming's outstretched right hand froze in midair. "Zhu Ying Fde." Su Chen, the chief racing modifier on Earth, had a flaw. He was face-blind. As long as it was not someone who appeared around him often, he would not recognize them the next day. "Oh, I remember now. You are that one from the Northern Wolf Racing team." Prompted by Yu Ming, Su Chen suddenly realized, the fish slayer. "Yu Ming, I did not want to bully newbies, it was just my mission." Yu Ming spread his hands and sighed. "I gave you a 40-second head start, and Zhu Ying and I still took first place. What can I do?" Su Chen looked at Zhu Ying, and various attributes came into his view. It was quite magnificent, but still far inferior to Queen. "Su Chen, are you driving a B-class car?" Yu Ming shrugged. "So what? I still gave you a 40-second head start. But you are driving a B-class car. The performance of the machine girl is not the most important thing. It is mostly about technique. You understand? You are driving a B-class car." "Hiss, can you stop harping on that? B-class car. Yu Ming Yu. Su Chen B. Yu Ming I. Su Chen fish slayer. Yu Ming." The conversation could not go on. He saw that Su Chen's technique was good and wanted to make friends with him. Su Chen was likely an independent racer, and he was thinking of inviting him to join Northern Wolf later. He thought technical people could at least have some mutual appreciation, but they could not talk at all. He was a professional racer, after all. No point in arguing with an independent racer. Yu Ming took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Buddy, your machine girl should have reached C-Class, right? C-Class has Stigma slots. You must be here to buy a slot. I have a gacha coin here, I will give it to you." Su Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the gacha coin. What a good guy. He had just learned that one gacha coin costs 2,000 yuan. "Why do not you use it yourself?" he asked. Yu Ming handed the coin to Su Chen with a bitter smile. "I have already spent 300,000 yuan. I'm afraid if I draw another, thanks for playing, I will just get obsessed again. Let it be, take it. Let everything end here." Su Chen took the coin and looked at Yu Ming. "If I win something good, you will not ask for it back, right?" "I will not, do not worry." Yu Ming laughed dismissively. "It does not matter, I am a member of Northern Wolf's team. I still have my pride. Besides, anything given to you is yours, no one can say otherwise. Furthermore, this activity is a scam. I do not think you will win anything good anyway." "That is fine then," Su Chen nodded. He turned and walked toward the gacha machine. The machine had 10 compartments, corresponding to 10 coin slots. Each compartment contained 30 capsules, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of winning, as one would not even know which compartment held the prize. However, just now, when his god's eye activated to inspect Zhu Ying's attributes, Su Chen saw blurry text floating above each compartment of the gacha machine. He had thought it was flies or mosquitoes, but when he got closer, he realized it was the reward status for each slot. In other words, he could clearly see which compartments had prizes and which did not. Su Chen blinked, the corners of his mouth curling up. Interesting. Su Chen originally thought the Eye of God's only function was to check a mecha girl's performance. Now he roughly understood that the Eye of God could also see through illusions. So here comes the question. Seeing through clothes is also seeing through illusions, so why would not it let him see Zubai? Could it be that this world also has the power of the Shen? Su Chen gathered his thoughts, walked past the doors of the 10 gacha machines, and finally stopped in front of the second to last one. Yu Ming was not kidding when he said this gacha event was a total scam. Out of the 10 machine doors, only one actually contained the Star Brilliance Stigmata reward. The gacha always gave something, but 99% of the rewards were high-energy nutrient solutions. The only things slightly more valuable were ordinary car covers and racing suits. However, the shop did not skimp on the rewards themselves. Su Chen looked up at the banner on the gacha machine. Anniversary Mega Sale, 20% off for the first 10 gacha coins. Win up to a Purple Star Brilliance Stigmata reward. Let luck descend upon you. Inside the machine door in front of him lay a piece of Purple Star Brilliance Stigmata, which was also the ultimate gimmick of this promotional event. At this moment, there were still drivers with their mecha girls drawing blind boxes in front of the machines. For every blind box drawn, the funnel-shaped machine above the door would replenish another one. In other words, the probability of drawing the Purple Star Brilliance Stigmata would always be 1 in 300. Is not this a total scam? There is not even a pity system. Su Chen stood in front of the machine and observed for a while. This gacha machine was somewhat similar to a claw machine. After inserting a coin, one could control the mechanical claw to grab a blind box. Fortunately, the shop owner was not too utterly ruthless. From what he could see so far, once the mechanical claw grabbed something, it stayed grabbed and would not suddenly let go when lifted. Right now, the purple stigmata was pressed near the bottom. If he wanted to get his hands on it, he had to clear out the blind boxes on top first. With a basic plan in mind, Su Chen inserted a coin and started operating it. Not far away, Yu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, finally let all that sin out. "I'm never coming to this shop to draw blind boxes again, what a fucking scam." Shadow Chaser clicked her tongue. This was not the first time Yu Ming had said something like this. It was as if he would die if he did not draw a few blind boxes after every race. Seeing Su Chen's serious expression, she could not help but ask, "Master, do you think Su Chen will hit the jackpot and draw something good on his first try?" Yu Ming glanced over at Su Chen and laughed out loud. "How is that possible? I spent 300,000 yuan and got absolutely nothing. If he can hit the jackpot on his first try, I will drink all the nutrient solutions I just drew." 300,000 yuan. All nutrient solutions, piled up like a mountain in boxes behind him. While they were talking, Su Chen had already grabbed the first blind box. Although Yu Ming said that, he still could not resist standing on his tiptoes to watch, and then he saw Su Chen unbox a bottle of nutrient solution in spicy pepper flavor. "Ha, just as I said." Yu Ming showed an expected smile. He thought Su Chen would stop there. After all, Su Chen did not look like a rich person judging by his clothes, and he was a rookie driver. Generally, if they had money, they would save it to buy modification cores and would not spend it recklessly. But the very next second, he saw Su Chen walk over to the exchange machine and exchange for 10 gacha coins with a clattering sound. "Wait, bro." Yu Ming was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked over to stop Su Chen. Brother, making money is not easy. This promotional event is a total trap. Do not let it go to your head. Su Chen nodded. Do not worry, I will not lose my head. Yu Ming pursed his lips, figuring that Su Chen probably just wanted to do a 10 pull to satisfy his craving. That was still okay. The loss was within a tolerable range. Su Chen returned to the second machine door and calmly drew 10 more times. Without a doubt, they were all nutrient solutions. At the same time, he discovered a problem. Every time he grabbed a blind box from the top, the machine would spit out a new one. There was a chance the new blind box would cover the top again, which doubled his workload. His originally planned 10 draws were simply not enough. So he turned his head, about to exchange for another 10 gacha coins, only to find Yu Ming and Shadow Chaser blocking the exchange machine on the left and right. You cannot do this. Do not lose your head, Yu Ming said earnestly. Did not you just say you would not draw anymore? Listen to my advice and stop now. Su Chen walked up to the exchange machine and moved left and right, and Yu Ming and Shadow Chaser also moved left and right with him, defending tighter than basketball stars. He was speechless. These people had good intentions, but why were they so nosy? Stop now, Yu Ming said in agony. Do not be so stubborn anymore. Dear guest, if the exchange machine is not working, you can also exchange coins with me. The logistics mecha girl who had left earlier suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen with a smiling face, holding a basket full of gacha coins in her arms. Thanks, thumbs up for your service quality. Su Chen gave a thumbs up and exchanged for 20 gacha coins. The smile on the logistics mecha girl's face grew even wider. Sales, these are all my sales, Muhaha. It is over, he has really lost his mind. Yu Ming covered his face and sighed. So master, seeing him, you should understand how devastated I was just now, right? Shadow Chaser crossed her arms and glared at Yu Ming. 300,000 yuan. Even though it was just a drop in the bucket compared to the modification fees she needed, modification fees had to be saved up bit by bit. Understood, I completely understand now. Those involved are blind, but bystanders see clearly. Putting himself in Shadow Chaser's shoes, he was already starting to get angry. Su Chen drew continuously in a flurry. After 20 coins went down, the blind box containing the purple stigmata finally made it to the very top. And the newly replenished blind box also landed off to the side. That meant with just one last draw, he could get this purple stigmata. He looked at the logistics mecha girl, who immediately understood and walked over, offering the basket with both hands. Brother, you are still drawing. Yu Ming was genuinely angry now and grabbed Su Chen's hand as he was taking out money. He had also started as a rookie driver. Despite looking quite wealthy now, he had lived through a long period of hardship before. He knew that every penny in the initial stage was very important, and wasting it on drawing blind boxes was highly ill-advised. Think about your mecha girl, think about your future. With this money, you could easily take your mecha girl to the next level. He did not know why Su Chen's mecha girl was not by his side. But he still nodded towards the outside of the shop. Your mecha girl is still waiting for you. Hey, if you keep doing this, I am going to kick you out, the logistics mecha girl said angrily with her hands on her hips. Mr. Yu Ming, your current behavior is interfering with our work. I'm going to call the law enforcement squad. Whether he spends money or not is his freedom. Besides, what if he actually draws the grand prize? Are not you cutting off his path to wealth with your current behavior? Yu Ming laughed in anger. Do not you know perfectly well whether people can draw your grand prize or not? I have already spent 300,000. That is just your bad luck. The logistics mecha girl clicked her tongue. Su Chen looked at the logistics mecha girl and then at Yu Ming. Actually, neither of them was wrong. It was just a difference in perspective. Yu Ming felt his money was wasted, while the logistics mecha girl felt his gambler mentality meant he got what he deserved. However, I will just draw one last time. Su Chen smiled gently, saying to both Yu Ming and the logistics mecha girl, what if the very last draw is the grand prize? Yu Ming smiled bitterly, brother you. Sigh, fine, do whatever you want. Exactly, the logistics mecha girl clapped repeatedly, flattering him heavily. Sir, you look like someone who is exceptionally lucky. Is that so? Su Chen curled the corner of his lips. If I draw the grand prize, you will not get your salary deducted, will you? The logistics mecha girl's pretty face stiffened for a moment, then she shook her head. How could that be? That is your luck, what does it have to do with me? All right, Su Chen nodded and inserted the gacha coin. Under his control, the mechanical arm precisely grabbed the blind box containing the purple stigmata. The expected issue of the metal claw deliberately opening up did not happen. Clack, the blind box fell into the hole. Su Chen leaned over to pick up the blind box, then unboxed it right in front of the logistics mecha girl and Yu Ming. Inside, platinum foil wrapped around a box, which looked about the same size as the nutrient solution box. Opening the box, a hazy purple light was the first to catch the eye. A metal strip shaped like a computer memory stick with an amethyst shell lay quietly in the center of the box. Star Brilliant Stigmata, Emperor Engine Amethyst. Touch information surfaced on Su Chen's retinas. The purple radiance spread across almost the entire hall. Everyone's eyes could not help but turn toward it. "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god." Yu Ming's eyes widened. He pointed at the stigma in Su Chen's hand and stuttered, unable to finish his sentence. "Seriously, buddy, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Zhu Ying, standing nearby, was much the same, looking completely dumbfounded. The logistics android was stunned, frozen in place as if she had turned to stone. Someone hit the jackpot. Someone shouted. Pilots and androids throughout the shop swarmed over all at once. Everyone stared at the purple stigma in Su Chen's hand with glowing eyes, followed immediately by envy, jealousy, and hatred. "I have spent 70 or 80,000 and did not pull it. How did he get it?" Someone exclaimed, losing their mind. "Oh, I cannot take it. Why was not I the one who won?" Another cried out in despair. "Hey buddy, are you selling that purple stigma? The price is negotiable." Someone already approached Su Chen, eyeing the prize. "You want to buy it?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He knew that with the help of the Eye of God, he could guarantee a win every time. If this purple stigma could fetch a good price, he could use the money to pull for more prizes. And he would likely still have plenty left over for Xing Meng's upgrades. But man, the attribute bonuses on this purple stigma are just too tempting. Su Chen sighed as he looked at the plus 12 speed attribute under the Starlight Stigma, Emperor Engine Amethyst Grade. The defining feature of stigmata compared to upgrade cores is that they have no negative effects. However, a single stigma piece seems to only provide base attribute bonuses. Only when you have a full set do you get percentage bonuses and special effects. He did not know what the special effects of the 4 or 5-piece Emperor Engine set were, but they surely would not be simple. "Buy it, I'm willing to pay 1 million yuan. The man beamed with joy when he saw Su Chen considering the sale. Su Chen's eyes lit up. 1 million yuan, that is a huge sum. But the price was definitely worth more than that. Just as he was pondering what counteroffer to make, the pilot in front of him was suddenly shoved aside. "By your head," Yu Ming angrily pointed at the pilot, 1 million yuan to buy a purple stigma. "Eat dirt, you. Get lost." "Hey, what is your problem? Whether he sells it or not is none of your business." Ignoring the cursing pilot, Yu Ming pulled Su Chen aside and said earnestly, "Buddy, listen to me. Do not sell it. Do not sell it to anyone, unless they offer over 70 or 80 million. Su Chen looked at Yu Ming and suddenly asked then, "Are you buying it?" Yu Ming was stunned, then gave a bitter smile. "I cannot afford it." "Is this thing really that precious?" Su Chen was a bit confused. The purple stigma only increases speed by 10 points, and while there are no negative effects, he could craft a white upgrade core that adds 5 speed points just like that. At worst, he could just use better materials to craft a high-level upgrade core. Surely a purple or red upgrade core would provide a bigger boost than one purple stigma. "Sai buddy, listen to me. One purple stigma might not seem like much, but once you have a set, it becomes powerful." Yu Ming gestured at the people around them. "Do you know why the Hui Lagu in this small city of Binju is so popular? Many are here specifically for this stigma. Before you and me, heaven knows how many people have come and gone, bankrupting themselves, but you are the only one who has pulled it." But Su Chen still did not understand. "No buts." Yu Ming held Su Chen's shoulder and stared into his eyes. "Do you know about the Nebula Secret Realm?" Su Chen nodded. The logistics android had already explained it to him. It is basically a materials dungeon. Yu Ming continued, "If you own a purple-level stigma, you have a high probability of experiencing the life of a major character inside the Nebula Secret Realm. After completing the Secret Realm, you are also highly likely to obtain similar stigmata. So a purple stigma is not just about the high grade, it is a key. Key that makes it easier for you to assemble a full set of stigmata, whereas others have to rely entirely on luck." Su Chen suddenly realized, in that case, it really could not be sold. First of all, he did not know the exact situation of the Nebula Secret Realm, but the probability of pulling a purple stigma there could not be high. After all, Queen, an SS-level android with a strong background, was only equipped with the Blue Hunter 3-piece set and 1 purple Eternal Heart piece. In summary, the value of the purple stigma must be extremely high, and the kind that is priceless. If you are unlucky, you might never get a purple stigma in your entire life. Su Chen did not consider himself a lucky person. Otherwise, why would a massive, fully insured semi-truck target him, specifically on such a wide national highway? His driving skills were decent, yet he could not dodge that heavy, fully insured semi-truck. It was like it had a heat-seeking missile on him. Who could survive that? I understand now. I will not sell it. Su Chen thanked him sincerely. Thanks for telling me all this. As long as you understand. Yu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. So, do you have a better impression of me now? Yes, it has completely elevated. Oh, tell me about it. You are a good. Su Chen paused, hearted, shark-hunting jerk. Yu Ming. Damn it, he regretted it. He should have let that piece of garbage, Su Chen, sell the purple stigma for 1 million. Sir, I am very sorry to bother you. The logistics android approached at this moment, smiling apologetically. Could you please sell this purple stigma to us? Do not worry, the price will certainly satisfy you. Good heavens! The logistics android was nearly on the verge of a breakdown. This purple stigma was the owner's personal collection. It was only put out as a gimmick, and they never expected anyone to actually win it. Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked seriously, then, if I do not sell it, will your salary be docked? Yes, the smile on the logistics android's face became even more forced as she clasped her hands together. Please, give me a chance. Su Chen smirked, hee, then I will not sell. Logistics android. Are you sure? She clenched her fists, gnashed her teeth, and glared at him. Su Chen took half a step back, clutching the purple stigma to his chest. What is this logistics android trying to do? Could she be planning to attack me? Thinking of the superhuman strength of an android, Su Chen's heart pounded, but he remained firm, I am sure. Good, very good. The logistics android took a few deep breaths, suddenly pulled a tablet from her skirt, snapped a photo of Su Chen, and then started operating on the tablet. Su Chen was puzzled. What are you doing? Doing what? Heh. The logistics android curled her lips into a cold smile and pointed at Su Chen. You are done for. She held her head high, acting as arrogant as a queen announcing the execution date of a death row inmate. I have just added you to the blacklist of every Huila Gu Gacha machine nationwide. From today on, you will never be able to pull gacha again. Hehe, ha ha ha. Suffer, wail, tremble. Su Chen, a blessing in disguise perhaps. Maybe not getting hooked on gambling is a good thing. As long as they do not forcibly reclaim his prize anyway. I am sorry. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the crowd. A soft female voice was apologizing in a panic. Su Chen frowned. That sounds like Xing Meng. Su Chen looked in the direction of the voice. Outside the shop, he saw Xing Meng timidly apologizing to a young man in a racing suit. Her fluffy cat ears were pressed nervously against her head, and her tail was tucked uneasily between her legs. Beside the young man stood a mecha girl with a cold expression, and neither of them looked pleased. Do not you have eyes? Cannot you watch where you are going? The young man's tone was extremely harsh as he looked down at Xing Meng condescendingly. Xing Meng opened her small mouth to defend herself but swallowed her words back. Her cat ears drooped in grievance, and her large azure eyes stared at her toes as she repeated softly, I am sorry. She carefully offered up a brand new white box with both hands. A faint blue glow faintly seeped through the gaps of the box. It was obvious without thinking that inside the box was a starlight stigma of blue quality. HMPH, the young man snatched the box and sneered. At least you know what is good for you. It is a good thing starlight stigmas do not break from a fall, otherwise you would be bankrupt trying to pay for it. But looking at your specs as a mecha girl, I can tell you are trash. Your driver is probably a poor loser who could not afford it anyway. After speaking, the young man walked away with his mecha girl, without doing anything further. Su Chen frowned and pushed through the crowd of onlookers, walking quickly to Xing Meng's side. What just happened? Master. The moment she looked up and saw Su Chen, the grievance on Xing Meng's face was instantly replaced by a blooming smile. Her cat ears perked up excitedly, and her tail wagged happily. She then offered the racing suit she had been clutching tightly in her arms to Su Chen with both hands, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Master, I waited by the statue for a long time. I could not wait any longer, so I came to find you. Look, this is a racing suit I picked out especially for you. Does it look good? It is even the same style and color as my car cover. Her voice carried a coquettish tone, like a little kitten asking for praise. So you went to buy me a racing suit? Su Chen was taken aback. He had always thought Xing Meng went to pick out a car cover for herself. The racing suit looked great. The fabric felt completely different from the riding suit he was wearing. It was clearly not cheap, and she had probably spent all 5,000 on it. I really like the racing suit, thank you. A soft spot in Su Chen's heart was gently touched. He smiled and rubbed Xing Meng's little head. Hee hee, I am glad you like it, master. Xing Meng squinted and happily nuzzled against Su Chen's palm. Compared to buying a pretty car cover, she would rather see Su Chen wearing a better and more comfortable racing suit and be able to hear more praise from Su Chen. After waiting by the statue for so long without seeing Su Chen, she almost thought he had abandoned her. She hurriedly searched for him in the crowd, accidentally causing trouble in the process. What happened just now? Su Chen asked again. Meow, it is nothing. Xing Meng shook her head and said embarrassedly, it was my fault. There were too many people here and I am a bit short and I was in a hurry to find you, master, so I accidentally bumped into someone and knocked over the stigma they had just bought. Actually, she was not telling the truth. By the time she reached the storefront, she had already seen Su Chen through the glass. Seeing that Su Chen seemed busy, she obediently waited outside. It was the young man and his mecha girl who had not watched where they were going and bumped into her when coming out, but they turned around and blamed her. But seeing that they could afford an expensive stigma and wore a racing suit with an obvious club logo, they were clearly not people to mess with. She did not want to cause any trouble for Su Chen. It was just a little grievance. Compared to what she suffered with Wang Tingting, what did it matter? She just needed to protect the happiness she had now. Is that so? All right then. Not knowing the whole story and with Xing Meng saying so, Su Chen put the two people out of his mind. There were a lot of people at Star God Megamart, so some bumping into each other was inevitable. Besides, he had his own way of comforting Xing Meng. Since you gave me a gift, I will give you one too. Su Chen smiled mysteriously, his hands behind his back. Meow, do I get a gift too? Xing Meng's eyes noticeably lit up, and her little cattail wagged non-stop. Did you buy it specifically for me, master? That is right. Seeing Xing Meng looking like a greedy little kitten, Su Chen took out the purple stigma and handed it to her. The moment the purple light burst out, the crowd at the store entrance erupted into another chorus of gasps. Wow, a purple stigma. That mecha girl is so lucky. Master, look at her driver. Is that the lucky king who just won the grand prize in the gacha? What incredible luck. Xing Meng was stunned. Her large azure eyes were wide open, her small mouth slightly agape as she stared blankly at the stigma blooming with purple light in front of her. Is this for me? Her voice trembled as if she could not believe it. A purple stigma, although she did not know how much it was worth. But the blue stigma from earlier was treated like a treasure by that young man. Even after just dropping it once, he looked pained and checked it over and over again when he picked it up. A purple stigma was even higher level than a blue one, its value unimaginable. In the past, when she was with Wang Tingting, let alone a purple stigma, she could only look at a white-quality mod core from afar, never daring to hope to own one. But now, of course it is for you, Su Chen smiled gently. Do you like it? I like it. Xing Meng's eyes instantly reddened, tears swirling in them. But it is too precious, I cannot accept it. She wanted to decline, but could not bear to, her small hands hovering hesitantly in the air. You do not want it. If you do not, I will have Su Chen sell it to me. Mwahahaha. Yuming, with his arm around Zhu Ying's waist, twisted back and forth in front of Xing Meng, wearing a villainous evil smile on his face. No way. Xing Meng grabbed Su Chen's hand and glared fiercely at Yuming. Go away, master gave this to me. Did not you say you did not want it? Yuming tilted his head up, pointing his large nostrils at Xing Meng. Xing Meng bit her lip and looked at Su Chen, making sure once again. Can I really have it? Silly girl, Su Chen gently stroked her cat ears. Just take it. Meow, Xing Meng finally could not hold back and threw herself into Su Chen's arms, sobbing quietly. Thank you, master. I am so happy. This was her first time. The first time she had received such a precious gift. The first time she was cherished like this. It is just a purple stigma. What are you showing off for? Yuming pouted, his words dripping with sourness. He glanced at Su Chen. Hey, you are participating in the Binju City Championship, right? Su Chen nodded, of course. Yuming laughed and winked. Then this is going to be fun. That brat your mecha girl bumped into just now, his mecha girl is named Feng He. He is a key trainee of Binju City's Star Crown Club's T-Tier. He is also participating in the Binju City Championship, and he is even a favorite to win on the official website. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction the young man and his mecha girl had left. In the vast sea of people, he could only barely make out the tops of two heads. From this distance, he could not see the stats of that Feng He at all. However, since he was a professional racer for a club, he must have some skill. At such a young age, is he a genius, or is it just for show? Su Chen muttered to himself. The boy was so young, looking like a minor, though he had a very toxic mouth. What are you mumbling about? Are you scared? Heh, Su Chen sneered and rolled his eyes at Yu Ming. I'm not even afraid of Smurfs. Why would I be afraid of a little brat? Yu Ming's you mother. Let us go, Xing Meng. We are going home. Su Chen grabbed Xing Meng's small hand and left, leaving Yu Ming fuming helplessly on the spot. Hey, show off! Yu Ming took 2 deep breaths in a row, looking at Su Chen and Xing Meng's retreating figures, and a weird smile suddenly appeared on his face. There was one thing he had not told Su Chen. He and Zhu Ying would also participate in the Binju City Championship. Their main goal, smurfing. Star Crown Club training grounds. Vroom. The light blue supercar mecha girl, adorned with flowing cloud patterns, executed a smooth drift and came to a steady stop on the platform, her tires letting out a sharp screech against the ground. The doors lifted like eagle wings, and a handsome youth with a hint of arrogance in his brow leaped from the driver's seat. Although he looked quite young, his eyes sparkled with a sharpness beyond his years. Good performance today, Feng He. The speed really has improved quite a bit, the youth nodded with satisfaction, patting the roof of the car. Feng He switched from her supercar form to her mecha girl form and stood beside the youth. She was wearing a light blue racing suit matching the car's body, her features were beautiful, and a gentle smile played on her lips. It is, after all, the blue Stigma Wolf driver that Master bought, Feng He said softly, her tone filled with gratitude. Without this Stigma, no matter how much we trained, we would not have improved this much in such a short time. Yeah, the youth nodded slightly, his fist clenching unconsciously. We must win the championship in this city championship. His name is Su Chi, the lead seed of the T-tier at the Star Crown Club. He had just turned 18, but he looked a bit young for his age, so to make himself seem a bit more imposing, he had to practice an arrogant look in front of the mirror every day, and train himself to have a mouth that would never suffer a loss and might even be a little annoying. Speaking of which, I bumped into that mecha girl today and ended up biting back. Damn it! Su Chi slapped himself in annoyance, saying, I guess I have been training too hard and got too into character. I have already automatically entered arrogant mode when encountering such situations. Feng He covered her mouth to giggle. It would be better if Master grew up a little more. Once you are older, you will have more presence. Are you saying I am small? Su Chi's mouth twitched and he glared at Feng He fiercely. Not at all, Feng He said, looking up at the sky. Then what was that gesture with your index finger and thumb? Ahem, young master. Yesterday's race intelligence has been prepared for you. An old man with a white beard, dressed in a butler's uniform, appeared behind them like a ghost. The anger on Su Chi's face vanished instantly. He habitually stuck his hands in his pockets, lifted his chin, and said coldly, any opponents worth paying attention to? Yes, there are, the butler bowed. Then be off with you. Yes, young master. Just like usual, nothing valuable has appeared. Wait. Come back, Su Chi hurriedly shouted. The old butler turned around again and said with a smile, What is it, young master? Did you just say yes? Yes. Then why did not you give me the information on them? You were the one who told me to leave. Su Chi felt his vision go dark and said in a fit of rage, Then if I tell you to eat poop, would you do it? The old butler hesitated for a moment, appearing to seriously consider the feasibility of this, and then a blush appeared on his face. If it is the young master's order, I suppose I could. Su Chi. After getting the documents, he wearily told the old butler to go do whatever he needed to do. He then began to read the intelligence. Binju City Underground Race Difficulty, 2.5 stars. Time July 7th, 9:0 p.m. Rankings. Champion Yu Ming, Shadow Chaser. Average speed 200 km/h. Runner-up Su Zilong, Swift Edge. Average speed 171 km/h. Third place Su Chen, Star Dream. Average speed 170 km/h. Heh, that guy Yu Ming, such a smurfing jerk. Su Chi shook his head with a cold laugh. A pro racer from the Northern Wolf team coming to such a small race to bully newbies. It is embarrassing even if he is holding back, right? He would never do such a thing himself. The champion and runner-up were both racers he knew fairly well. In particular, Su Zilong and Swift Edge were well-known wild racers in Binju, and they had already signed up for the city championship. But that pair in third place, were they newcomers? I have never heard of them at all. An average speed of 170 km/h is already enough to join the club's reserve training. Could it be that the butler thought Su Chen and Star Dream were the ones worth noting? But that 170 km/h performance would not stand a chance in the city championship. They would not even rank. However, he did not question the butler's suggestion because Old Man Lee was not just a butler but also his track analyst, so there must be another reason. He continued to read the analysis report on the next page. His expression was normal at first. He even took a calm sip of coffee to steady his nerves. After all, a grade C driver's license or whatever did not matter. He passed at grade C on his first try. However, next second he suddenly widened his eyes, the coffee in his mouth trembling as it spilled out. He read the report word by word. Based on analysis, Su Chen's Mecha Girl driving technique is very likely superior to Yu Ming's. After reviewing the race footage of his Mecha Girl Star Dream dueling with Shadow Chaser, his driving skill can basically be rated at around AS level. How is that possible? Su Chi slammed the analysis report onto the table. Suddenly he turned to Feng He and said, "He slapped me." Without a word, Feng He raised her hand and slapped him, though she pulled her punches so it was more like a stroke. Smack, it was indeed a loud sound. Su Chi covered his face and had a mental breakdown, wailing, "Can you believe this? This is a rookie racer with absolutely no race record, and yet the old man rates him as S-level driving skill. Damn it, was he practicing since he was in the womb?" "Master, stay calm." Feng He patted Su Chi on the shoulder. "Right, calm down. I'm the one who is going to be a world-class racer." Su Chi took a deep breath and continued to read the information. He then discovered that although the butler gave Su Chen a high evaluation, the evaluation for Su Chen's Mecha Girl was very average. Indeed, a grade D car. Even if modified to grade C after the race, it would likely be at the bottom of the grade C tier. Su Chi breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Chen had a Mecha Girl at the same level as Feng He really would not know what to do. Fortunately, we are not in the last century where you could dominate the track relying solely on technical skills. He put down the documents, an arrogant curve unconsciously forming on the corner of his mouth. HMPH, heh. There are limits to Mecha Girls. Even if the driver's skills are great, they cannot exceed the limits of the Mecha Girl's own attributes. Su Chen's driving skills are strong, but that does not mean he can be a stumbling block to winning the Binju City Championship. Perhaps I could recruit Su Chen into my team. Su Chi touched his chin in deep thought. As the leader of Star Crown T, he would eventually have to assemble his own team. If he did not have a team, relying only on himself, he would never be able to defeat that man. That man who, since the day he was born, had been hanging over him like a dark cloud. Northern Wolf Club. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, the night view of K City by the river was dazzling with lights. The interior design was minimalist and high-tech. One wall was covered in trophies and photos from various tournaments, recording the club's glorious history. The other was a massive display screen, playing race footage in real time. A faint scent of coffee filled the air, and several computers were running complex data analysis software. Behind a desk piled high with documents and clutter, a person's figure could be faintly seen. "Boss, oh my, guess what? Shadow Chaser and I found a very interesting newcomer racer in Binju City." Yu Ming pushed the door open, his usual aloofness completely gone, replaced by vibrant excitement. "Ah," the woman behind the clutter raised her head, long light golden hair falling along her cheeks to reveal a pair of phoenix eyes with dark circles. "Interesting. Tell me about it." "Boss, did you pull an all-nighter again? The city championship is followed by the 100 City Race King competition. You really should not be staying up late like this." Whatever, the woman picked up a cigarette butt from the desk, took a hard drag and said lazily, "Even if I do not stay up late, I would still be in this state." "Did not you meet an interesting racer? Tell me what is going on." Su Chen, a rookie racer with no race record. Yu Ming said this with a sense of disbelief himself. "I feel like his racing technique might even be better than mine." "Oh, and then?" "Then what?" Yu Ming widened his eyes. "Is not this shocking enough?" "It is all right," Li Yinny nodded, then shook her head, "mostly because your technique is just average." Yu Ming rolled his eyes in frustration. He was silent for a moment before laughing bitterly. "Boss, I feel like this is a glimmer of hope for us. That jerk Li Pingjai was poached by T, and we happen to be short of one person. If we do not achieve satisfactory results in this provincial tournament, we will have to face the club's dissolution agreement." Su Chen, although just a rookie, I felt an extraordinary presence in him. The point is, Yu Ming paused, the point is he has incredibly good luck. "All right, I know," Li Yinny waved her hand indifferently. "No matter what, we will have to wait until after the city championship to decide. Otherwise, no matter how great we think he is, the manager will not take a second look at him unless he can achieve eye-catching results in the city championship." "Will he be participating in the city championship?" Yes, Yu Ming nodded. I confirmed with him. He explicitly said he definitely would. Li Yinny shrugged. "Then let us wait until after the city championship." Yu Ming's face lit up with joy. "Then I will take it as you having pre-approved Su Chen to join the team. Shadow Chaser, let us go, time to train." The office door slammed shut. Li Yinny turned to look out the window, slowly rubbing her temples. The office returned to silence, leaving only the sound of her smoking alone. A glimmer of hope, a soft sigh drifted into the air.